What an interesting time it is in the world of Flesh and Blood. We've just had a massive Pro Tour with an incredible end-of-game sequence. We've got a hero rapidly approaching Living Legend status. And of course, Arcane Games and Events is back for the month of April. I'm Mitch Leslie here, joined by Michael Murray. Good to be here in the booth with you, brother.
All right.
First time?
Yep, second time. First time with you.
First time for me, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right. I'm excited about it. Great to have you all here as well. If you're just joining us for the first time, Arcane Games and Events is a competitive Flesh and Blood circuit run down here in Lawndale, California, all throughout the year, where our top players from Southern California and neighboring states compete not only for circuit points, but also for PTIs. That's right. There's a lot on the line here at AGE. And we are already this is our third event into the year, So already our field is fourth, Our field is starting to develop very quickly, Michael. Let's talk a little bit about our standings. Let's get everyone reacquainted with some of our competitors here. Up the top, it is your current US national champion, Charles Dunn, who's here for a long time, not a good time. 40 points for him. And of course, Eugene Galopchak is a pretty well-known Kano player in the region. So we've got some pretty scary Kanos out here. Not including yourself as well, even though you've switched over recently, you said.
Maybe we can get a game on camera today. I don't know. We'll see how they're doing. But I do love a good Kano.
I'm banned from Kano.
I know. I'll help you out this time.
I'm banned. Oh, buddy. As you can see here, we will play throughout the year, and we will see who we end up with the most circuit points, and then we'll head on to our Players' Championship. But for now, we still have April, May, and June Opens. Part the Misfailed Draft will be our June Open format, which is really exciting. Up until now, we've just had Classic Constructed format for our Opens. That's going to be a ton of fun. $11,000 a prize pool, 9 events over the course of the year, and of course, only 1 champion. If you're in the area, you want to get involved, get involved. I mean, there's the thing, right? age.events. I should have memorized that before I changed the screen. That's where you can sign up and get involved a bit today. Let's jump into some of our stories here coming out the last couple of weeks and into this weekend, Michael, because Pro Tour Los Angeles was a hell of a time. Great to host a Pro Tour here in our home city. Some of the best players in the world came out for it, and the sparks were flying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Pro Tour LA, I was playing in it, wasn't casting, but man, what an amazing event that was. I got to stand right next to the top game, and I heard the explosion in the booth behind me. I felt electricity going down my spine. I saw only the spill blood. I couldn't see the other side of the table, and I was like, he's got lethal. He's gonna close it if he can survive, and he survived, and he.
That's what we saw that as well. Yeah, obviously Maximilian Klein in that final against Arthur Trahay looked like he was going to close the game out with being able to give his hatchets on Dorinthea dominate to finish his opponent. But obviously, as the story goes, his opponent has a sink below, sinks into a Sigil of Solace in order to win the game.
The one out.
How did you go the Pro Tour anyway?
So I wasn't in the Pro Tour. I only did, the calling?
Yep, played calling.
So I sat, it was great. I sat in front of Nathan Crawford, game 1. I had an awesome chat my first time meeting him.
Degular.
We had the Victor mirror, and he taught me how to play Victor because I lost. He was doing this really cool card counting thing. I remember at one point he was trying to math out what I could possibly have, and he kind of did the math in his head, and he's like, okay, the odds of a card coming off the top or this, so I'm not going to clash here. And I'm like, how did you know that?
So he's got his clashes down to a science.
It's the difference between, the great players, and I think I'm a good player, but I'm not doing that.
Yeah, that is wild. I mean, quite a few of the card guys were on that list over the course of the weekend, at least Ed Knight was. And Ed Knight wins the team sort of invitational that Min-Max games held the night before. So they were looking in good shape. Obviously, a member of card guys, Josh Lau, makes it into the top 8 on that Hatchet's Dorinthea list and has an incredible matchup against Maximilian Klein in that quarterfinal. He falls there, but really interesting to see also 2 different takes on a list that seems pretty straightforward, right? But a lot of those tech cards, a lot of those utility blues really change, I guess, the expression of the deck. Also, one player's on the grains, one on the tunic.
That was really interesting. I did get to talk to a few players about sort of what the difference is there, and I know that with the grains, it really helps in the Dromai matchup. You just get to accumulate so many resources, but that tunic is the extended value throughout the game, and in the mirror, I think we saw how helpful it is to have that.
Yeah, Josh felt like, he had to block perfectly, right? That the fact that Max had a triple hit turn on tap every 3, whereas Josh needed to get hits in order to generate the, and you're just not getting
the hits. You've got the value from your Valiant Dynamos and a a mid-range deck is like happy to give 2 cards a turn. So good luck getting those hits in. Good luck getting those grains value.
But that was a great game. I'm hoping to see a bit more Hatchet story. I know Anthony Zacella at the very least is on that list here because he just jumps the fence whenever he sees something shiny waved at him. He's moved on over to Warrior now. I have now had to make room for him in the Warrior Council, but we've only given him a deck chair. We haven't given him a carved marble throne because we know he's probably just going to F off, in a few weeks.
So is the marble throne for the people that stick around, or is it for the good players?
It's for the ones that play Dawnblade. Yeah,
that's great.
The
golden sword with the marble throne.
It's chipped and broken and does not. It has a lot of O2 drops inscribed into the hilt. That's for sure. Let's talk a little bit about, I guess, one of the biggest storylines over Flesh and Blood right now is that Dromai is at 996.
That sounds right to me.
Living legend points. Yeah, Dromai, ex-Dromai player over there in the corner. That deck, I mean, when it first came out, I think people weren't really sure just how it would play out. It would seem very powerful to be able to deploy permanents onto the board, but to have pressure in a deck that was so full of reds and have resource, have like proper resource equity and also ash generation seemed difficult. But it didn't take long for, many of our players to figure it out. There were 2 distinct ways of playing this Dromai list for a while.
That's right. We had the aggressive kind of, and then the big dragon. I think the aggressive one was the one that sort of came up later, the Mara Ferris list, is what we were calling it.
Was like the red line one that would
yeah.
use Flame Call Awakening to tutor a Phoenix Flame, and then you'd be pitching that into the Flamescale Furnace for a lot of extra value. And a lot of like your Blaze Headlongs and your Scar for a Scar-esque cards, right?
Yeah.
That obviously a very powerful list, but what we saw Arthur Trahay on was actually something in between because he trimmed all the big dragons. He didn't have his like Flame Call Awakenings, but he had like a lot of like your Chromais, your Asvalize and stuff. But he had a couple of those like red attacks, those 0 for 4s.
Yeah. I think it was a really interesting hedge into the meta, the ability to still have some game plan into a deck that wants to fatigue you. You can race them down. And, the ability to not fall to a deck that can just say, I don't care about your attacks. You've got the big dragons to back it up. It's a very, very fine tightrope that you have to walk, but he managed to figure that out very well.
So in general, Dromai is expected to LL by the second week of the ProQuest season. But obviously, Phuket's going on right now. There's that to consider. She could LL realistically at any moment. We're checking every week for Living Legend status. So Dromai, we expect her to be in attendance here to some degree. I think I don't know how you feel about this, but I would be sorry to see Dorinthea Living Legend, but if it was going to happen anyway, I'd want to be the one that pushes her over the line, right?
Yeah, it's definitely the sort of interesting contrast. I know some people, they don't want to bring it. She's already gone. I got to start practicing something new. And sometimes that can actually extend the duration that a hero sits on the edge there because people who are good at it are just like, I'm all right. But yeah, being the one to push it over.
The last name on the list, right?
That feels good.
Was Charles not the last one to push Briar to LL? Because he won on Fatigue Briar, right?
Yeah, which is such an interesting twist to that hero going Living Legend.
So Charles obviously is in the building today, your current US national champion. He's someone who always manages to craft a list with a more defensive slant on it.
Yeah.
Briar, not something that we really thought would be able to be like that, especially when they errated her and made it so you could only create 1 embodiment of Earth per turn as opposed to multiple.
Yeah. Huge hit to her power level, but bringing her right in line with the rest of the heroes, still in that A tier, B tier kind of conversation. But yeah, figuring out Fatigue was something you could do was a really interesting kind of... It almost makes me wish that we had more time to explore that Fatigue list because it just sort of came and went.
Yeah, she cropped up and then she sort of fell on her face against Icelander, right? Icelander kept her from LLing for like a long period of time, even though she was right on the doorstep until Charles obviously manages to push her over. Let's move on. Let's talk about the upcoming set. Part the Misfail. We have seen a bunch of spoilers. We also saw some spoilers overnight in Phuket. We won't talk about them as much. I think they're interesting, but they're sort of... what's that, sorry? Yeah. So they're more like the common sort of cards we saw sort of spoiled last night. But there are definitely some very interesting cards that have been spoiled so far with some incredible Marvel treatments. Obviously, part of the Misfail is a ninja. We have an assassin and illusionist with the talent Mystic. So that set's looking really exciting. I mean, we can talk about some of the heroes here. Like this one was interesting, right? Zen cares about crouching tigers, right? Those cards that sort of can be generated, tokens that can be used as attacks here. We kind of wondered when all the support for this was printed, like a while back, I'm going to say Dynasty even, there were people who tried to play this in Katsu and it never quite worked, but
Yeah.
This is where it all comes together now, I
Well,
think.
I think the really cool thing about this deck that I see panning out is about how much do we care about these Crouching Tigers? Are we doing these really long combo lines? Is this a really aggressive, wide +1, +2, +3, bam, bam, bam machine gun
Like
thing?
+1 to everything,
Right.
kind of, yeah.
Or are we weaving? Are we going Crouching Tiger combo, Crouching Tiger combo? Or is it something more mid-range or even slow? I mean, the value of a blue inherently is low.
Yes.
A blue ninja doesn't make any sense on paper, but we're starting to see these cards come out that are like they're blues that are actually reds if you've played a blue.
That's
right.
yeah,
The
I mean,
+2 cards, amazing. In 0, 1, 2, I think, and even 3 cost. We just saw those yesterday or 2 days ago.
Yeah. There's like a number of cards also that are like, hey, this is a 0 for +3 attack reaction, but if you've transcended this turn, it's 0 for 5. Or the Enigma version is like prevent 3 damage or prevent 5, which, by the way, is the that's a Aether Wildfire with that +1 from the Crucible. So you cover that for 5. I mean, a lot of Wizard players are probably not feeling very comfortable about the Illusionist coming out.
Yeah.
I mean, speaking of her, you know, there are a lot of auras in the game that we can see the design trying to angle away from, right? A lot of these yellow auras with Spectra.
Yeah, they won't be playable since those are light auras. The blue
right.
auras, the 0 cost will be. We'll see how relevant those are. in
Yeah,
this
like
Illusionist.
passing Mirage. I think
Sure.
Shimmers of Silver in this Enigma deck
People
is
are-
going to be...
That card went up recently.
Oh, did it really?
Oh, yeah, people are seeing the +1 counters and seeing that kind of gameplay.
I hope
play
I
out with
have my
Enigma.
playset. Oh,
Yeah, I
goodness.
don't know. I might have to.
Are we
spring
down?
myself.
Are we down tremendous? Yeah, but obviously Enigma cares about making spectral shields, right? So it almost feels as if they've taken the old Prism and they've kind of split her in 2 directions. This definitely feels like that 0 cost blue aura package with spectral shields being the focus, whereas Prism, the new Prism, Advent of Thrones, I guess, but I think it's a young version, but she is much more interested in like, you know, a Herald-based plan. You can obviously play the aura style with her, but, you know, she seems to want to play the Figments and get auras out and play aggressively. So this will be a home for those that really enjoyed that slower defensive sort of, you know, inevitability-based game plan that was highly defensive. So looking forward to that. Also, we're talking about Transcend now, right? That's a mechanic that is being highlighted in Part the Misfail here. And every new hero in Part the Misfail has a sacred art, right?
Yeah.
These cards that, you know, if you have played another blue card, you can choose all of these modes, right? And these are all good things to be doing.
Yeah. I think when we've got this one right here, the Jade Tiger domain up on the screen, and this card in particular, 2 Crouching Tigers +1 this turn. I think this works really well with that sort of weaving thing. 2 1/1s isn't that impressive, but if each one of those turns on a combo, and now you've got this Crouching Tiger weaving combo line going on, I think that's really cool.
Yeah, I mean, already, like, and again, transcending something that, you know, now we realize it flips the card, right?
Flips it, goes back into your hand, and now you can use it to pay resources. I have seen some questions about what specifically happens after you've pitched it. Does it flip back in your deck? Is there a special ruling? So we still have a lot to learn about
If it
this.
stays in your deck flipped, that is very powerful, actually. I mean, you might want the
depends,
effect,
right? So
right?
a non-block card is not powerful if you need to block. But just having chi available and these shuffle effects that we've seen, I forget the name of it, but we just saw one that just says 0
Stir the
cost.
Pot.
Stir the Pot.
Yeah.
Beautiful art, by the way.
Oh my God.
All the art on this is phenomenal.
Yeah, obviously, and there are a lot of, you know, this is a Marvel right here, but there are Marvel, there are also like special sort of, I don't know if it's Japanese style art treatments of so many of these cards. You've seen the Enigma Hero card. That, you know, it's kind of like when Magic the Gathering sort of did the anime versions of the Planeswalkers. You know, even the like the Narset part of Veils. Like, you know, I think a lot of us got very excited over that. So Flesh and Blood, James White, they understand their base. They understand their players for sure. So we're obviously we're really looking forward to that. So that's what we've got sort of on the table for you guys today. I want to talk about one more thing, one more really exciting thing, especially if you're local or you fancy a trip to, I don't know, San Diego anytime soon.
Beautiful San Diego.
We are partnering here at Arcane Games at Events with LSS to I guess make this battle-hardened San Diego happen. We had a battle-hardened LA, I think it was last year. Fantastic time, great turnout, really good games. August 24 to 25. This year, of course, we'll be making that happen. Great time of year to be out here. Bring your shorts, bring your flip-flops, and you can obviously sign up after April 15th. standings.age.events is where you can get your tickets. I'm hyped for that. I mean, getting Battle Hardens here on the West Coast is a treat, right? We don't get, always maybe as many as our scene would love, but this is a great chance for that NorCal SoCal rivalry to keep churning on. Like,
I mean,
that's
this
one of my
is a global
favorites.
game. We've got tournaments all over the world. There's only so many tournaments and so many more cities that we wish they could be in, but it's always amazing. I mean, I love AGE once a month. This is fantastic. And then the Battle Hardened, the Pro Tours that are coming around. We just had Pro Tour LA. Now we've got San Diego. I feel, LA is getting some good
we're getting some love,
year.
right? I'm kind of vibing. It's great to have, obviously, Arcane Games Events here to help us put that show on. So keep an eye out for that. It's going to be a great time. We'll probably be there hanging out, talking some smack about Flesh and Blood and seeing the very best in our region go head-to-head. That's all we've got for now. Right now, our players' meeting is about to commence, so we'll be taking a short break. We'll be getting our round 1 paired and ready to go, and we'll be returning to you in due course for some fantastic action here from your AGE Open for April. Don't go too far. We'll be back. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for sticking with us in the break. It's time to get started here at our April AGE Open. Funny story in the first round. We have Chris Iaali up first, who's not playing his normal kind of deck. Chris is notoriously a Guardian hater, but he lost a bet. He lost a bet with Anthony Pham. Anthony, who said that he could guess Chris's favorite movie. And if he was able to do that, he would get to choose Chris Iaali's deck here for the AGE Open. The other side was that, Chris would guess Anthony's deck that he would play. So, with a couple of hints, just that it was out in 2005 and that it was based on a book, Anthony Pham guesses Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy and then randomizes through, I don't know if you've seen the duck race, right? Where you just put a name on each duck and watch them race. Yeah. Well, the Victor duck won the race. So Chris Iaali will be on Victor today. That's going to be a lot of fun. Going up against Henry Gomez, also on Victor Goldmane. This is how we're easy to win for your second show, Give you a Victor mirror to ponder, Michael.
Swinger of hammers, ready to talk about swinging some hammers here.
That's it. I mean, this is going to be a lot of fun. Chris is, as far as we know, outside of testing, his first Guardian game. So you can see he's not looking too impressed to be in this situation. Probably wondering how he got here. But this is what happens when you lose a bet to one of the SoCal boys. You get punished. Anathos, though, straight away, of course, is the weapon of choice in this matchup. And we talked about it before, Michael. You expect this to be pretty aggressive.
Yeah, surprisingly, Guardians are known for their defensive Fabtcg-style game plan, but in the Victor Mirror, it's typically either value or just pure aggression. The Guardians can't fully defend against the onslaught that they can produce. So what we end up with is these games usually go to death rather than fatigue.
Yeah, so these two are going to be belting each other around in the most zealous way possible, I'd say. We've got the deck lists here. We won't read them out card for card yet. But a couple of interesting inclusions for Chris, just in terms of how his blue base is filled out. But we're going to be jumping into this match in just a second as these two players get themselves sorted. Here we go. We're into the game now, and it's going to be just an Anathos presented here by Henry. 2-card block. Very respectable Flesh and Blood already being played.
Interesting. He must have just wanted to filter there rather than, because, choosing to let your opponent filter is also sometimes a bad idea, but valuing the filter of his own more than his opponent's.
Yep. Make a seismic surge here. Notice that Chrissy is on tectonic plating. Henry is on that tunic. We know what that means later on. Expect some pummel shenanigans here. And again, it'll just be a pitch and into an Anathos here. Still 2 cards left in hand for Chris. One of them being a pummel.
Floating 2.
Do you value that here? Just the +4 without the disruption effect? Are you just trying to push this damage?
I think it's a tough choice. We're going to see what Chris Iaali values more here.
He might just stash that one away if possible. It doesn't really have the ability to get rid of that entire hand here. And
if he's playing efficient, I expect him to play it here, but it does feel bad not to get the discard on that.
Still a bit of damage, though. This is a bit of an aggressive race. Quicken token. Thank you. Here's a pummel.
Interesting.
So again, pummel, when played on a club, only gives a +4 and doesn't confer that discard a card on hit like it would on an attack action. So Chris here, really just wants to force as much as he can Henry's way. Already with an 8 life lead. It's a good start here. Henry now with the chance, and like we talked about earlier, we want to go fast. Both victors want to hit hard.
I wonder if he's got a Spinal Crush here, giving the Quicken token without a Go Again card.
That is a good point. And that would obviously turn that off for Chris, who, again, probably just priced into blocking a Spinal with 2 cards and still, again, but then not being able to make use of that Go Again either way. Rousey Agents here showing Golden Sun and Macho Grande. And now, of course, the potential for Golden Sun to follow here. Now, no gold token available, so Henry doesn't get the extra value from that Golden Sun. Still, though, good numbers.
Yeah, Rousey Ancients is one of those really important cards in the Guardian matchup. It pushes a lot of damage, but more importantly, a lot of value. And what you're trying to do is outvalue your opponent and push those breakpoints.
7 damage. Obviously, Go Again on that Rousey Ancients here, which is, again, a big part of your aggressive package as a Guardian. It's Zealous Belting and Rousey Ancients, being able to have a Go Again attack on your turn. Even if you only follow it up with an Anathos swing, there's still a very respectable amount of damage. And it's very likely in a Guardian mirror then your opponent's going to keep some cards to themselves to try and represent something similar. From Arsenal, it's a choke slam of the red variety. And again, this, of course, meaning that Chris can't gain power from his attack action cards here. So
you can see Chris just taking that 7 up front. That's the he wants to be able to make sure to push aggression on his turn, and in doing so, trading his life total.
All right, here we go. We're going to be putting that just the one card in front here. I guess it's interesting, right? I mean, that means the crush effect is active. Chris happy to take that here in order to keep 4. There are some cases in which you really want to be able to your cards to you want your cards to be able to get buffed, right? Golden Sun, for example.
How about Pummel?
Yep, that's a good example. Debilitate here. With Go Again, no less. And again, like, you don't feel as good. Like, Henry might have given Chris 6 value here off that Quicken token if this allows, Chris to follow up with an Anathos swing.
Yeah, I feel like maybe giving the Quicken token that early might have been a mistake. You really want to try to save those for the Zealous Belting or the Rouse the Ancients turns when they already have Go Again, and that's the end of it.
So Debilitate here, there won't be the crush effect, but yeah, Chris will get to follow it up with an Anathos. So a clean 14 damage turn, largely helped by the fact that Henry wanted to offer up the Civic Steps block on the previous turn. Chris says, I have turned this Quicken token into a hell of a lot. Now, he did take the Choke Slam on here, but he's not trying to gain attack power in any of these attack actions here. So it may as well be a blank, attack action to him.
Exactly. One important thing to note about Choke Slam is that it only affects attack action cards, not weapons. So the Anathos still comes in for 6 here.
Yeah, crucially. Still going to get the 1 card block here. Pretty lively trade of life between these two players here, and Henry doesn't have a whole lot to do. It's going to be Arsenal passing here, so Chris definitely has tempo right now. Can he keep laying it on? We've seen Rouse the Ancients come out from both players here. Do we have another chain starter with Go Again? Doesn't look like it. Big Macho? Red Macho Grande. Oh my goodness, okay. So this is 10 Dominate.
If you're trying to kill your opponent, Dominate is a great way to do it.
Yeah, I mean, Henry obviously is a little uncomfortable from this. There's no disruptive on-kit associated with Macho Grande, but you are racing to some degree. And Henry wants to give more than 1 card at times to try and preserve life and still have a functional turn.
Absolutely.
Now he might have more cards left over in hand than he otherwise wants. If that's an E-Strike, though, he might still be able to make something happen here. Thunderquake. And the Gauntlets of Iron will get in front here, so we're blocking for 5.
Using that equipment fairly early, an interesting choice from Henry Gomez.
Yeah, whereas Chris obviously has the tech plating, so fundamentally has more block here.
Right.
Henry, though, might be able to smooth out a smaller hand with that Tunic counter, though.
Yeah, the Tunic counter is huge when especially when you're playing 4 costs or pummels.
E-Strike. Okay. Is this just... Okay, he does have 1 card left in hand here, so if there's like a...
He's doing Go Again.
3 or 4 costs attack action in Arsenal here, he can still send that.
See, this is where you want to use the Civic Steps. He's already got the Go Again, so he's saying, if you play another attack, I'm betting that you can't play a 3rd.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. Looking at the number of cards available to Henry right now, that's not possible. That Quicken token will activate and give Henry's next attack Go Again, but he'll have no way of following it up here. His Guardian attacks just cost too much, and here it is, that 4 power. Choke Slam comes on in with the help of the Tunic counter.
Still an efficient turn, but an efficient block on Chris Iaali's side.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is, I guess, in theory, Henry's Civic Steps block was -4 value, right?
Yeah,
Blocks
I
for
think
2,
so.
and you take 6 as a result. This for Chris, he gets everything he's looking for out of the Civics and plays at the right time. We will give a Spinal Crush to Henry here, which, in the mirror, do you value like trying to secure that crush effect, knowing that there's a lot of Zealous Rouse plays from these decks?
I know that a lot of Guardians like to cut that card. With the introduction of Civic Steps, it's actually a very clean play. It allows you to have the flexibility to use the Civic Steps and then come at them with a Spinal Crush and just say, look, you're going to give me 2 cards. You won't be able to use the Go Again anyway. Or you let it hit and you can't use it anyway, right? It's a lose-lose for them. So I actually really like it in the Guardian Mirror now that Civic Steps exist.
And you're clashing, right?
Yeah.
That 9 power is huge for those.
You want to use as many high power attacks in these decks as possible. If they start printing more 8 power blues, This deck is going to
Oh
look
my
really
goodness.
scary.
That's a premium, right?
Yeah.
Well, is it Cranial and Blue Macho right
Yep,
now?
exactly. And then
Speaking
it falls
of-
off fairly quickly. The 6 powers don't do much.
What do you think about Boulder Drop?
Boulder Drop is interesting. It's a 5 power, but in this meta, especially when you're really thinking a lot about facing KO, 5 might as well say 0. It really depends on the decks that you're up against, but typically the decks that you could lose clashes against, you want to have more than 6.
Yeah.
That's the money spot right there.
There are obviously some, very effective utility cards in Guardian that, I mean, got to think like a lot of the clashes, right? The cards.
clashing cards, you've got Clash of Vigor, Clash of Might. The blue versions only have 4 power, which is great
Yeah.
against many classes. Ninjas, you still win clashes against that. For the
Like
most part.
Buckling Blow as well, right? It feels awkward to have them when you want to clash as much.
Yeah.
Okay, Henry.
Using his equipment on this dominate attack.
Just to preserve life here again. Also, like, there's a risk of kind of getting IP'd. Maybe there's a certain turn cycle you want to give, like, 2 cards.
Exactly. That's the strength of dominate into other Guardians. It's not necessarily that, 8 vanilla damage is threatening, but if you can't use all the cards in your hand, you can only use 1 to block. Now you're starting to lose value.
Henry trying to get as much as he can here. Command and Conquer thrown down. Now, again, if you're facing off against a Tunic Guardian, seeing Command and Conquer committed to blocks always makes you feel a little better.
Yeah, I think it was a good choice. He has no counters on his Tunic, so it's going to be a while before he can pair that with a Pommel. Probably just making a choice here that he doesn't want to have that stuck in his arsenal for 3 turns in a row.
I mean, that Tunic turn will line up at a pretty pivotal juncture in the game if we get that Crown of Providence too. Now, this...
Interesting. He's trying to filter his hand, I must assume.
Yeah, off 3 cards, he maybe doesn't like what he sees here.
Bit of a risky play. If he doesn't rip what he's looking for, there's some more wasted value.
All right, what have we got?
He hides it and shuffles it.
Okay. No indication there from Henry as to whether he got what he wanted. So Chris maintains a pretty slim life lead at this stage. Henry now, we need to see if he was able to filter his hand enough to present a compelling turn here. Most likely pitching 2 of those cards and setting one of those attacks. He's definitely hoping for good value, right? Like Thunderquake level value, maybe another Choke Slam here. Less concerned about on hits, more about giving the big number. How big is the number? All right,
There's
Zealous.
the Zealous. There's the value turn you were talking about.
So we're Zealous into Anathos here, I think.
This is the highest value play you can do as a Guardian. So especially if you're running the Guardian chess piece.
The Tectonic,
The Tectonic, thank you. When you add that to the value, you're actually doing a 3-card 12, which is phenomenal. With the Tunic, you lose out on 1 point, but a 3-card 11 is still above rate. It's better than the red Thunderquake. And an awkward block point here means an extra point of value in a sense, right? 5, but being blocked with 6.
Yeah, Chris knows that. Oh, wow. We're throwing our entire hand here.
Sure. He must not have liked it, and he's just saying, look, I've got more armor than you. I've got more life than you. Let's see what you can do with a 4-card hand.
You mentioned it, right? It's the highest value turn you can have as a Guardian. And Chris probably says, well, I could get 12 points of block from this hand.
That's
and
right.
it lines up pretty well with what you're trying to throw at me. You're throwing 11. So
he's saying, do it again. I don't think you can.
Oh, what is this? Okay, we have Arouse the Ancients and a Zealous Belting in the hand here, plus a Thunderquake.
Not quite how you want to line that up.
Debilitate.
Maybe he can put one in Arsenal.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to play both of those cards, the Zealous and the Rouse. If that's a...
Yeah, well, the Rouse is looking for high power attacks, and so is the Zealous. You can't pitch the Rouse for it.
We'll be in just a second, folks. Right. Here's E-Strike. Again, starting the turn with a Go Again card. So pressure mounting here, Chris might be... Yeah, I mean, again, it's a 2-block, that Rouse the Ancient, so... Obviously, it doesn't feel nearly as good deploying that card defensively. Zealous? How much does that block for?
2.
2 as well.
Yep.
Ooh, it's a terrible blocking hand for Chris. On a turn, he really wants to send most of this away.
Yeah.
Do we Crown of Providence here?
It's an option, but I think you'd really like to use that on an Arsenal target if possible.
Yeah. Get that extra card. It is a 7 no-go again, though, from Henry.
Yeah, not the most threatening turn here. I think Chris is just kind of trying to figure out what the heck he's going to do with this hand on his turn. He doesn't want to block, but he also doesn't have much on offense.
Is there a world where you can just sort of pitch to Tectonic, have a nice 6-power Anathos, and pocket a card here?
Well, the fact that Henry is not presenting very much damage makes me wonder if Chris is thinking about... Well, he's only holding 1 card. I was considering the 3-block Arsenal and say, do it again.
Yeah, now, though, again, with Henry on what we would consider to be a little bit of a power trough turn, Chris is trying to figure out if he can pivot off of this stumble from his opponent into something more. Oh, he's taken it
No blocks.
to the chin. Just doesn't get an agility token off that. Guardians can't have everything, sorry.
He's got 2 blues. He may just be looking for the Zealous belting turn and then Arsenal of that Rouse.
Okay, we are.
Oh, and the heave.
Oh, the heave of the Thunderquake. Okay. So heave obviously allows you to pay to put Thunderquake in your arsenal, create 3 seismic surges. What does Chris have here? He wants to pressure now that his opponent is trying to wind up for a big hit. How do you feel about heaving in general? I don't hate it. It's like I have this attack here. It's been heavily subsidized. I could block more aggressively, it feels.
With the Zealous belting?
No, I mean just heaving in general. Like,
Oh,
how do you
heaving
feel
in general. I love it. I actually run yellow Thunderquakes in my deck.
Okay.
Yeah. One of the cool things about heave is you can hold 2 cards and pretend you have a pummel.
That's a great point, yeah. So quicken token generated here, which this makes much more sense. Henry just putting 1 block in front.
Yep. This time using the quicken token in a spot where he won't give Chris any extra value off of it.
Chris cannot play that Rouse here.
Correct. He's probably either looking to pitch it or arsenal it.
Still, Henry has
The hammer
to...
swing.
Is he taking 4? He is. I'll get a quicken token, says Chris. I guess just follow up with the debilitate here. Seems fair. Pitching it away. Rather than pitching the Rouse away, excuse me. And Anathos instead. Okay.
Yeah. So the classic Guardian play. Interesting he didn't create the seismic surge token.
Yeah.
That might have been a little mistake. I make that one all the time myself. Chris, first time on Guardian here.
It does require you sort of count up the cost basis of your turn. But again, Chris knows he has 2 and 3 makes 5. He's pitching 2 blues, so has 1 left over. But Henry takes the damage either way, though. Anathos comes in.
Oh, there it is. He
Okay.
just didn't show it.
That's fine. I think Henry actually, did his seismic towards the end of his turn as well.
I see.
That is fine. That is one thing I found playing Guardian for the first time recently is sometimes, I neglect to take care of that at the start of the turn.
Sure. Maybe you just say it out loud and then grab the token when you're done.
Seismics pop here for Henry, so his next Guardian attack will be reduced by 3. He's running Boulder Drops, I see.
Interesting. So here he's got 2 cards in hand. What is that? Oh,
3! Oh, you better be pummeling, my guy. That is the only reason you'd be doing this.
I agree.
Wait, is that a pummel and a Rouse in Chris's hand? Another horrendous block.
Oh, no.
At least a Rouse. I think he's got a pummel, yeah. Oh,
really good use of these gauntlets, sniffing out the pummel.
Oh,
of course. 3 value out of the gauntlets while I can.
Yeah, I mean, Gauntlet Iron Will saying the next time an attack action, or attack rather, would gain power on this chain, it gains 1 less, right?
That's right.
Okay.
Only usable against attack reactions, not against cards that have already gained the power that turn. But still very useful in spots like this.
It does mean that now he can cover up a potential pummel with a single card, as opposed to dealing with a breakpoint that the red pummel offers, which is, of course, 4. This would still be 14, right, in total, if it's a red Thunderquake?
I think it's a blue.
Oh, it's a blue.
So it would only be for 12.
Okay. Manageable, but...
He could decide to give the whole hand here, or at least most of it, but it may be just one of those things where you say, show me that you have it, and I'll play in a way that I can still have a turn.
Because the pummel's in Henry's hand with 2 other cards, so if you overblock here, you are IPing the crap out of your opponent.
Absolutely. So I think that might be what Chris is thinking about. He's just like, I know you have it. This play makes no sense otherwise.
You can't play around it forever, right? But
and 12 is a clean look. He's getting 3 value out of his equipment. 3 more cards in front. That's 12. He's got an arsenal card. Maybe he just swings the hammer, blocks 12 and swings the hammer. It's an interesting spot. You don't see this very often where it's actually a good idea to overblock because you don't always know.
Yeah, if that pummel was in Henry's arsenal, maybe it's a different story. Maybe you don't feel nearly as good. So we are going to be blocking 11?
3, 6, 9.
Oh,
well, currently it's 8, right? Clean block. But now he's saying if you have the pummel, show it to me. Using the tunic counter, he must have 3 reds.
How many pummels do you have, Henry? Do you have a blue?
If he has the double pummel. No.
Okay.
It's just
couldn't be. All right. We're going up here by 4. And Chris is taking it, so...
Yeah, he needed to use that tunic counter because he only had reds in his hand. But what's interesting here is if Chris had just blocked with that card, he would have saved 3 life. And of course, Henry would have then just arsenaled the pummel. It's one of those inevitable things that sometimes you just decide to take it so that you get it out of their hand. But
yeah, I mean, have it happen at a point in the game where you can still send 8 back. Seems pretty good, right? There was a seismic already up, and Chris knew that he could still have a functional turn. Even when forced to discard, he still has a life lead. He's still sending a 2-card 8. That's pretty good.
Yeah. And the crush effect on the debilitate could mean a 2-card 10 if he doesn't decide to block the crush.
That's right. Was it
Fantastic
reduces their first attack action by -2.
That's correct.
Yeah. Not too shabby. And highly relevant here. Again, to overcome the crush, Henry would have to give 2 cards. Doesn't have any of that blocking equipment anymore. That's all gone bye-bye. Just the tunic. Here's CNC number 2.
Interesting thing to note, we haven't seen any Clash cards played.
Right.
I'm not sure if they've decided both to side them out or if it's just they haven't seen them yet.
That is a good point. I think I've not really seen any of those Clash cards even being blocked with. Okay, sink below Macho Grande, Spinal, and a Golden Sun. Including those yellows in your deck and have a couple interesting hands line up, and you really want to clash into Golden Sun ideally if you are running
In
it.
the Guardian Mirror, a 7-power attack doesn't win very often.
Yeah. That is a good point. That's really not enough. You absolutely need the gold in play. So here it may as well just be a 3-block for Chris. And a 3-block yellow is not exactly something to write home about.
Seeing the Zealous Belting on this turn is really important for Henry. Getting to push some extra damage and get the tempo back in his favor.
Chris wants to send a Macho, probably, but he does not have the texture of a hand required for this. He has 2 reds and a yellow alongside that blue. That's ugly. We might be sending 4 next turn.
Yeah, this is probably a good turn to use that sink below and fish for something a little bit better.
Yeah. Civics here. No better time than now, they say. Give the Spinal. Feels like it's less valuable than much of the other stuff Chris has. And we'll save the sink below here for something a little bit more threatening. But Henry is likely just to send Anathos.
Yeah.
Here comes 6. Go again.
Oh, interesting. He opts to arsenal the D-React.
I guess it's safer to just pocket the D-React and wait for another turn cycle where you have a 4 life lead, as opposed to taking a risk that you sink into something that makes your hand sort of functional.
Yep. Choosing to let off the pressure, though.
Oh my God. 2 reds and a yellow.
Oh, that's why you arsenal that sink below.
That is it. Yeah, we be sinking this time around. That is for sure.
One of them, or are they both E-Strikes?
E-Strike Zealous.
Okay.
It looks like a Debilitate of the blue variety and then a Golden Sun.
Well, that's not bad if you've got a blue in there. Because you can still Zealous with the yellow.
Yeah, we want to filter, though, ideally here. Henry comes back with 4 cards, so chance to make something threatening happen. But these Golden Suns sat in these players' hands. Not an exciting prospect, as we discussed. Only really presenting, what is it, 4? It's 4 cost 7? Yeah.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see.
3 card 7 is not it. You don't even want to be playing that unless you have a seismic, and you still don't feel good about it. Right, it's an E-Strike here, just like Henry is.
Keeping up the pressure. So I'm assuming go again. Yeah.
And I like that, Chris does maintain some of this equipment around for the more threatening on hits. Like, neither player, we don't know if they're on Terra Sunder, for example. If they're trying to avoid losing clashing at all, rather, they might feel safer including it here. Block with my own E-Strike, he says. That sink is still chilling.
Yep. So it looks like he's going for that play we just discussed with the Zealous Belting, pitching the yellow into the hammer. One of the things about E-Strike is it doesn't add the +2 to Anathos. So we just saw a 5 into a 4. This is going to be a 5 into a 6.
Okay.
So a little bit of a better card in the Guardian matchups when you're running Anathos.
5 into 6, not too shabby, getting 11 points of value. And you've already blocked with a card on the previous turn cycle, so 14 off a hand is above rate. 9, unfortunately, for Henry, not so much. Chris, though, is now taking a life deficit here. I guess he's hoping for this sink to be, again, obviously extending the block power of your hand by 4 is huge, especially now we're starting to get down to brass tacks in this game.
Yeah, and Chris Iaali still has a lot of equipment block left. Save that for the end.
Yeah, like I said, especially if there's any of that, like those threatening on hits that come out. Victor obviously is a little bit more interested in sort of having a lot of value in his plays, but that requires gold a lot of the time.
Yeah. When the end of the game comes around and life totals are really tight, I think having the ability to dictate what hits and what doesn't. You see the sink below in the arsenal. You see a chess piece with no counters on it, still a block on the gloves. Chris is ready for a surprise.
Yep.
And he's got, I think, all the control on his side. If he surprises Henry, Henry doesn't have a lot of options to react to that.
You can treat Chris as being at what? I mean, Tectonic is battle worn.
About
right?
11,
So,
right?
Yeah, about 11 life,
So-
virtually, based on that equipment. So
Can put Henry at 7.
And again, so many of these Guardian matchups are about turn cycle to turn cycle, just accruing a larger degree of value than your opponent can. So plays like this, 11, off these 3 cards, that matters a whole lot. And if Henry, over the course of a longer game, cannot match that, like I said, he was 5 into 4 previously,
Yep.
he will lose the game.
Yeah. It made it really easy for Chris to block a little bit, take some damage, and then send something much bigger back.
Waiting on the block here for Henry, who needs to have a functional turn off
Yeah.
his smaller hand because this is lethal damage being presented.
He really wishes he had more
There's
life
no
to work
way.
with.
What?
Look at this.
He's about to go onto a counter. Oh my guy going to 1. He knows there's no risk of pummel, but okay, he's looking to go hard or go home this next turn cycle.
He thinks that he can put tempo on and keep it. That's the game plan right now. But he's not happy about it.
3 sinks between Chris's hand and Arsenal and a test of strength.
He's got a blocking hand.
Oh my God.
I can see why he kept it, though. The Zealous Belting. Or, I'm sorry, the Rouse the Ancients. He also has a Zealous Belting in his hand.
But he is gonna lose this turn cycle by -5 because
Yeah.
he's taken all this damage to have this kind of turn.
You do not want to see your opponent with a hand like when you're trying to push damage.
He has 19 points of block, Chris, to play with. That's just with the cards he has. 3 sinks, test of strength, CNC. So give test of strength and CNC here, theoretically.
He's going to go for the Clash. Thinking about it.
Creating a gold at this point of the game, that's scary. I mean, either of these players could be in serious trouble if a Golden Sun comes in. Thunderquake, beats Terra Sunder. Chris, that's something we just talked about. Including those Terra Sunders can be scary.
Yep. The Terra Sunder has no attack value on it. Not good if you see that on the top of the deck when you clash.
But it is something that Chris knows could end him in this game if he allows Henry to keep a large enough hand. Fortunately, we're at the point where Henry does not have the buffer to do that. You need, what? At least 3 cards with a seismic to do anything with the... Oh, I guess you could... Yeah. You do need a bigger hand to make use of Terra Sunder, which costs 3 on its own.
Yeah, Terra Sunder is very clunky.
Yeah.
It says that you can't block, and even if you do have a big hand, you need a lot of blues to support it.
Is that sync? Are we filtering here? Are we happy with sending a CNC?
No, he doesn't use the sync ability.
No equipment left for Henry. No Tunic, which would have been on 3 this turn.
CNC here creating that Seismic Surge. 7 value, plus threatening and on-hit.
That's so this is preferable to you over... I guess you can't play defense reactions against this, but... Is that... Yeah, I guess Chris can't clear his arsenal here. Otherwise, like, Anathos with a Seismic might have been...
Well, this is just a pivot turn. He's forcing... I mean, I guess any amount of damage would be considered forcing at this point. But being able to create the Seismic Surge, 2 costs are so valuable when you're running the Tectonic Plating. Because you get to spend that extra resource and set up for a big pummel or...
Is Chris's Victor green? He's green armor.
I think it's the rainbow foil. It must just...
Oh, okay. I was like, did he get
Getting
that? I was
a
like,
little
Chris
bit
does not seem
weird.
like the kind of guy to get that blinged out. That's not really his style.
Yeah.
Okay, it looks kind of cool
The
from this
green
angle,
portion of the rainbow showing through here.
though. Yeah. All right, what do we got in hand here?
Xanathos is blue.
That is true. Is it Zealous? Okay, wow. Henry's still able to pull the pressure on here at 1 life. Anthony looking on, realizing it was him that put Chris Iaali in this position by winning the bet and having the duck race to side. I think the ducks also had Levia and Dash. So those were 2 other options that Chris would have to play. I'm like, why didn't you put Teklovossen in there? Riptide. Come on, let's get a bit spicy. Chris is the kind of guy. I mean, this guy's been playing Bolton through the entire arc lately, for God's sake. I mean, he'll play anything at this point. One of the most... I think I watched him in Philadelphia, Chris, play into a fatigue Bravo as Bolton. And I'm watching my good friend get folded into a pretzel by not being able to do anything, really. And he's been off that since then. But this is, of course, this is a world runner-up. on the right-hand side of your screen, folks. Back in 2022, I want to say.
Yeah, I think he was piloting Briar.
He was on Briar. So Michael Hamilton got to him in the finals on Icelander, but Chris had a fantastic showing at that Worlds and never, didn't change him at all. This guy is still about as humble as they come. Really pleasant guy.
Yeah.
And always down to answer questions, especially for some of the new players out here, me included.
Cashing in that sink below. Sinking a card.
No go again off the Zealous like this. God.
Oh,
you're
brutal.
dead. You are dead.
Yeah.
You're dead.
Yeah. That's not.
Got rid of that sink, fill the hand a little bit.
Well, he's got the gold for the next Golden Sun. He's probably just looking for either dominate or some amount of breakpoints that he has to. There it is.
Zealous?
He's going to have to give the whole hand here.
Yep. 5. Yeah, so I didn't check the pitch zone when he bloody threw that. Or rather, yeah.
Yeah, he threw a blue, but it seems like he didn't have a blue in hand to follow up with.
Yeah. Alrighty.
Oh.
2-card block for this one. Doesn't feel... Wow, it lines up pretty nicely. There goes the pummel, though. We are closing the chain to make our seismic search.
There it is.
And then we are coming in with the red debilitate. You can't block that, Chief. That is it.
Unless he's got 2 sink belows.
Oh, yeah, Arsenal card here. In fairness, if Henry was sort of...
That's true. Did he Arsenal a D-react?
I want to say he didn't. It's much easier to see Chris's hand from this angle than Henry's. Also, Henry is a card close to his chest kind of guy, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, both of these players representing, Chris is representing the AG Pro team, but previously on Team Top Deck Keep, which of course Henry is repping. That's a game store out in Riverside. The staunch. Okay.
Blocking 10, staying alive.
Love that. Henry hanging in there. Chris now having to draw up a random 4 and see what he's got to work with here to try and put Henry to bed. Victor sometimes can struggle to close games.
He can. The breakpoints on the go again attacks, though, it can force cards out of your opponent's hand until you find what you need. And we see another E-Strike here. I'm expecting to see something along the lines of E-Strike Hammer, both presenting breakpoints, just saying, you got 4 cards, give them all to me.
Makes perfect sense here. It is awkward to block that 5. Something Assassins do quite well. A lot of those contract attack actions come in at like awkward 5s, I find.
Yep.
One of our players here, Brian Delatorre, is a notorious Arachne player. Yeah, let's filter. Let's filter a bit here.
Interesting.
Oh, wait a minute. That is a red test of strength. I don't know what the other pitch card is.
He can. Yeah, he's got.
Yeah, we can do that. We got the gas. Okay.
I think we're fine here. He's just looking at his opponent.
That is dirty. All right, so red. There's a lot of reds.
Is it all reds? Oh,
That's
it's all reds.
reds,
He can't
brother.
play that. Wait. Yeah, he can't play that this turn. He's going to have to arsenal something.
One resource short. How annoying.
Yeah.
Anyway, here's E-Strike for 7. Or rather, more likely 5, right? Follow up with the,
So I'm expecting pitching 2 reds to hammer as a follow-up here. That'll strip all the cards from Henry's hand, and then he can just arsenal that pummel.
Hey.
And
You're in such a...
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
He had 2 cards left.
Okay.
So we keep running it back. And this is what the end of the game can often look like, is you just force every card until you get the game.
Is that because you pitch the test of strength, right? You want more than just...
Well,
I mean, even a 4-power hammer is 2
it's
cards,
just not
right?
relevant right now. He can't use it, so you have to...
It's over.
There it is. And that's what we're talking about here. Waiting for the game closer to come out.
You need the red staunch, right?
If he has that, but he does not. Oh, unless...
Clashing off the top. Well, Henry wins the clash, gets the gold, but again, it's the kind you're going to have to pass down via inheritance because he is deceased. Iaali takes the win here on Victor. We wanted to see the man. There we go.
Back
again,
of his head.
Exactly. Some discussion with fellow teammate Anthony Pham.
Yeah, probably just cursing
Why have you done
out.
this to me? You an a-hole?
Yeah.
Look at what I'm suffering because of you.
Anthony apologizing profusely, arms crossed.
Hey, listen. At least I didn't make you put Crazy Brew in this deck, all right?
There we go.
Could have been much worse for you, Chris. Notably Anthony, I think winning a Pro Quest? No, winning a large tournament with Crazy Brew in his, I want to say back in the Icelander days, Icelander deck. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. He obviously is often seen on Riptide. He played Dash at the Pro Tour and Calling, played Pistol Dash, I think. We'll sort of...
I believe that's what he's on today.
And I think he was... Anthony Pham was in our finals of the Battle Hardened LA. Anthony Pham, how did he place BHLA? Quite well, I think. Yeah, second place. That's right. So, yeah, a real competitor. Also, basically runs the show out at Kingslayer Games in Fountain Valley. He is the king of come to locals. Basically, if I ever want to get a card off him, I can't just come in and get it. No, I have to come to locals, play the tournament, and then he'll do me a deal on a card. So, yeah, he's very, very coercive fellow.
Yeah, real salesman here.
Yeah, he got me a lot of times. Not that I need much excuse to go to locals. So there you have it. First round of our April AGE Open is done. Chris Iaali, well, previous world number 2 comes out on top here. Does this game pan out about as you expect it to?
Yep. You know, I think that the Guardian Mirror, it's all about getting the tempo at the end of the game. If you can seal it away, because even if you're both at 1, hand after hand, you just hold on to that until you get the game closer. And so it's all about kind of playing this game of tug of war so that you can be the one to get them to 1 while you've got the tempo.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what we saw. Chris playing it very well.
A lot of these dominate attacks, right? Or just, really hard to prevent sort of, good value numbers. Turn cycle after turn cycle, Chris Iaali winning that war of attrition out. It wasn't too grindy, though. Again, it was a lot of damage being thrown across the table here. Guardians flexing their muscles, but Chris Iaali advances to our second round at 1-0. We're going to get him in for an interview really briefly as he's just entered the room. So, do you want to bring him in now or go to a break? We'll go to a break. We'll settle Mr. Iaali here. And we're going to ask him exactly how he ended up on this Victor deck. We'll see you in a sec.
Welcome back, folks. We're joined here with Chris Iaali, winner of round 1 of the AGE Open. So tell me, Chris, how many games have you played on Victor so far?
I played a few online leading up to this, but before that,
couple Talishar games.
Yeah, that's
sure.
That was it.
Yeah, how comfortable are you feeling on this hero?
Not too comfortable. I've never actually registered Guardian in an actual tournament, even like an Armory. I've never played Guardian before.
Interesting.
So, yeah, I lost a bet this week, and so I'm playing.
Yeah, can you tell us about that bet?
We were just basically playing some games in the Discord earlier in the week, and the conversation of our favorite movie came up, and
as it does.
Yeah, and then everyone's going around saying their favorite movies and stuff, and Anthony Pham wanted to know my favorite movie. I told him there's no way he guesses my favorite movie in 1,000 years, and I don't even think he's seen the movie. He's too young for it or whatever. And then I told him I'll give him 2 hints, and I told him it's in 2005, and it's based off a novel, and he sniped it.
Wow.
So
was he surprised when he won that? That's
yeah, I mean he hasn't seen the movie, so I don't know how he got it.
That's crazy. What are the chances that someone maybe told him beforehand, or there's no way?
I doubt it, but
Okay. So now you're on Victor.
Yeah. So
won the first round, got the Victor mirror. How do you feel like that game went for you?
Yeah, I felt pretty smooth. I was a little worried when he had the Tunic, especially since he got to go first and start taking it up right away. But I got a little more value out of my Civic Steps early.
Yeah, we caught that he sort of gave you that extra go again attack early on, which seemed to hurt him a lot in the early game.
I think that definitely helped put me in the front foot. And then I had like some DVX clunk up, but they lined up perfectly for his big Rouse turn.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, we saw you with a couple clunky hands, deciding to give the whole hand a few times in spots and just keep your life total high.
Right.
I know you haven't played much Guardian, but how do you feel about the matchup as a whole? What's the key to winning a Guardian Mirror?
I feel like Victor's a value deck, and you're just trying to maximize the amount of value that you're getting each turn from each card specifically.
Yeah.
And then I don't think that the game, from my experience so far, the Victor mirrors, they haven't really gone the full distance, like to fatigue. Sometimes they go a little bit to second cycle, but usually there's enough damage where you're just going to leak through enough and find lethal before you get to the fatigue portion of the game. And so as long as you're like maximizing your value in the first cycle, then
yeah, it seems like Victor is really a value-oriented deck with the clash cards and so many ways that you can sort of go above rate on the attacks, but then also stay on rate with the blocks. It's just a consistent value engine.
Yeah, exactly.
Cool. Is there anything else that you want to talk about or tell us?
No, thanks for tuning in, and hopefully I can dodge the Kanos and Prisms out there.
I'll tell you right now, as a Victor player, you do not want to face those Kanos.
Yeah, I'll keep trying to win.
Awesome. Well, good luck out there.
Appreciate it.
Thank you for the interview.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. We're going to go to break here, and then we're going to do a metagame breakdown.
Welcome back, everybody, to our April AGE Open. We are one round in. We've already had the chance, of course, to see a Victor mirror on stream, which Chris Iaali, being kind of forced onto the hero this weekend, still showing us why he's one of the very best in this region, if not the entire world, as is evidenced by his past results. Let's move on, though. Our next matchup, before we get into that, we can talk about a metagame breakdown, right? Because before we get that, because in Phuket, we had a lot of, Kayo and Dromai, right? The third next most represented deck was Victor, who's really popular in that region. There were 7 Prisms and a lot of Hatchets, Dorinthea, but,
I think the Hatchets, Dorinthea, Stonks are going up.
If you want to win, don't play Dawnblade. You have to be really good. Trust me, I'm not really good, and I don't win as Dawnblade. So don't do it. Just play Hatchets, okay?
Mitch can't do it, neither can you.
No, I mean, you might be able to do it even if I can't. But don't. You're better off just eating crayons and playing the Hatchets list. Anyway, let's talk metagame breakdown. Oh, have a look at this. The Golden Sun reigns supreme here, or rather, behind our top 3. So we had a lot of Dromai, Dorinthea, Leviah. I've seen 2 Hatchets Dorintheas already. One of them winning, one of them pairing into Dromai. So you know how that goes. A lot of players wanting to continue to ride the high of the Ash Artist after her showing at the Pro Tour. 5 Leviahs here. Well, it wouldn't be SoCal, not for a few Leviahs. Of course, we have Angel Benitez here, who's been a prolific Leviah player. A number of others. Then Victor. 5 Victors represented. Only 3 KOs represented here. What?
Wow, he's fallen off a little bit in this meta.
Yeah, which is just, that's just ridiculous to really imagine. We have a singular copy of Bravo. That's got to be Alan Huang. There's no one else who would be doing that. 3 Kano, Peter Vidensik. Probably ran into AB12 in his first matchup and wasn't able to win that one. I only overheard that conversation. Some Katsu. Saw some Katsu play, of course, on the Phuket stream overnight. Big shout out, of course, to the gang on that broadcast team. Obviously, Ethan, Pankaj, Sam. Sam, one of our locals. But yeah, a lot of Leviah. Dorinthea, very powerful right now. Just offering probably some of the most disgusting value. I think a triple hit turn equates to like a 2-card 12. So yeah. That's kind of messed up.
Yeah, the value is offset by the killing yourself aspect of the deck, but
yeah,
it's a lot when things line up.
Oh, you mean the Leviah, of course.
I'm
yes,
sorry,
yes. Also, Dorinthea obviously gives you that
yeah, I'm sorry. Dorinthea is just doing that without the drawback.
The only way you're killing yourself is inside because you're not playing Dawnblade.
Yeah, it hurts so much to get 12 value every game off the
Okay, doesn't hurt that badly. Let's jump on to our next game, though. It's going to be fun. Todd Kotow here on Victor Goldman. He actually has a badge there, like a store clerk. It says Victor, the Golden Sun.
Yeah.
Yep. So Todd obviously...
That was his real name for like a 5-minute period. I was like, that's interesting.
Because it looks so normal and mundane. He had this Victor badge on it.
He actually gave me a copy of a Victorless Victor when I went to the Pro Tour. He gave me just the horse.
Just the horse? We don't know if the horse, by the way, is the one that's named Victor or not. Tyler Horspool is in rare form. I shouldn't say rare because he's always up to something. This time, Tyler Horspool is in character on Dash.io. The only Dash.io here, I'm pretty sure, though, that Tyler paid this hero, at the calling at the very least here. I don't think he's in the PT. And yes, he's got all the accoutrements there. Fantastic horse sippy cup. Victor, the horse sippy cup, in fact.
Yeah, that is Victor. That's Victor.
That's as far as
that's it.
Look at Todd's hero card.
He's got it right there on screen.
Yeah,
it was such a wonderful gift, to get one of those. So now maybe he and I think about 50 other people have that card.
Okay.
It'd been given them out as presents.
I love that. That is a fun altar. Yeah, it remains to be seen which one is actually named Victor, of course. Tyler, he's a man of theatre. School teacher in his regular life, but out here he loves to talk trash and loves to sling some cardboard on the Dash.io today. Very quickly, here's Tyler Horspool. Favorite memory experience from Pro Tour LA, being told to play the calling instead of day 2. 3-0 into 0-3 drop. I mean, who drops from the Pro Tour at 3-0? That is wild. Again, Chris Iaali racking up the participation points. Love a bit of trash talk between those two. And he also bigging up Zane Johnson as someone who we didn't get on stream in the first round. He's playing Prism today, and it is indeed an incredible player out here from SoCal. So, after the races we go here, Dash.io. Let's talk a little bit about what we should expect from this. Symbiosis shot, of course, the weapon of choice.
Yeah, so the Dash.io player, as every Dash.io player is sort of pigeonholed into, is going to be aggressive because those items don't block. So we're expecting to see Tyler Horspool try to put the gas on and never let it up. We're looking for key cards like High Octane and sometimes even Tome of Fiendal, which can be a really big card when you've got a bunch of action points to play. Pop that from the arsenal, heal up a bunch, draw 2 cards, and keep going.
All right, see a backup protocol red in the hand there. Looks like a 0 to 60 to work with. And again, we'll be going hard and fast here against someone who will want to play defensive, right? We have Titan's Fist, Aurum Aegis here set up for Todd. So yeah. Interesting that we have no Miller's Grindstone here, as we are trying to help the Dash maybe deck out a little bit quicker, but...
Yeah, I think the choice to bring Titan's Fist is more into decks like Kayo, where you can be so punished for losing that clash that it's just... You don't have the deck space for both, so you pick one over the other. And he decided to go with Titan's Fist in his list.
Now remember, Dash.io says you can look at the top card of your deck at any time, and once per turn you can play an item with cost 0 or 1 from the top of your deck as though it were an instant. It does cost an extra 1 to play here. So we played a backup protocol off the top. It looks like another one here with Crank, of course, to maintain
3 item start is exactly what you want to see.
Okay.
Really great turn 0 here from Tyler. Just setting up, passing it over. Doesn't give Todd a chance to filter. 3 counters on his pistol already.
And that's an optical monocle being deployed there, which will have 5 steam counters when it comes in. And you can remove a steam counter to opt. So Tyler wants to set up the top of his deck as much as he can. There's no risk of boosting, non-mech cards out, but you want to be able to, rip more items off the top here. He's got a whole set of them to work with already.
Yeah, I was a little bit worried for Tyler in this matchup. Seeing that start, though, is phenomenal.
Okay, peek at the top here. Todd presenting a Rouse the Ancients, showing a Golden Sun here, and a Thunderquake in the blue. Pitching, of course, that blue Macho Grande, which is more of a game ender, unless you're in a Victor Mirror, of course, when it's just good damage.
I wonder if he'll opt to Arsenal that Golden Sun without any gold yet. I guess he has the shield, so it's not too big of a risk.
Yeah, gold on demand. Might favour to make use of that to block first, otherwise that is a bit of a value loss. So just 1 card block here for Tyler. Todd follow up with just a Titan's Fist here, so nothing too threatening, just sending 4. We are pitching to Dash.io here. We know it's on the top.
Blocking some damage. The defensive Dash.io play.
Is that the Dissolving Shield?
Dissolving Shield. You can take a counter off at instant speed and block 1 damage, up to 3, which he chooses to do immediately, cashing it in and taking no damage off that hit, or 1 damage off that hit.
Of course, having to pay 1 to get that off the top of the deck here, so the backup protocol red's going to go away. That means we can get a card back. Oh yeah, I don't think that goes into hand. It goes onto the top, right? So I guess he's just...
For the protocol?
Yes.
Yeah, that goes into hand.
Into hand,
yep.
Right. So returns that red from his graveyard here. We're going to opt with that optical monocle. Send it to the bottom.
Might be looking for an item that he can play to get an extra action point, or...
0 to 60 boost.
Possibly he had a non-mech card, and he wants to clear that away to make sure he gets go again.
Yeah, how much non-mech cards are you including in this list? I feel like you need it to be pretty streamlined, don't you?
You do need it to be pretty streamlined, but the Tome of Fiendal is a very popular one to include.
We see the Mage Master boots here for Tyler, so you're onto something there.
That's actually a really interesting choice. You can still get the action point to play the Tome if you
High
run...
Octane, right?
Exactly. Well,
Even
you can
Achilles
get it from High
Accelerator,
Octane.
right?
Exactly. So Achilles Accelerator, if you boost, you can use the boots for the action point. But it seems like he wants to maybe have the option to play those Tomes without boosting first. So it's an interesting choice to bring those in over the Achilles Accelerators.
Tyler, of course, being able to, use his resource pretty effectively on his opponent's turn there by using his dash ability and also popping that backup protocol, so making sure that blue got value. Now, feels like a wizard in Mechanologist, this Dash IO deck.
A lot of instance, doing stuff on your opponent's turn.
Is that just an underloop?
Yeah, underloop 1 for 4. If it hits, it'll go to the bottom of his deck.
Keep it coming, as he knows that the victor would love for him to run out of cards at some point. Although I will say Todd is playing more aggressively here. Tyler not also incentivizing a ton of blocking yet from the victor, just a couple of 0 for 4s.
Yeah, I expect the aggression coming from Victor is actually what he wants to be doing here, since he can potentially have on hits that Tyler might not be able to block.
Catch him without good blocking cards as well.
Exactly. If he can hit a Spinal Crush, this is brutal for Tyler.
You might have been right about that Omega's getting traded in to power a Golden Sun.
Yep.
As that now is getting put in front to block. And then Todd, of course, can trade it in.
Yeah, looking to get the value from his arsenal here rather than let it sit and clog up. Cashing in that shield.
Tyler has a peek, just make sure he likes what he sees. And the Symbiosis shot's going to get in for 2. Obviously, it's a weapon that, gets stronger as items come into play, but a high octane turn means you can you can let many of those shots go in quick succession.
Yeah, up to 12 damage can be stored on that pistol.
Pretty deadly stuff. Here is our draw up from Tyler. So we think we know what Todd is angling for this turn. Not cracking the shield.
A knee strike.
Strike first.
2 cards in hand.
And again, this aggressive game plan is what we saw play out from both of our Victor players in round 1. Get those 5 power chain starters, or a 7 if you have that rouse, followed up with a big attack. With Titan's Fist, it feels less compelling, but we do know what Todd is sitting on here. Okay, our adaptive plating is reached for. Tyler says, ship the damage, sir. I take it.
Probably opting to save that equipment for a potential on-hit, but a little bit of an IP penalty as he comes in with just the Titan's Fist.
Spark of Genius in the hand there for Tyler.
Yeah. And something I love about the adaptive plating, being able to cash in those items that you weren't going to use anyway for an additional 2 block. 3 block on an armor piece is fantastic.
Yeah, very, very powerful. Some dashes we see, or other Inveterate Extraordinaire, we use an Evo in that slot, but that adaptive plating, we're not going to use a backup protocol. There's actually not a lot left in the graveyard to make use of here. So off the top came another item. Might have been a fuel injector.
Yeah, I think this one says that you can destroy it for a resource. Is that right?
You put it on the bottom of your deck.
Oh, don't destroy it. So it's something that you can continuously loop while still playing it out, getting counters on the pistol. That's actually a really important item for the fatigue matches. If you anticipate going to the end of your deck, you don't have a real weapon as dash unless you have this card, because then it can continually be played and cycled and allow you to continue attack with that pistol.
Yeah, item that keeps coming off the top. Obviously, it only costs 1 to do that, so it pays itself back when you pop it. Again, being able to keep things going here. Now, we have a T-bone, so Todd has to offer a blocking equipment here. There aren't a lot of great candidates, but again, the Guardwell Balance of Justice, having already blocked and get in there and not lose any value. Did he block with that already? Or was it the first time?
Yeah,
okay,
so this is blocking for 0.
Yep. Which is fine. That is allowed. Here comes off the top. It's a Teklo Core.
Tyler's hitting a lot of items. This is exactly what the dash player wants to see. Items after items after items off the top.
Yeah, he's able to opt, of course. The Teklo Core is going to give him some of those extra resources. He could follow now with a Spark of Genius. He has a Dissolving Shield in hand, I think. We actually don't know what is in his arsenal at this time. So
yeah.
The meta, Captain Talon, we briefly talked about. It is Dromai, followed by Dorinthea and Leviah, 6, 5, and 5, respectively. And then 5 Victors. So not only 3 KOs right now.
Yeah, I think last AGE only had 1 Victor, so this is a huge switch over to Victor.
I tell you what, while he's shuffling, I'll give it to you. There you go.
Yeah, there it is.
And
5
it's gone.
Victors.
It's gone. So do you have the Dissolving Shield come down?
Yep. It looks like he cranks it so that he can gain his action point back and continue his turn after using that tutor card.
I believe also Tyler is protecting his arsenal with a Card Guys challenge coin, which you only get by challenging them and beating them at an event. This is something that Josh Lau does as well. Just make sure that your opponent knows that is your arsenal card, and we can't have any shenanigans where they get mixed up or anything like that, as that has definitely happened before. Yeah, it feels like okay to crank Dissolving Shield, right? Like you lose a point of block, but you still get your action point back. It's just nice to have 2 block.
Turn. It's one of the cards that I'm happiest to crank because 2 block still covers things up. It's really nice.
Okay. Yeah, we might have missed a Tunic counter there.
Ah, that can happen. Tough to remember,
I mean,
especially if
Todd
you're
is trying to figure out what the heck -IO does.
Yeah.
Don't blame him. Okay. Oh, boosted off the top is a max velocity.
Okay.
A rueful grimace there. I can't imagine Tyler was trying to deploy that within the next 2 turn cycles anyway.
Yeah, you want to arsenal that card and save it for a pop-off turn. But he'll have to wait for the next one.
0 to 60 presents our 0 to 4. Todd says, okay, I take this. Peek at the top for Tyler as he has a Dissolving Shield to play down now. We don't need to crank it. So that's 3 block just sat there. Man, there's a lot of items to work with here. What was the call holding the extra card and use the armor to block the attack? We call it an IP penalty, self-imposed. I'm not sure. Here come the Golden Sun. Sands. Well, okay. We're gonna. Yeah. Again, you don't crack the shield for a gold. It is a gold virtually. So 10 overpower coming on in.
Yeah, cracking the gold and having none available is a potentially dangerous play to do early on because you can end up in a position where you clash and you don't have the ability to reclash. So typically victors like to have at least 1 gold on the field before they go to 0. So this is a bit of a risky play using this early, but I think given the cards in his hand, this was probably the most damage he could present and he just had to send it, made that choice to risk future turns.
Again, we've seen a Max V boosted away here. Those are obviously the most threatening in clash scenarios. I think what else we have? Red Zipper hits here.
Yeah. I think the only one that really wins is Max V if you also hit an attack. Now, there are non-attacks, but those will lose anyway.
That's true. Yeah, non-attack still loses to 0 power.
Ah.
Pummel! Okay. Tyler now. We're cashing in those 2 Dissolving Shields, of course. Oh, he has a high octane in hand here.
Yeah.
Now, is it a UK pummel? No, it is not.
Just getting rid of one of his items. Not too sad to see that go. It's a forget the name of it, but it gives
amplifier.
Yeah, it gives dominate to your boosted attacks.
Oh, well and good. Probably not part of the game plan here though for Tyler.
It's actually really good when you're trying to hit your grenades off the top. When you
yes.
see a grenade, you give it dominate, and then you can kind of guarantee that that's going to hit.
An extra 4 damage for you
Yep.
of the red boom grenade variety. We are opting with our monocle. What are we working with here? That might be another fuel injector, a T-bone, a high octane. Not a lot to be boosting with this turn. Still 1 floating. We're going to play that out. Fuel injector comes down. Okay, replaces itself. That's fine.
Yeah, interesting. His pistol has full counters, so he's not getting the extra value playing these items yet.
He needs to fire them off at some point. Here comes the high octane.
But it looks like he just didn't want to draw it up, so cleared it out of the way.
Oof. I think Tyler wanted a boost card here.
Yeah.
Again, each time you boost, gaining an action point. You can do that with the T-bone easily enough.
Yeah, but only 1 extra action point. Not what he wanted to see here.
No, not at all. What is an arsehole? Perhaps another boost card there. Oh, okay, it's a throttle. Oh, it's a red throttle. Okay, respectable damage here. BIOS update being pitched, rather boosted away. And gain yourself an action point. So we have 2 AP. This is not bad. I mean, that still represents, 6 damage off the Symbiosis shot.
Good to clear those counters up and go wide here. With the life disparity, he definitely needs something like this to get a little bit back into the game.
Todd here, of course. Looking for a reasonable way to block this attack. Usually 2-3 blocks does it, but we might want to clash here. Not a whole lot on the top of Tyler's deck in terms of those high-powered attack action cards.
Looks like he's considering not blocking here.
I mean, you had that life buffer.
He does have the life buffer, and maybe he likes his 4 cards, but keeps hovering, and he gives 1 eventually.
The buckling blow. All right. Still a T-bone here, which is just going to get the balance of justice treatment once more. And then we fire off some shots. Here we go. Shoot you for 2. Never feels good trying to block 2. Okay, we are
Just given
preserving
the
life.
equipment. Huh.
I mean, I guess I would be saving that for boom grenade empowered attacks normally. Like you want to
I
prevent
don't
those on
think
hits.
that that's going to prevent anything from the boom grenade, because the boom grenade is just damage from
Yes.
an item.
I mean, you
so-
just don't want to like just to prevent on hits.
Sure,
right?
yeah, to only give one card and cover up the break points there, especially when they're dominated. We saw the convection amplifier being discarded earlier.
It's true.
But if one of those was out,
Another backup protocol red here for Tyler. What will he bring back with that? Maybe another.
oh, so he can crank that and it counts as another attack. So he's still going wide here. He's piecing together a turn from what kind of felt like scraps when we looked at his hand earlier.
Yeah, he obviously can. Well, he gains that action point, right? Does it count as a boost for the purposes of?
It won't.
Fabtcg?
Well, so when he gets the boost card back from his graveyard, that's the boost, right?
Yes,
So he's pulling something, probably a 0 to 60 or maybe a zipper hit.
Yep. Just to keep us going. Yeah, 0 to 60 would make sense, right?
Yep.
He does have that one floating, so zipper hit is also reasonable, but you do need to pay to crack that backup protocol costs too. So looking for another boost attack.
Well, he has the fuel injector on the battlefield that can help him pay for that.
He has enough. That's right. All right, we're doing a little bit of quick math here.
Yeah.
Definitely no reason not to try and divest oneself of all of these remaining cards if you're Tyler.
They're both going for the vertical shuffle on their hands.
Yeah, all right, very based. The Kibler vertical shuffle.
I can't shuffle while playing. I just drop my cards all over the table.
To be fair, I try and shuffle while playing because I just have a fixation and then I drop my cards.
Yeah.
So, so Josh Lau recently appearing on the Instant Speed podcast saying that he thinks it's absurd because you just drop your cards.
There's no reason to do it.
Also, playing Dory and showing your opponent what is in your hand is a super bad idea.
Yeah.
So
we got the blue throttle coming down, boosting. Getting some more action points here. So this turn is really starting to come together in terms of getting the value off that pistol.
Blue Throttle is still respectable 4.
Yeah, not a bad card. And he's got 2 floating so that he can crack his protocol there and get another attack on the chain.
0 to 60 in theory, right? To be a 0 cost. Oh, no, he has the injector still. So
right,
it
he could
be a zipper.
I don't know if he played a zipper hit, if it's in his graveyard or not. If he did, that's probably the right choice. But we'll have to wait and see.
Right. Todd here, of course, fairly reluctant to block this turn, giving only the equipment of the Gauntlets of Iron Will so far. Here's the blue choke slam. I'll take 1. Tyler, wondering how many yees he has left to whore in this game.
Thinking deeply.
I wonder if he got that.
There's the 0 to 60.
Yeah.
No zipper hit in there, so.
Yeah, hey, look, you're paying 2 for a 0 for 4, getting it back. That seems totally fine. Cashing that in now.
And the nice thing too here is that he can keep the fuel injector for a later turn.
Yeah.
No need to pay
Here we go.
1 for 1 damage.
Ever wider. Here's another boost. We're up to 3 action points now.
Yep.
So that means 6 more damage off the Symbiosis shot. We've already fired 1 shot. So Symbiosis here for 8 this turn.
Look at that. Just damage coming through.
He's face up now, though. So, well, again, he can always, if it's a 0 cost item on the top of his deck, he can rip that with the injector.
Yeah, if he's not used it, I think his hero ability is once per turn. So it's sideways, so he can't use that anymore this turn.
That's a good point. Okay, we close the chain by the looks of things.
Yeah, he may be.
Am I missing the line here? Is there more to do outside of just some pew pew pew?
I'm not sure what he's considering here. I thought if he had a 1 floating, he might think about using the chess piece, but that doesn't really do anything without any cards in hand, and he doesn't have any cards in hand, correct?
No.
So he's just maybe thinking about
sending 6.
His future.
Okay. Why are we... Okay, we're down to 3... Yeah, okay. We're just taking all 6 at once here.
Easy. 3.
Okay. Pretty big turn from Tyler there.
Yep. Evens things up. And that was quick.
How about a Thunderquake?
10 damage.
All of a sudden, Tyler looks at the lion's share of his life total.
Yeah.
Represented on this 1 attack action from our Guardian.
And another item in hand.
Max V in hand as well. Good luck. T-Bone.
Tyler's got a very item-heavy -IO list.
A powder keg there too.
Yep.
Yeah.
Powder keg. If you play that, if it's on the field and a mechanologist weapon hits, sorry, I think it says pistol specifically, but regardless, if the weapon hits or the pistol hits, you can blow up that powder keg and destroy a piece of equipment, which is
defending equipment, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, if it's defended on the chain, so it doesn't need to be against the pistol.
It's somewhere on the chain. For Tyler's purposes, it may just be a blue.
Yeah. I'm a little bit surprised to see how much item density he has in his deck. It seems like there are some turns here where he wants to boost, and he's got item. So I don't know if he's drawing poorly or if it's...
I mean, just looking at this, right? 3 fuel injectors, 2 optical monocles, 3 Tekla cores, 1 powder keg, 3 pounders.
It could be that he's got a game plan to go late, but with items that don't block... That's a hard game plan to guarantee.
I like being in the Guardian's position here. I get to relax. I get to check my opponent's graveyard. Get to check mine. And Todd obviously makes a very simple, straightforward advance on his turn. Obviously, Tyler, the onus is on him as the -IO player to figure out a wending path through his next turn. Also, ask himself if he wants to check that top card here. So dashes once per turn, but you can do it at instant speed.
Oh,
did he just say?
Picked up his arsenal card?
Actually, I don't think.
Oh no, he didn't have one. He was just setting it down. I should have known the token wasn't on top of it.
Yeah, that's it. What will it be that gets in front of this one? Something at least. Okay, the Max V. Yeah, makes perfect sense.
Not useful right now.
Foundry card also blocking. Let's block 5.
Taking 5, blocking 5, going to 11. Back over to Tyler.
Yeah, it's funny. There doesn't feel like any great civic steps opportunities here.
Right.
It kind of enables a symbiosis shot potentially.
Yeah, there's really, against pretty much every mechanologist, since they can attack multiple times per turn with their weapons, it's, you know, unless the pistol had 0 counters on it, there's really never a good time. You block 2 and then you just take 2 more. So you might as well not have equipment.
Okay, we are... Love that. Look at that card, Todd. He's leaning forward. Was that a Dynasty All-Star, right? Yeah, powder keg off the Mage Master boots, just quietly.
So this is an example of where, you know, he didn't have to boost first to get the action point. So I think maybe knowing that you have an item-heavy deck could be a liability to have to boost first.
Okay, BIOS update. T-Bone. What are we boosting? Hoping for an item. Ooh,
yeah.
We get the pounder in play.
Exactly the item you want to hit off of that. 2 costs, meaning he gets 2 extra value, 2 pitch that he didn't have to pay for here.
But he's not active until Tyler's next turn.
Correct. He'll have to. Yeah, it's the first card you boost each turn gains +2, and he's already boosted, so
hey,
that won't come into effect.
Good part of the game for that to come up. And look, with the balance of justice getting cracked, we are going to have to give something else here. The trounce. Ooh. Okay, we are trouncing.
Tyler looking at the top of his deck and deciding to play it, knowing it can't win that trounce.
Yeah, he is resolving that at instant speed. With the resource he had floating.
And a judge.
Yeah, just to clear this up, I think there's definitely the question of Tyler making sure that that top card doesn't insta-lose him a clash, although, again, he has 1 Max V left in the deck. That's the only card that really gets him there. Unless his opponent... I think we've seen like a buckling blow here from Todd, so... No, non-attacks here. So Todd is saying, yep, you can definitely do that. Tyler's like, I know, bozo. I know. That's fine. Yeah, comes in 5 steam counters. Symbiosis shot ticks up to 6, and now he resolved the trounce clash. First one, 0 to 60 into... Ooh, you don't win that one. Not into the spinal crush. Second clash. Zipper hit of the yellow variety, that's 4. And the Thunderquake. We're in the money.
Yeah, that's exactly what Victor wants to see. Gets the might, gets the vigor, gets the gold. He's ready to roll for his next turn.
Okay, that is the dream for a Victor player. So much value right there. Nothing better to follow that up than trouncing into a Golden Sun, then playing it the next turn. It's about as good as it gets. We didn't quite get there, but again, showing a 9 and 10 off the top of the deck. Todd might have used up all his good clash luck there for the whole day. That might be all for Tyler, right? Opting that away. It's not an item. We don't care for it. And what else is here? More opting.
I think he's just using the... Oh, yep. Goes down 1 more.
We are going to keep opting.
Yeah.
We're digging for something.
He needs something, and he needs it now.
Yeah, he definitely knows that the piper needs to be paid. Let's shoot you once for 2.
I wonder if he was just looking for blocking cards.
Maybe. Yeah, just trying to grease the wheels a little bit because he knows that what's coming is not going to be pretty. Victor Goldmain at his strongest here. As we move over to Todd's turn, we have a Might token.
He sure didn't find any.
No.
He's got one card, I think, that blocks in that hand.
That is absolutely diabolical draw for Tyler.
So hopefully Todd can't do a lot of damage here. With his might, his vigor, and his 3 cards.
Yeah, Victor with obviously drawing a card off the trounce, by the way. So replacing it, essentially. Plus the rest of the value. Yeah, he's doing all the fun stuff right now, I'm not going to lie. I believe that's what Riot Games in the creation of League of Legends referred to as endgame fantasy. Is what Todd is experiencing. Like being a Fed LeBlanc, feasting upon bronzes. Any of that sort of resonate?
Well, I used to be bronze tier, so.
Okay, yep,
yeah.
me too.
I got to silver once.
Okay, let's go.
That was my peak.
Dude, I mean, I haven't played League in ages. I do know the AGE Pro team love to throw down to some ARAMs. So
okay.
I'm a big fan of those.
ARAM games.
Yeah. Todd, trying to decide what kind of cookie cutter to slam down onto the Tyler Horspool dough here. As he looks to cook him with a very robust grip of 4 cards.
Putting a lot of thought into this turn.
Todd, it's me, God, the one you're talking to right now. Unga bunga him.
Yeah. I think you got the message.
I see you looking at me. I'm telling you. Throw down. Okay. Thunk into the pitch zone now.
So four resources here. And
little choke slam with the might token. Hey, that's 9. That's a nice number. How much of this are you blocking, Mr. Horspool?
2 cards in hand. Is this inefficient or is it a pummel?
Oh, goodness me. Oh, dear. Yeah, I mean, again, without go again, without the sort of resource sink of the sort of tectonic to pitch into.
Yeah.
I mean, it better be a bloody pummel. You got
well,
tuning.
I wonder if maybe the look up to the sky was a little bit of theatrics. Sometimes when you want that pummel to land, you just like pretend you don't have it. Oh, this is difficult.
I thought he was begging for forgiveness for the heinous sin he was about to commit.
Yeah, that could be. That could be.
Like that sort of pre-confession, you know what I mean?
Yeah. How could you pummel a man in that hat?
Pretty easily, actually, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, maybe that's making
That's not
the
a stretch
pummel.
for me. No mental gymnastics required.
Yeah.
It is always correct to pummel them. Oh, it's not a cowboy hat, though, is it really?
Yeah, I think that might be the reason that we pummel him. If it was a true cowboy hat, maybe you don't want to get in that fight. But
no, that's true.
With this cowboy hat, maybe you win that fight.
It was less imposing, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
He probably has, like, he probably has an ass on his chaps. Do you know what I mean? Like, they're covered.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not real cowboy.
I think he might be the kind of farmer that sticks to corn and wheat.
Okay, gotcha. As opposed to
like the
livestock.
cowboy. Yeah, there's. But that's okay. You know, that's a respectable living.
No bronco breaking, just corn milling. You know.
Yep.
All right.
Just more likely to win a fight.
Okay, sure, yeah. Voted number 1 in most likely to win a fight amongst the rest of his teaching faculty this year, Tyler Horspool, getting his banish zone returned to him. Okay, we take it.
And it resolves. So he was pretending that maybe Tyler would need to overblock, which he couldn't have done anyway with the number of items in his hand.
No Arsenal. Okay, Arsenal.
Yeah.
I was going to say, Todd put those cards.
So a little IP penalty there. That's something that's very
You're a
common
guardian,
for
right?
Victor.
Yeah.
When you win a clash and you've already calculated your turn to use 3 cards, you get a 4th, you don't have nothing to do with it. So it's not always the best thing or that useful to draw that extra card.
There's something to be said for offering the trounce first, right?
Yeah,
to get to see
if you
as much
know
as you
that
can.
way you can kind of calculate things out and maybe just block with an extra card if you can afford it.
Good point in chat there. Again, keeping 2 cards, heaving makes sense, right? That's
true.
That would be one way you make use of those.
Yeah.
Red throttle with the pounder. That's 8. Okay, blue throttle.
No, I think it's red. It should be. I see. I don't know. Oh, the choke slam.
Oh, of course.
It slammed it.
Power. He took the crush effect. Test the strength.
Because he couldn't block it. I'm sure if he could, he would.
devastating. Yeah, I mean, just can't.
But this is what's so tough about Dash.io in the end game is you get put in these positions.
A boom grenade there, yellow boom grenade gives an extra 3 damage if it goes off, but this is a full block here.
So,
he won the clash.
Yeah, giving the civic steps.
Drawing a cut. What did he just? Did he just draw a golden sun off that?
I missed it.
No, otherwise he would have an extra gold.
True.
No?
Well, he has 2. No, but you're
No,
right,
I think
right.
he did. Did he just clash a golden sun off that? Yikes.
I think he would be at 3 because he made one with the trounce.
That's true. Very good point. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. So Symbiosis shot here, not requiring a surplus of action points. This is for free. So this quicken the civic steps with 0 value.
Yeah. Well, it actually got some value.
that's true.
This is one of the
You stop the
rare
boom
times
grenade,
you
right?
can get value off of this
Yes.
card is when you stop a breakpoint with a boom grenade on top.
Great point. So yeah, civic's okay. Net value of 3.
Played by Todd.
Love that. Blue cranial. Thanks, Patsy. We're all in this together. One floating here for Tyler. That Teklo Panda is in the pitch zone as opposed to the one that's turned sideways that has been activated.
That's a lot of cards on the field right here. You got half his deck laid out there.
Yeah. It's
We'll
like
do a deck tech right now.
It's like Dromai, except, kind of underwhelming, really, because none of these terminants can actually attack for you.
Yeah.
Yes, it's alphabet soup here on Tyler's side of the board. We'll keep you up to date on any new additions here. Todd is a champion among new players. Great to have him here. Anyone know where Todd got his Victor Altar? Do you know where he got
I
them?
think he made them.
He
I
made
think
them,
that either he commissioned it or made it himself, but I know he was handing them out to friends.
I do love people's aversion of playing Victor, given that he looks so smug.
Yeah.
It's so funny. Yeah, this culturally, our generation just can't stand that kind of demeanor in people. I love it, to be honest. I think 'cause I love it. It's troll. Like people want to punch him in the face, and if I'm playing him and I'm winning, like it's just even more tilting, right? Like it's not offending me, but hopefully my opponent.
Sure. I'm in the opposite camp. I used to play Kano, and I got off him because of how much it offended my opponents. I just didn't like the feeling of making people hate playing against me. I want everyone to have fun in this game.
To be fair, I've seen like Kano players experience. I mean, every time I speak to Peter Budensik, he's like, "Yeah, I'm getting rolled by all this AB." So I don't want to offend. I mean, Victor seems inoffensive. He's kind of just like value. He's not doing anything fundamentally busted. But I just want them to look at his punchable face and go, "I'm getting punched by the punchable face."
Exactly.
It feels bad.
Yeah. His art on what's the D-React that he first emerged on? The yellow. Oh, I'm blanking.
D-React.
Or is that all you got?
Oh, is that Victor?
That's Victor.
It is.
And he looks badass in that
Hello,
art.
Chad.
He's kind of calmed down a little bit in his recent
looks like he has his entourage doing most of the fighting for him, which is a little bit, or the horse.
Going
Okay, we're down to 1.
1.
That Thunderquake, pretty hard to block in general. So, yeah, we lost the Boom Grenade. That one is expired. Getting 2 resources from our Teklo core. Hey, the board state's getting cleared up. Love to see that.
2 cards in hand. Tyler is in a bad spot here.
Tyler's about to be torn limb from limb.
Yeah.
How do we get rid of these Symbiosis shot counters? That would be nice. We're opting this card away. Those monocles are getting a little cracked, a little worn. Yeah, we are still filtering through here. Can we find our silver bullet? Only way to win against Kano is to physically just play. Okay, you guys, just play AB. Come on, like you can't. Yeah, I mean even AB3 is hard. Or just play a deck that races it.
I don't think it's so much about winning or losing. I think it's about sitting across from a Kano and not being able to interact. I think that's the tough part. It's not that he's like winning everything.
Yeah, that is fair.
That you sort of feel like you're playing against the bot on Talishar.
Yeah, it is. It is suspenseful sitting there.
Yeah.
Like every time I play Colin Honigman, he likes to tank a little bit on his Kano turns, and I'm like, "Are you dead or am I dead?" I just don't,
sometimes they're sitting there going like, "Oh man, I'm screwed."
Yeah.
But maybe if I think harder, I can get out of this hole.
All right, so Underloot came in here. We got a 2-card block. Oh, we have a High Octane active this turn. Okay. So Underloot should have boosted for us, no?
Yeah.
Okay, Foundry card. More boosting, more AP.
Yeah, he's really searching for probably an item or just something to get him out of this.
Just have a hunt down Todd for one. I've seen a lot of them on Twitter and such here. You know what, Chad? They're great people. They don't sponsor us, but Etsy, great place to find cool altars and such. You might find something similar, or ask in the Purple Discord. Ask in the purple Discord. People generally there are helpful as long as you're not asking for an Uzuri or Prism list. Hate you guys. Cringes. Just give me the list. I don't want to figure it out myself. I don't have time. I have to cast this game. Give me your deck list. I'm looking at you, Dozer. All right. We are in the tank, Tyler. What is he? I guess he's checking graveyard because maybe it's a backup protocol. I don't know if he really has the resources to make this happen.
Yeah, he couldn't play it and activate it with what's floating. You would have to pitch the card in his hand. He's got one opt left.
Oh, Trent, obviously, as one of our local judges here, saying they're legal to play. Love that.
Drawing 2.
Yeah, see, Warrior Discord channels are always Omega based, Captain Talon. Extremely based. Because they know even if they give their secrets away, they're not winning, and nor will you. I mean, if you're playing Kassai, you're probably doing okay. Are Uzuri and Prism main salty or something? No, I think they just got sick of people asking for deck lists after the first sort of come-uppance of those heroes. And people stopped giving deck lists. They were like, figure it out kind of thing. So, you know, it really depends what side of the table you sit on. Okay, Pulse Wave Harpoon. We've boosted a few times here. We're boosting yet again. So we're up to 3 action points now. And we get to see the hand. We get to pull a CNC in here. Or, alternatively, we can pull... No, we don't want to pull something in here because Todd's going to give a card either way, probably. That was a... You want the blue, right?
Yeah, I think pulling the blue is the right play because then you leave Todd with nothing, which is a huge break for Tyler. If he can get the whole hand here, that would help him with tempo, and maybe he can string something together with a real 4-card hand.
The Tech Levels in chat doesn't exist. Yeah, nor does the Victor one, actually. We say there is a Discord for it. You can ask Taylor Crawford for access. I don't really understand why they make a separate Discord, but that's fine. I'm in there. I'm checking it out. I'm stealing deck lists, trying to figure out how Warriors can beat him. We can't. Spoilers. All right, here comes the 6 damage in total from the Symbiosis shot. Todd says, okay, we'll take this.
Wow.
Did Tyler pull a CNC out of the hand?
It looks like it. I'm not sure how I feel about that choice.
Oh, you can't pull, excuse me. It's the length of the combat chain, and that gets broken.
Oh, he didn't pull anything, so he just chose to block with the CNC and send the hammer. That makes sense.
Thank you for that. Yeah, only
saying,
2.
give me 2 cards, or give me
a longer. We need a longer
Wait,
pulse wave.
He's saying, hold on, let me think.
I have no armor.
Is he popping a gold? No, he's just sending the hammer.
Oh yeah, not much to do off that. I suppose maybe you had a 4-cost attack action in Arsenal you can send if you pull a blue off that, but it's marginal.
This is a great spot to be in. Getting 2 cards for 1 late game. Now, 2 life is not a great spot to be in. So this is a fairly close game, but Todd hoping that he can catch Tyler with no blocks in his hand and just close it.
Pulse Wave Harpoon being looked at here. Yeah, in the previous turn, the combat chain wasn't long enough to get a 3-block. But of course, it's a Guardian, so Tyler just got to look at the hand at least. You do love the equivalent of button mashing when playing its Teklo. He's a warrior's nightmare, I'll tell you that much. What else is in here? Is that a Tome of Findle? Yeah, it doesn't do much here.
Yeah, maybe he's thinking about arsenaling it. It's a little bit too late, I think, to put that in the arsenal. Just a little too risky, saying...
Give it up.
Yeah. So he blocks with it.
Okay, so we can opt one more time, right?
Will he opt to opt?
We still have the Pounder in place, so there's a value to be gained. Also, some free resources here.
Useful.
But the bazaar of items is starting to get cleared out here.
Oh,
okay.
Just replaces it.
That is fine if you're planning to survive too much longer.
Tyler would love to see another high octane here pretty soon.
We just boost an attack action into a Symbiosis shot, perhaps?
Seems likely.
Perhaps you have the resource density also to... Okay, boom
grenade. And
cranked. And a zipper hit. Okay. Send a breakpoint.
Yep, that's asking for 3 cards this turn to keep Todd alive, which is good. Expecting another hammer back from Todd next turn. So we've got this loop right now.
The boom grenade, the attack needs to hit, right, for the boom grenade to go off?
So he has to give 2 cards here.
2 cards, yeah. Oh!
Why is he
offering the? It's a very red hand. This is a huge stumble for Todd.
How much is the zipper hit coming in for?
Just 7. Right?
Oh, 7 because, okay, I wasn't sure if he still had the pounder out. So
no, so he has the perfect block in 3 cards.
That's
so
massive, and now he gets to send the... This is his whole hand. This is what Tyler needed. He needed to pull every card from Todd's hand.
Yep, he's going to get it too.
Oh, wow. Okay.
That is big. Getting the 3 cards, that's massive.
Yep.
2, I mean, look, it's a Spinal and 2 red pummels. That is a huge stumble for the Victor deck here. Tyler gets to draw up and try and make something happen here. Still 4 counters on the Symbiosis shot. Free resources and the looming threat of this boom grenade, which, I mean, if Todd gets hit anyway, he's dead. Can't get hit for any amount of damage, basically.
I mean, the boom grenade is dead this turn. He had to crank it last turn. So when the start of turn happens, that's going to go in the graveyard. But it was a really interesting choice to use that because what it did was basically say, you can't block this for 6 and go to 1. You must block with 3 cards from hand.
Getting an extra card.
So that was a really heads-up play by Tyler.
Can Tyler end the game? I mean, again, no convection amplifier. I don't think we have any overloads here. As I do the fists, I'm trying to think of
the payload?
Payload, that's the one.
There we go.
Yeah.
So just boosting as T-Bone here, 3 power. But man, 4 cards from a Dash.io is scary because it's very likely to be able to go 5 wide with 4 cards.
T-Bone seems good, gets the Terrace under. Hey. We like those. What is on top? Is it compelling enough here for Tyler? Having those extra resources is pretty nice. Again, Boom Grenade just says you can't go to 1 again. I still think that's very powerful. A lot of the other stuff to come off the top probably doesn't move the needle on this particular turn.
No.
Checking our Banish. What have we boosted away already? What do we have access to left in the deck? Dash.io has a tendency, of course, to burn through pretty quickly.
He may be checking for high octanes. Make sure he has 1 left. I think he has 1 left in the deck.
That would be, I mean, if you have, that would be hard to block.
Maybe not for this turn, but just setting up a lethal. You know, at this turn, his goal is probably get 4 cards again and then see if you can line something up where you go 5 wide. The danger is him bricking on an all-item hand. If he sees that...
So he needs to stay on the offensive here.
He needs to see all his boost cards right here, right now. And he goes for the...
Foundry Heart, boost.
Foundry Heart.
Spark of Genius and another Mechanologist card going away there. What we got? Okay. Off the top comes an item.
Oh,
boom grenade again.
Grenade. Cranking this is huge because it gives 2 potential attacks on the Symbiosis shot.
Yes. Yeah, I mean, again, cranking those instant speeds, getting basically a free action point. It's like Spirit of Arena Lumina level. Nice. And a lot of shots here. Okay, 2 AP to work with.
I like sending this in now, sort of holding
just the 1,
your hand. Yeah, just forcing.
Oh, breakpoints galore.
That's it. That's got to be it, right?
You can't block this out.
Unless
you got 2 cards left
he has a D-React in his arsenal. I don't think he brought D-React.
2 cards.
And he blocks real quick.
Hey,
and there it is.
Got him with that last Symbiosis shot.
I'm not gonna lie, I was not expecting the comeback there from Tyler. That looked like it was in Victor's favor the whole time there. Todd not able to block all the way out at the end there, that last turn.
Yeah, I mean, it's really tight. I mean, Tyler has to just not block so much of what Todd is throwing his way. Fortunately, the Victor can't present that many disruptive on-hits. There was that really nasty choke slam that affected Tyler when, you know, he wanted to come in with the Teklo Pounder and get value from that. He was denied that for a particular turn. A lot of time deliberating, a lot of time digging. Again, the boom grenade off the top, it's fine. It was really the action point he wanted.
Yep. The action point is what sent that over. Sending the pistol in, stripping a card, and then a break point.
It's been great to see, obviously, these Dash.io decks pop up ever since Tom Dowling, I think, in Auckland went 8-0, I think, undefeated, maybe 11-0, undefeated into
this
top
was
8.
The week after, or just a few weeks after Dash.io first came out.
Yep.
And we haven't seen a lot of Dash.io finishes since then. It's kind of fallen off.
Usually we get like 1 or so at tournaments here and there. Again, you can see the fragility of that deck. It doesn't necessarily block all that well, but it can really lay on the damage, and finding action points out of nowhere is a really big deal.
I think one of the interesting things is one of the things that pushed the Dash.io out of the meta was threatening on hits, because if you get hit with something and you can't block it and it's threatening, you're done. But seeing the Dash.io beat a Guardian, what on hits are more threatening than a Guardian, maybe a Ranger. But after that, like this is the exact matchup that was pushing Dash.io out. To see the Dash win here it's really interesting.
Went really close. We're going to have to bring Tyler in and get some words from him. Quick interview. But first, we've got to go to a short break, get that set up. Thanks for joining us. That was the end of round 2 of our AGE April Open. We'll see you in a moment. That's right, only here at AGE do we cut a break time short to get you the action straight away. It's your bad bandito doing bad things. Tyler Horspool here, joining us in the booth. Nice Dash.io game, by the way. I mean, very, very diabolical Dash.io game, excuse me. Again, that matchup doesn't seem super comfortable a lot of the time for you, but you got a lot of those non-block hands and items sometimes clunking up things. How do you feel like it played from your seat?
I just got in there hooting and hollering, and then he hooted and hollered me back.
Yep.
And I didn't expect that. I expected him to block more, and he didn't give me any chances to do any maximum velocities or things, that we find in the Wild West.
Yeah, right. Just rustling out there amongst the tumbleweed.
Yeah, and can you believe the audacity? He coming at me with a horse character.
Yeah, it's true.
Me.
Just the horse, by the way. I was like, who's the cowpoke? Who's the Bronco here? I couldn't tell half the time.
Yeah, Todd, generally a great guy, but maybe not after today, you know.
Is this town big enough for the two of you?
Definitely not.
You played Dash.io at Pro Tour. How did that feel? And sort of, why you are you bullish on this deck right now? Obviously, you're bringing it here. You showed us a great game. Where do you feel she shines? Do this in character. Good luck. Good luck, brother.
How about I hold your head underwater for just a little while? Yeah, I'm gonna pop out.
Yeah, sure.
The dash, it's a little bit of a sore spot because so I brought it to play against all of the brutes that are going to be there. Yeah. I think it races very well. Probably might be the best racing deck in the format, especially when things are going well, because it's also one of those decks that can beat itself very easily.
Yeah.
And I have my own sauce for if somebody's trying to block out, trying to not die to damage. I think Todd knows that, so he's trying to throw a loop to me by presenting damage. So you saw me blocking with my maximum velocities because I could see that the game was going low and I wasn't going to be able to get one off. So what happened at the PT was I got paired into 2 contract assassins in the first 4 rounds, and there's only 7 assassins, and they're both playing contract.
I hate contract assassin, man.
It might be the worst matchup for me, or close to.
Yeah.
Because not only am I boosting away my cards, they're also helping me get rid of my
yeah,
cards.
Sure.
And they're also playing the full suite. Like one of them was playing unmovables against me, and I'm just like, all right, well, I didn't expect to play against this. So I did still day 2. Went 4-3, but then I ended up I ran into James White on the street, honestly, and I was like, hey James, should I play the Calling or should I play Pro Tour? And I told him a little bit about my deck and how I feel like my Dash.io deck has a couple things that are different from the traditional builds that might do well. And he's like, hey, if you believe in yourself, go for it. Go for the big glory. Don't go to top 16 of Pro Tour. Go win a Calling with this deck. And I started off 3-0 feeling as high as you can be, and then I 0-3'd after that.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh my gosh, this hat. All right, I'm back in character now.
All right, so your boy Chris Iaali's out there on Victor. You've already dealt with the Victor. How do you feel about Chris getting coerced? I heard he got taken hostage, bounty on his head. They made him play the gold main.
I mean, there's all sorts of players out here, but Chris is a well-known Guardian main since forever. Yeah. He loves Guardians.
He looks like he's having fun, yeah.
He's up there with the Charles Dunns of the world. I assume his name is Charles Dunn because after the first round, he's, done.
Come on. Oh, yeah, well-known guy who played Chris Iaali. Mostly on Bolton recently. But, yeah, good to see him back in the saddle, so to speak.
Absolutely.
How's it going to go down if you two cross paths?
Oh, well.
Going to be 6 shooters at sunset?
You've watched Chris Iaali play in the first round. He's not a quick draw.
Quicker than dead out here at the AG April Open. Thanks for joining me, Mr. Horspool, and good luck to you. Hopefully you evade law enforcement and bounty hunters for as long as possible. We'll be back after this break with round number 3 here as our players start to get situated for their runs at top 8.
Yeehaw, everybody.
Yeehaw. Welcome back, everybody. Round 3 is just around the corner here at our April AGE Open. We've already seen 2 rounds of play, including an interesting Dash.io win, which I was quite impressed to see against the victor, of course, Tyler Horspool there. Calling Orlando champion, I want to say, going back, or Vegas, it might have been. Either way, he's pretty damn good at the game. Our next game features 2 people quite good at the game. One of them definitely very notable. One Charles Dunn will be sat at the table here, of course. Your current national champion, formerly out of Pittsburgh, relocating here to SoCal, obviously a game dev on Diablo 4, and part of the fabled Runaways roster, who, many of which found great success at the Pro Tour. Cody Williams, I think we got to see on stream. We got to talk to him. They're very happy with the Hatchet's Dorinthea list, Michael, they've developed.
Yeah. The take used to be that Dawnblade was the preferred weapon of choice in a Dromai because you could just put those counters on the Dawnblade and build it up. But it sounds like Charles Dunn feeling really comfortable into Dromai with hatchets.
Well, funny you should say that because this Runaways list features a Dawnblade in the sideboard for just this occasion.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so, but what I find interesting about that is that you can definitely stack counters with it, but there's not as much support for the Dawnblade in this list. Let's jump in. Be Chris Stidger here. Local from Odyssey. I actually played him earlier this week. Hatchets versus his Dromai list. I got there, but it wasn't the smoothest game. Loves Dromai. Really a big fan of that deck. Charles Dunn, though, again, listen, doesn't matter who you are, getting paired up against the current national champion never feels particularly exciting. But yeah, expect to see that the Dawnblade come out here. Now, you do have go again sources, but Blade Runner is a one-handed weapon only go again.
Right.
So that card is blocking in this matchup.
Okay. So he brings it in anyway. There's no space to cut it. So he just says, I'll use this as a blocking card and move on to the more relevant cards on offense. That's interesting.
I look at, and he probably has some support for it, maybe like in the sideboard, right? But cards like Glint the Quicksilver still do the job. There's no like run through, right?
Right.
That's like a decent option instead of Blade Runner, which works on your Dawnblade as well as on a Hatchet. It's a target sword attack. Aha.
Right.
So that's why you can't include it there. So, cards like In the Swing can be effective. It has to be on the second attack, but not always easy to guarantee that. Against Dromai, though, you definitely can if you can sort of eat up a dragon here. The Dawnblade plan against Dromai is generally to try and stack up Dawnblade counters until you have about 3.
Right.
Once you have about 3, you want to start killing a dragon and going at Dromai's face.
Right.
Sort of one after another here. So that's the plan. But at first, you probably see Charles spend a bit more time clearing dragons here. And Chris, at some point, will have to say, should I even deploy more than one dragon at a time? Because I don't want to be guaranteeing my opponent a Dawnblade counter every turn.
Yeah, I wonder if the matchup changes much when you have an aggressive Dromai list. Looking at this here, it does not appear to be terribly aggressive. So we've got more of a big dragon plan from Chris Stidger, which is, I have to imagine, not the position you want to be in against a Dawnblade when you rely solely on dragons for your offense.
Red line's a lot better against Dawnblade Dory here, but Nourishing Emptiness turn 0 is pretty darn good. This is going to ask Charles for some of that equipment here. So the Dynamos and, of course, the Braces get in front. Again, can't always guarantee 2 sword swings with Dawnblade because you can get stuffed on the first one. But if you're eating dragons and have go again, you can get that value. It's just not as smooth to get as if you had hatchets.
Just snap blocking with that shows that he didn't have to think at all about whether or not to give up equipment there.
Driving Blade here will guarantee non-conditional go again and give a buff. It's pretty expensive to play, but again, here, definitely relevant. So this is the Dawnblade coming in with go again. There's no dragons to eat up here as Chris only spent his first turn sort of cracking that gold and sending the Nourishing in. So Charles probably doesn't have... This deck is lighter on attack reactions to guarantee Dawnblade hits, right? The Hatches list doesn't have a lot anyway. Getting Tomotai here, though, probably feels pretty good. Can blow up your Dynamos, deny you a lot of value. You can even eat Tunic. Charles just says, okay, this is getting through. We have the sort of, what are they called? The ones that, the Ward Gauntlets. There we go. That's what they are.
Interesting choice to block with the
Wave of Reality, excuse me.
Yeah. I almost wonder if it would have been better for him to just throw that in Arsenal if he didn't have the option to play it, but decides to go for the E-Strike and block with it.
There's an E-Strike for 7 here. And again, the blocking pattern when you're playing with Dawnblade is actually fairly... Normally, you don't want to block too heavily when you have Dawnblade. You want to get as much value out as if you can. But you can see Charles's hand here is a Glint the Quicksilver and a Sigil of Solace. So to some degree, still wants to deploy that Sigil, gain that life. If he has a go-again enabler in Arsenal, then it's on. Here it is, just the Dawny B. 2 floating. And again, still representing like a reaction. No dragons to gobble up yet, though. So this is not, for those watching, this is not a typical Dawnblade strategy. This is more awkward to make work. But Charles really says he likes it here. Sigil comes out. famous card, one that Charles definitely likes to play in basically every deck he has.
Doesn't surprise me to see that in this list, although I don't think most Hatchet's Dorinthea lists are playing the Sigil.
No. Can be relevant, though. Here's Dromai, first dragon finally making an appearance.
Yeah, pushing some damage, but also opportunity for counters.
Yes, Charles obviously with the old school equipment layout. Justin does that as well, but he has them in a square.
Yeah.
It tilts me, but hey.
I don't like it either.
It's allowed. So follow the Dromai up with an E-strike now. 5 go against. There's more where that came from.
Charles just valuing the life total, blocking out very efficiently here.
Yeah, it doesn't need to do too much. Stay nice and healthy. Dust up here as a chain ender. Now, we didn't have 2 sword attacks last turn, so Valiant Dynamos are not on. Dust up represents an absurd amount of value here on a 0 for 4. Also, it's snappable, of course, and that's something Charles has to be aware of. This could get go again. So we will risk it and take the on-hit here. So make an Ashwing. Make an Ashwing?
No.
No, okay.
Just the Ash.
Good choice from Chris. You definitely want to deny the Ashwing creation
Looks
here.
like he knows this matchup and the correct way to play that.
Okay, but we will still get go again here. So 2 attacks with the Dawnblade now. Coming in for 3 for our second. Warrior's Valor requires a hit of the Dawnblade to go again. That is guaranteed against the dragon. And here it is, Fate Foreseen.
Interesting choice there. Likes his hand, wants to keep all of it.
Yes, 4 cards to play off. I mean, Chris will be sitting, again, he sees a Dawnblade, he will Arsenal defense reactions. It is the antithesis to that Dawnblade strategy. Down, but last-ditch effort, in the deck here for Charles Dunn. So we're expecting to get pretty low on cards here. Burn Them All comes out. That does mean that Chris needs to deploy dragons to carry that arcane damage.
Yep. And we also see a Blaze Headlong, which I must have missed earlier. I think I see he's only running 2 copies of that, but still good for the aggressive game plan. And perhaps he sided out some of the dragons knowing what he was up against in Charles Dunn's Dawnblade list.
Charles now has a way to cover this breakpoint with the Valiant Dynamo.
Yep, lots of attack actions here.
Throwing them out. Yeah, last-ditch effort. Not super relevant here. Oh, this might just be a friendly Command and Conquer turn.
It could be that Charles Dunn has a game plan of fatigue into an attack action-oriented Dromai, saying, I don't care if you put dragons out or not, because I'm the fatigue master. I'll block you out and take the value either direction you go.
I do want to point out, like, this matchup for the Dorinthea player requires a really deep understanding of just what Dromai can do. Charles has lost to Dromai even on an AGE stream. I think he was playing like a Fatigue Bravo list at the time. So, I mean, this guy's, you test with the Runaways, you are getting in games and games. This guy really knows what he's dealing with here. But it's interesting, right? You are deploying CNC offensively instead of using it as a popper. And it might be because you expect your opponent's going to be more reluctant to, develop those dragons. Snatch, though, taken away from the arsenal.
It just takes the hit. Okay.
Chris hoping for another big turn. Again, sometimes this heck can telegraph a Tome of Imperial Flame. If you want to just make sure you have more choice of what you're pitching. Ravenous Rabble to start off with.
Oh, there's the Tome. Not in his hand yet, but soon to be.
It's a good card, that one. I will say that Spoils of War is relevant both for axes and for the Dawnblade. That flexibility, giving that +2 and go again, is really, really nice, and it means that it has a true home in this deck.
Yeah, one of my favorite things about Spoils of War against Dromai specifically is that it can work to cover up the Kyloria on hits. Stealing a copper is not nearly as strong as drawing a card.
It's a big deal. In this matchup, less so, because generally like the Valiant Dynamo's online to deal with that Kyloria, but it always is threatening. We're going to take it on the chin here, preventing 1 damage. Charles wants that non-conditional go again. It does mean that the Spoils of War now is just a buff and might just see a spot in the arsenal. We did deploy multiple Ashwings here, so this means a counter for Charles because he has that onboard go again. It's quickly hit 1 Ashwing, hit the other, and move on with your life. Just pitching a blue and then arsenaling the spoils for a later turn that he needs that non-conditional go again. Bam, bam, thank you, ma'am. We'll get a counter.
Yeah, interesting choice from Chris to not make the Ashwing earlier, but then go ahead and play the Rake and make all 3. Maybe thinking that if he can overwhelm his opponent, it's okay to give a counter here or there.
Yeah, and I think that's fair. Like Charles is not going to be. That's not his primary sort of game plan to build those counters up. I think he will,
Sure.
get them incidentally. At some point, Chris, to advance his game plan, has to deploy dragons.
Yeah,
he
that's
has to
true.
do it.
Yeah, and I think it's really smart of him to play that now because he had the tome in his hand, which guarantees a 5-card hand. If you're just going to spend all your cards to clear my dragons, great. I'll come back at you with one of the most powerful cards in my deck, the tome, and see if you can stop.
Typically, that's what Dromai gets to do.
Yep.
She gets to keep her whole hand against the Dory, which means that the Dory often is clearing, and cards like this become a little bit scarier now. So Dominia comes down, threatening to tear a card from Charles's hand. And what is... Yeah, we're gonna get a little ulti here, of course.
Charles seems like he's seen this before, not too worried about it, even though this is potentially a pretty powerful card coming down. A lot of value in forcing a banish from hand.
And first, Charles is going to deploy the instant, take it on the chin, or at least was considering it there.
Yeah.
To avoid losing it. It's a bit awkward, the split damage, of course. Burn them all is a pretty key win condition against the Dorinthea here, because even though she has that Arcane Barrier 1, she can't afford to pitch cards to it until the end game where it's just keeping you alive. So you have to bring it. You don't use it often, though. You are taking a lot of this arcane damage. Okay, bam, bam, bam. We are showing our hand here. Blade Flurry, Blade Runner, Fatal Engagement. Yeah, the Blade Flurry is the correct choice there, I'd say. Fatal Engagement here is primarily a blocking card. It can pump a Command and Conquer if blocked by an attack action. That is the only other sort of real application of it.
Yeah.
In this spot, some Dory decks used to have a Singleton Pummel because you can tutor it with Singing Steelblade.
Interesting.
You target the Dawnblade attack that has already happened on the chain link with the Singing, pull the Pummel out and play it on the current chain link that the CNC's on.
Wow.
Yeah, very cheeky.
That's a pretty heads-up play.
It's very dirty. I've never done it, but...
Are they running the blue pummel or the red?
Blue Pummel.
Blue. Yeah. So you can just keep it in your deck, pitch it.
That's right.
Search it later.
When it's fun pitching it and seeing how your
Sure.
opponent reacts. Yeah. All right. So again, having the counter here is pretty good. Dominia gets eaten for breakfast pretty comfortably, and then Charles can head over towards the Ash Swing. But he might be thinking, okay, I'm going to keep this counter regardless this turn because I've hit. Now let's try and pressure some cards from my opponent. Coming at you, Chris, for 5.
Yep. Activating those bracers, pumping it +1.
And this is heads up. Some Dories get tunneled on the idea I need to build those counters now. But if you don't strip cards from your Dromai opponent's hands, she will overwhelm the board.
1 card in hand, 1 card in arsenal. So there's the possibility of an attack reaction here. I think Chris is thinking about that possibility right now as he considers his blocks. I think he has a sand cover to help him with that, though.
Past reactions. Okay, Fate for Scene. Sand cover would be, okay, well.
Just huge overblock.
Yeah, and you lose an Ash for that, right?
Yeah.
You don't have any equipment to block that with, so I understand.
I feel like he went too fast there. What I would have liked to see is Fate for Scene and then wait. And just let Charles play an attack react if he had one. But instead.
Yeah, I guess if you pass and they pass, though, then you're not blocking it adequately. Oh, you have an instant. Sand cover's an instant, yeah.
Yeah, so you can pass priority, and if they say they pass back, then you just play it anyway.
Yeah, that's right. But if it were a reaction, you would not be able to do so. That's the difference the instant speed makes.
Yep.
Something Dorinthea players have to be aware of as well. If you try and wait for your opponent, if you try and fish for a prize and your opponent passes, then you cannot play any more reactions.
Yeah. Okay,
so here's an interesting choice. Yeah, this feels bad because you're giving +2, so it's a 6-power Dawnblade attacking a 1-power Ashwing, but you need to guarantee that you keep the counter. It's a huge part of your game plan. So you send 6 damage to a 1 health ally, and then you go face here. You are very limited on attack reactions in this deck, and even Blade Flurry doesn't get you to a break point. So second swing here, in the swing, excuse me, not second swing. In the swing, I believe, can get you some value, can take you to 7, but there are very few attack reactions in this Dory deck as opposed to a standard Dawnblade one. So Charles is happy to keep the counter for now and wait for Chris to overextend on board with these dragons.
Chris just considering his blocks here. I wonder how much he's thinking about just not playing dragons this turn.
I mean, then what does he do? He'd want to have an attack reaction, right? Otherwise, he's just IPing himself. And the thing is that Fatigue is absolutely on the table here.
Yep.
You can fatigue the Dromai if you can clear dragons efficiently and then start to strip cards from her hand with a supersized Stormblade.
Mm-hmm.
Getting 2 cards for that as Charles, you're very happy. Now your opponent goes, well, I don't want to give you these counters and this ability to pressure me, but I can't play the game if I don't play dragon. So dust up here. Remember, Chris can decline that Ashwing creation effect. He has 5 Ash to work with, so he's not
There's
starved.
the IP penalty we're talking about, unless he decides to use his Snapdragon Scalers here, which might be an interesting choice.
I think he's representing that
Yeah.
with a card in arsenal and a card in hand. Here come the Dynamos. We'll block this out. Remembrance.
Ah,
Now, what are we looking for? It's action cards, right? So no reactions.
He's pulling the Chromai. I think he might be thinking about.
I think so. Yeah, he is not looking for anything particular. I think he has it in his hand. He wants to divest
He's
himself
trying to
of it.
be efficient here.
Break the embers though. It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Nice to get that. This is going to be more of a slower paced matchup though.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay. I like what I see in Charles's hand here. So he is thinking, okay, I kind of need to guarantee a hit here, but my opponent hasn't developed any dragons. So does he have an attack reaction? What he might do is with the hit and run, give non-conditional go again to a Dawnblade attack and follow it up with a Command and Conquer. That's always unexpected.
Sure.
And
it's not too big of a loss. You lose 1 counter, you lose 1 counter. It is a break point that you lose, but yeah, following up with the Command and Conquer is great. And especially in a fatigue game plan, a Command and Conquer is a 1 for 2. You exchange 1 of your cards, you get 2 of your opponent's cards. If you do that over and over, you win the fatigue game.
So 6 power Dawnblade at face here. In hand is a Down and Dirty and a Command and Conquer. So we are almost certainly not keeping this counter.
Yep.
Here's Dust Up. It should be a defense reaction from Chris.
No, he just takes it.
Oh.
Interesting.
Okay, I think Charles is very happy to see this.
Yeah.
He's extremely pleased. Yeah, pitching the CNC.
Oh,
Yeah, why
wow.
not? I mean, why not come in again? There's no reason not to now. You're coming in for 5 because of the braces. You're still asking for 2 cards, and you get to keep your Dawnblade counter. That is huge. Not blocking him out in the first attack. Again, I think if Chris is maybe aware of how few attack reactions lurk in the deck of Charles Dunn, he probably just blocks that fully. But hey,
Yeah.
Copper City, my goodness, 6 of those. There's some value if Charles is drawing a blue heavy hand, and this list has a pretty large number of those. Man, Charles gets out of that one like a bandit.
Yeah. You can see he just was kind of reconsidered his line there on the fly because he really was expecting the full block into the Command and Conquer, like you had said.
Yeah. But I think that's way better, right? You're threatening to say, he got a counter too.
Yeah. Yeah. He hit.
That's crazy. Now, I mean, that's huge because now, so there's 2 counters in this build is important because you get taken to breakpoints on spoils and on Blade Flurry.
Yeah.
Right? Because you don't have a lot of +3s in this deck, especially pre-pumps. So 1 counter is nice to have. It eats Dominia straight away, like, you know, being able to kill the big dragons in one go, except for, of course, Yenderai and Necria. But getting 2 counters
Necria
now,
still dies because when Necria takes damage,
she goes,
she gets -1.
that's right.
Effectively 6 health.
Okay, yeah. So
Actually, Yenderai too. It's 3.
that's right. You just lose the endurance counter, right?
So there are no dragons that exist with 7 life effectively.
Yeah, Necria, will always lose that. Okay, well, I mean, defense reaction here to eat up the snatch.
Easy decision there.
Yeah, Chris struggling to find advantages here.
Ooh, off the tome, he really didn't get a whole lot.
No. And he kept so many cards to do that. He allowed Charles to develop a 2nd counter. Okay, so Charles, there's the Finder's Fighting Spirit there. Now, that is a red, just a 1 of, probably.
Yeah.
I mean, he's playing a public list. He's playing the Runaways list here.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm not giving any trade secrets up. But here's a break point. This is what I was saying. Spoils of War now into a 2 counter Dawnblade. Big 7.
7 is rough.
Is Fatal Engagement lurking in the arse? No, it was the Command and Conquer pocketed from the previous turn. So
I think he pitched that.
oh, he did indeed.
He decided
to keep
to
it down and dirty, right?
Yep, he kept the Down and Dirty as a popper, and I think he just valued keeping the Tunic alive and getting rid of the CNC for later.
I like that. Okay, we are going to get there.
Oh.
With 7 points of block.
It's got that D-react to cover the break point you were just talking about. 7 not so scary when you've got a 4 block in hand.
No pumps here. Charles says, you got it.
There it is. So Chris dodging the scary 2 counters, getting rid of them the very next turn. Well played by him.
Yeah, eventually Charles just wants to work through these defense reactions. Usually it's like 3 sync, 3 fate, a couple of sand covers, not normally 3 sand covers on this list. So now, I mean, Chris feels safer getting Dromai out here. He says, okay, well, I can start doing this thing again where I put dragons in play. Ooh, he doesn't use the down and dirty from Arsenal, so that's still lurking.
Interesting. Probably just wants to use it for whatever the follow-up here
Here
is.
it's a Finals Fighting Spirit as well, so
Yeah.
he is ahead on life, so it doesn't feel as valuable to go for that. And also he does, if that's a Blue Warrior's Valor, he could, like, you know, Dawnblade swing if it gets stuffed out, then he could follow up with the Finals Fighting
Oh,
Spirit.
wow. 3 Remembrances this early is kind of tough luck for...
Is it the second one, right?
Chris. I think he's played 3. Oh, just kidding. This is his second.
Okay, I mean, they don't block.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was a Sigil of Solace that I
Sigil of
saw
Solace,
earlier.
yeah.
Yeah, threw me off at the instant.
Yeah, what does Chris want here? Well, he's already shuffling, so I guess we've made that decision. Oh, well, again, there's... Oh, I see. Sorry. There's nothing in the graveyard to put back in the deck because Burn the Mall's chewed through all that fodder.
Yeah.
So he's just getting it out of his hand. Fair enough.
Sure.
One less card in the deck for Charles Dunn to worry about. And here's the Warrior's Valor. +1 to your next Dawnblade or your weapon attack. And if it hits, you could go again. Breakpoint here. Little annoying. But Chris, we've seen a high density of those 4 defense reactions. I'm going to sit on this for it. Normally, this hesitation means you've either got multiple defense reacts or none. The latter is the case.
Yep. Giving
Charles
up 2 cards.
He's super happy to see that, right?
Yeah.
That's 2 dragons.
That's your 2 for 1. And I think he just wants to 2 for 1 over and over and over again. The Fatigue champion here really thinking about deck damage as he plays through this.
And you can kind of see what he's playing for here because instead of taking some damage and, you know, going lower on life to get more value from the Finals Fighting Spirit, he keeps it because he wants it as a popper, I think.
Yeah.
Yenderai now will get blocked. Again, no popper.
Yep.
Huh.
Maybe he's thinking about keeping targets on board for his Dawnblade.
He's so patient. Maybe he's just worried about the really threatening dragons here. Kyloria, though, no longer fits that bill. With a veritable trove of copper. All right, we get rid of the endurance counter.
So basically doing nothing, but also losing no cards from deck.
Yeah, it's so interesting. Yeah, it feels more efficient to like try and pop Yenderai, but anyway, another Rabble comes in. Charles is sitting on a 4-power D-React, multiple of them in fact, sinking what looked like a in the swing to get an Oasis. Very defensive looking hand here. Here's Dromai. Doesn't appear to be any go again enabler for Charles, so clearing this board of dragons gets a little tougher. Might be asking for a popper now. You don't really want to pass, like you don't really want to pass while your opponent gets to keep a dragon when you want to be clearing them. But of course, the action point is conferred here, so popping doesn't feel nearly as nice.
Yeah, it was a really interesting play from Charles. I haven't quite figured out what the logic was behind leaving the Yenderai up without having a go again to threaten the counter.
I think he wants to keep it on the board to farm it for Dawnblade counters.
Sure.
I think that extra, like getting a breakpoint on that Dawnblade is more desirable than him. Yeah, I guess sort of just popping it and getting rid of it straight away. Yeah. Okay, here's Asvalai. Now you've got a lot of dragons to deal with. So
pitching for Arcane Barrier.
Yes.
And then popping this one.
Okay.
Interesting thing that he actually took the damage and then got the value from that Fiendal's Fighting Spirit there.
Yeah, I mean,
reason you run it in this list.
Okay. And the sync gets in front of Yenderai because we're on a tunic counter here. Oh, standing order. Okay.
Yeah. Just a clean 4.
That's 4. Very flexible card, incredibly so. If you are sitting on that Arsenal. Well, I think Charles is probably looking just to clear the Dromai here so that Yenderai, the turn will be over once Yenderai gets popped by the down and dirty in Arsenal. I just think Charles is really conservative about how he deploys these like powerful resources on defense.
Yeah, the level of
Ah.
unfortunate.
I hate to see it.
Charles with just a slight frown there, seeing the Mirage come down.
Look, I mean, you're just going to block your Enrai with a card at the end of the day, yeah. Okay, interesting. Thermai getting deployed here. When you have Mirror Guy, I feel like in a Phantasmless Dragon, you might just want to attack first, right, before you send this Thermai out. Like,
well, I think the Thermai is really great because it can
the
prevent
D-reacts?
the D-reacts and
Yeah.
the Oasis, which we did just see get pitched here.
okay, well, we're going to block that. Now, this is a Phantasmless Yenderai that has already had its endurance counter stripped off. Charles says, I think
Still just blocking it.
he wants the Mirror Guy. I don't
wants
think
the
Chris
Mirror
is going
Guy,
to
yep.
give it to him. But Chris might be thinking Charles is off a popper. That is, yep,
Right.
yeah. Look, fair enough. Charles is. Oh, what?
What is... Charles is
Okay.
blowing my mind with the way he's choosing to play this game
Really,
right now.
really interesting. This is a
Saying
really
he
interesting
feels
game.
comfortable into Dromai and then not using a down and dirty in Arsenal.
I think he wants it for a backbreaker moment. I guess.
Sure.
Go again.
Fascinating.
We don't get. We don't get a reprise trigger here. We're getting to attack again, and we're bracering, so we can get rid of the Mirror Guy. That's fair enough. It's for toughness. Get a counter. Your opponent still has a Thermai in play, but you've gotten rid of the Phantasm Remover.
Yep. And the more this game goes on, the more I think Charles just thinking about these 2-for-1 cards. He gets 2 dragons for 1 card played, 2 dragons for 1 card played over and over. Maybe popping a dragon is just a 1-for-1. And he says that's not good enough.
Yeah. Unless it ends your opponent's turn on the spot
Right.
when they have something very threatening.
Yeah.
I think that might be true.
It's
Yeah.
fascinating. So he's really valuing the cards in his deck rather than going 1-for-1.
There is the tension now, right? Because like Charles wants to keep that counter.
Sure.
So he just doesn't want to pop every dragon.
Yep.
Okay. Well, you're not playing that sink in hand and you're going to lose your down and dirty.
Oh.
Can you block this? You got 2 points of block. You are losing the down and dirty, buddy. That
Yep.
is a rough time to see your CNC.
Yep. Well, he can block with it.
That is true. That is
Not
very
a D-react.
True. Yep.
Wow.
Heads up from Charles. But again,
Sure.
yeah, getting that sort of drawn out. Chris has done well to probe for that.
Mm-hmm.
So in the end, yeah, Charles may be thinking, okay, there might have been, maybe perfect is the enemy of good, right?
Yeah.
Maybe there might have been an opportunity to make more use of that. Either way, he's able to mitigate damage and not losing it. He still gets 3 value out of that down and dirty, so
yeah,
fair enough.
I was thinking about pitching the D-react for a moment there, but values it more in the Arsenal. Right after getting hit with a Command and Conquer, he's like, do I want this here? Decides to Arsenal instead.
Yep. Keeps the counter, clears the dragon. 27 minutes in the round. This is the kind of matchup that goes close to time in some cases. Chris has a trove of ash to work with. Now, Rake the Embers will dip into that resource a little bit more. Just the 1? 2, rather. Sorry.
for
I think
two.
he's going to get all of them there. I think
Yeah.
because he's pitched a card, he's also created an ash off that.
Just looking for it.
Yeah. Okay. 3 ash wings.
And I really like the way that Chris is sort of doing these explosive dragon blooming turns where he'll play 3 out, 4 out to kind of just say, like, look, if you're going to hit the dragons, you're going to have to hit 4 or more. Really, really smart play by Chris here to, prevent Charles from just getting consistent value and say, if you want to not pop these, if you want to block these all, then block 5.
Yeah, and I think Charles now is off a popper.
Yeah.
A little frustrating. We are taking it.
So this is really great too. The 1/1s, you don't want to block those, and so he's chipping away at that life total. 19, just past the halfway mark.
Taking on the chin in the hand here. Charles instead pitching to AB and then, eating that damage up here. So definitely want to preserve that life at this point. He's going to get himself a counter here, but in this phase of the game, the Dromai player, doesn't really have to give up too many cards. I'm not sure if Charles probably needs to clear 2 dragons here.
Mm-hmm. Which will be easily done with the Quicken token. And then just moves on with his life. Moves on with the turn.
The magic... The threshold in the normal Dawnblade deck is 3 counters because you almost always have an attack reaction to pump. Here it might be different. But Charles, asking for 2 cards, he might want 4 counters, so he always sticks a breakpoint in front of Stidger, every time he swings. I'm not too sure how the philosophy changes here on a deck that's much leaner on A reacts. I think one just got turned sideways to block with here, so you could see how sort of high Charles is on them. Blade Flurry. Here's a little guy. Dynamo. Take 1. Charles is falling behind now in this game, slowly but surely.
Oh,
CNC to follow it up. Oh, Remembrance in hand means that you are blocking with your Go Again enabler. That hurts.
yeah. No take it on the chin this time for the Quicken token. So another turn that he just leaves dragons on the field.
Yeah, really punishing this CNC chain ender. Doesn't matter what deck is developing it. It is rough. Charles, the bright side, keeps both his counters here. I don't know if there's a Go Again enabler in Arsenal. Doesn't look like it, so we'll just okay, Dromai, and we'll remember, action cards here. So the down and dirties, yeah, your poppers.
Getting
you
all the poppers. So he's looking at having a popper-dense deck for the late game when Dromai wants to do those really wide Chromai, Miragai setups, and he wants to be able to shut that down.
That's a great point. We've seen a lot of those sixes pitched, right? CNC got pitched. Finals Fighting Spirit got pitched. Charles is thinking well ahead of the average player here.
Yeah.
I love that. Here's Billowing Mirage already offered by Chris. Yeah, this is typically a really difficult matchup, but you play the late game of this enough times, you start to get an intuition for it.
Yeah. We've got a real chess match going on here.
This is a life total you can make up pretty quickly once your Dawnblade gets big enough. Now there's a popper in hand. We're going to give one here. Yeah, let's stop.
Smart thinking there.
Let's stop this turn now. We have a last-ditch effort. We do have a precision press, so we're guaranteed to go again here from Charles. And was that a sink below in Arsenal?
Yeah, I think it was either a fate or a sink.
Okay. Here we go. One dragon. And the rest at you, perhaps?
Yeah, it's a lot of damage to give away. We'll see what he chooses here.
It's just okay. Yeah. Very, very disciplined.
Yep.
Last time he had 2 counters, he actually opted to send a second attack to face. I think he knows we've gotten through 2 of those Rake the Embers.
Yeah.
We've seen a Dominia, that's been cleared.
He did Remembrance 1, so we might see 4 total this game, but...
That is true.
Another tome.
I do think the Runaways Hatchet list runs a singleton Remembrance. We saw that already.
Yeah.
That was to put the poppers back in, so no more where that came from. Tome, pitching. We don't have an issue with Ash, but we're going to try and get some extra cards anyway. That's a Yenderai headed for the next cycle, and then burn them all as well. Clever as a late game finisher. Blaze Headlong for 4. Go again, of course.
Yep.
Hard to find all there in the hand. That's making its way back into these longer game playing Dory decks. Now, these guys really... The Runaways really figured out a fantastic... I know none of them were in the top 8 here at the PT, but they really figured out this list and shored up a lot of the weaker matchups. We saw this Hatchet Story deck. I know we're looking at Dawnblade right now, but we saw this crop up a lot in Kiel the week before the Pro Tour. I think Max Klein was there, along with a number of other players. So, it's not a secret. And, of course, this deck used to be around a whole lot. It just wasn't that good.
Yeah.
It didn't have Take It on the Chin. Didn't have agility tokens.
The agility tokens opened that deck up so much because it made it so that you could just use 1 Go Again card in hand for that 3rd axe swing. Huge.
Kyloria gets invoked here. Charles has the Dynamos to answer the breakpoint,
Sure.
or he can just give the copper.
Probably wants to just cash in the Dynamos while he's got it, but certainly isn't worried about the on-hit here.
2 breakpoints is annoying. With a heart in hand.
Look at that.
Double
2
Kyloria.
Kylorias.
I respect Chris, by the way, getting the 1 Marvel and then 1 altar, because when you play 2 Kylorias. Interesting, yeah. So
No blocks.
Chris, I mean he's taken damage. He's taken a lot of damage. Like Charles can easily block with 2 cards and then sort of just send 1 sword attack, but I think he really now needs to start going Dragon Face. This is the time.
Do you think he'll clear both of these or go face with the second swing?
Probably
3 counters, right?
Yeah, he's going to get a Dynamo back. So he can answer like a Kyloria with a 1 card block. So I probably want to be going face here. You have the guaranteed go. We have Go Again here over the Warrior's Valor. You'd rather play the Precision Press because the Warrior's Valor you want to keep in case you need that 4 break point in the event that you lose your counters. This just gives you piercing 1, which could be actually very good in some cases, but
Clears them both.
Okay, we're doing it both.
Yeah.
Now, the problem with this and what I find is that if I spend too long, or if the Dory player spends too long building up counters, what an experienced Dromai player will do is sculpt their hand into a bunch of D-reacts. I'm looking at you, Bryce Platts. He played 4 D-reacts against me on the
Wow.
one turn I decided to go face.
Well, that couldn't have been all sculpting unless he pitch stacked that and timed it perfectly.
The thing was is that he was playing on full hands all the time. So, I mean, I don't know how he did it, but like it was literally 4 D-reacts, and I was like, you got it.
Yeah.
I just know winning this game.
Yeah.
So, but you do give the Dromai some ability to like try and set up a bit for that inevitable, oh, they're coming at my face turn.
Sure. And so we'll be looking at this Dromai to potentially arsenal a D-react soon. Or oh, he pitches one. Not sure if he has the same thought process that Bryce did.
I mean, Bryce is nasty.
Yeah.
Does nasty things.
Well, Chris and Bryce play at
at Odyssey.
the same game store, so
Odyssey gang.
they may chat about the game plan into this deck.
All right. A lot of Ashwings here. This is getting a little bit uncomfortable for Charles, and especially if there's a Burn Them All to accompany these, it gets pretty awkward. Uvia is easily dealt with in here. Popper comes up at a pretty timely moment here for Charles. You're sitting on a few of them here. Now, if you're the Dromai player, if you see the Dory player keep a card in their hand and not arsenal in it, you know it's a Popper. You know full well. Go again guaranteed. Uvia eaten up, and we're going to go for an Ashwing too.
5 is a lot of counters.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Again, Charles, if he just needs to go, I think now, like, unless there's more big, there's going to be more big dragons coming down. So Charles needs to block this out effectively. You can with the Dynamo. You keep clearing dragons until your opponent only puts 1 down.
Sure.
And then,
This is almost reminiscent of like a Ghostly Touch game plan on the Dromai side, though. You get enough counters on that Dawnblade, suddenly it's coming in for a 1-card 15. I don't know if you can ever get that high, but...
I mean, I never, not without front pumps anyway. Sure. But the idea is you get it to the point where like it's more than 12 with a pump, right?
Yeah.
There are like random blue overpowers in these Dory Hatchets lists, which gives you like a +4, which is with Reprise, which is very cheeky. Then obviously getting a +4 on attack reactors, it does cost 3, right? But it's a great little game ender. You pitch it over and over again. It comes up in second, third cycle, and you can sort of win games with it.
I've lost him plenty of blue overpowers. But I love the way Chris is building up his board right here.
Yeah, Mirror Guy coming down is big.
Yeah. No Phantasm on this Kyloria here.
Okay.
Still blocks the breakpoint.
So Charles doesn't care if he's like not blocking a big dragon with that because he can just clear them now. His Dawnblade is so big.
Yeah, I love throwing 6s in front of those little Ashwings as a Victor player.
Absolutely.
It's like, cool, you don't get a turn. Over and over and over and over again.
Driving Blade costs 2, so yeah, it's not the opener here. So we'll go Warrior's Valor. Eat that up. Eat up Kyloria as well. And that deck for Chris Stidger is looking a little lean, my friend.
It is. I don't know if maybe he's stacked it perfectly vertical or if it's quite empty.
Yeah, I think the latter, just quietly.
Yeah, no, I think Charles Dunn knows exactly what he's doing in this matchup.
Yenderai comes down. Again, that one is easily dealt with now as his Dawnblade is a whopping 9 power. And the question is for the Dorinthea in this matchup is how much damage can I afford to take? To give me the buffer to sort of turn on you and start going for it. There's a in the swing in the hand.
I think there was a pretty famous game, and I don't remember if it was last Arcane Games or the one before that, but the Dromai looked like they had it in the bag and then got stuffed on a huge Dawnblade swing that actually cost them the game. So we all know that you can't just rely on the Dromai to let those hit. Dromais have a lot of defense in the tank.
That's right. A ton of those D-reacts. But the problem is if Charles isn't going at Chris, those D-reacts are getting stuck in hand, they're getting pitched away, they're just no good. So, okay, we can just play out the hit and run here. Once again, guaranteed go again. That's all we need to do. Clear some dragons. Yenderai, Themai, in the bin.
Easy choice. Up to 7.
Once again, like you cannot advance your game plan as Dromai without deploying these dragons, but you are playing into the Dory's hands. This is, I mean, man, if you really want an example about how to, even just, this is a Dawnblade deck without all the spicy Dawnblade tech, the stuff that really lets you get around blocks and stuff. You don't have to worry about guaranteeing that damage until the Dawnblade is so massive that it represents a Damocles sword about to cause a tectonic event crashing down upon this frustrating Ash artist.
It's pretty incredible that you can cut so many Dawnblade cards and still have an effective deck when you know how to play it.
Yep.
I don't think a lot of players could pilot this if they were just handed the deck. I don't know that they would know what to do. But Charles Dunn clearly knows what to do with every single card. Blocking with those Blade Runners, just like you said early, those are block 3s. They have no text on them.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely no value to Charles here. That's why we're seeing him coming up in this second cycle. Down and dirty in the hand. Oop, that was a glint, I think. So
don't want to show that one yet.
No, that's reaction speed.
Yeah.
Then for go again. Now, do we go face? Please tell me it's time. Is it time? Oh, Charles, you're so patient. It's killing me. All right, Dawnblade, 11 power. Dynamo's reset.
But you know how big of a risk that is.
Oh, that deck's looking thin. Again, the reality is that you hit so hard that your opponent has to just throw cards to block you. And now that Heart of Findle starts to come into its own, also that last-ditch effort starts to come into its own as well.
When the deck is thin, I've seen these Heart of Findles get 2, 3,
Oh, so much free life, the value.
Amazing.
Yeah, but a good time.
15.
Good time for Chris to bring the burn them all in. I get it. Charles now is, definitely getting low on cards. Just the Yender I presented here. So now we get to do the thing.
Whoop. Interesting that the Tumultai was blocked with early and then not fetched with the Remembrance. I wonder if it would have been a good idea for Chris to try to get the Arcane Barrier off the board with that.
I mean, it's the plan against Guardians, right?
Yep.
When they bring AB1. I don't hate it, especially because your opponent's going to leave you with a full hand. Yeah, stick this at him. 11, 12.
What you got, Chris Stidger?
And is the problem. Like, Chris can't press her Charles. And like now with Burn Them All on the field, he has to put a dragon down. Charles is never losing his counters. He's never losing them.
Sink?
Yeah, you can have all the sinks in the world. You can have the kitchen
No
sink.
blocks
It's not
and
going to
2
help you here.
sinks. Interesting. So he gets that counter. So he still wants to play his hand.
He has to. Because he can't put pressure down. But now, now this Dawnblade attacks the 13.
You know that was his opportunity to get those counters off.
He's dead.
With 2 sink blows. How big of a mistake was that?
Oh, he's so dead. I mean, you can't... So, okay, so you full block it. That's great. All you're doing is not letting Charles get another counter. You're not getting rid of them.
Right, because he already hit a dragon.
Charles, you are going to deploy dragons. Charles is going to hit the dragon. He's never losing those counters.
Yeah.
Here's the down and dirty. Huh. Okay, oh yeah, again, so this is already starting to break down some of the dragons deployed by that Rake the Embers. You hit a dragon, you hit face.
Yep.
And you have enough go again enablers in this deck to make that happen. In fact, his hand is got 2 of them plus a vigor. And now he can also make that vigor and agility token, which means he can keep his go again generators in his deck because it's getting so lean. Oh, it's so good. All right. Hit and run. Gives go again.
What's he going to hit?
Hit the ash swing!
Pretty obvious choice on the first swing, right?
Yeah, and because you want to brace it.
You think he's going for the ash swing here?
Yeah, so you have to, because you need a brave.
He hit one already.
Oh, no, well.
He plays. I mean, that's the question, right? How patient is Charles Dunn?
I want to strip Chris's hand here.
I know you do.
That's true.
You've wanted to do that for 5 turns in a row.
How many more Rake the Embers? There might be one more. Charles might just do the, go, show him 13 damage.
He's counting.
13. You can't block me.
Yeah.
Okay, sand cover. Cool. That's 4. What else? Okay, that's 8. 5 more block?
No, he's already in D-React. So unless he had 2 more.
That's true.
He's just, preventing the damage as much as he can, but he wants to push offense. But I think you're right. I think it's way too late for that.
Oh, that's so filthy. Okay, still Asphali here, though.
Yeah, lots of Arcane coming in.
Yeah, but we just pitch heart.
Yeah, so he gains a life off of all that 3 Arcane.
It is scary, though, because Charles has no poppers left. That's all of them.
Yeah.
His deck is in his hand. Deck.
Wow.
Here's the Dynamo.
So look at this, though. He's got an engine built up, a healing engine, a Dawnblade. He's gotten it to the exact breakpoint, 13 every time he swings that Dawnblade.
You have to clear the Asphali here. You can't sort of consistently deal with the AV.
He's woven this perfect end game. He's saying, I don't need a deck. I've got 15 life.
Yennerai shouldn't have died at what point? I mean, if you're hitting for more than...
And
if you're hitting for
Chris
6
is
damage.
now out of a deck, too.
Yep, bye-bye. Now... You are in the inevitability zone. You give the Enlightened Strike, you block what you can, and then you extend the fist.
Look at that.
Yeah, the Endurance counter doesn't protect it outright. It stops the next 3 damage. Okay, no cards left. The biggest Dawnblade I've ever seen on a streamed game. 13 damage. We just pitched. And
blocks it all.
Oh, he is so good. And here it is. The Runaways, Hatchet Dory, bringing the Dawnblade out. Oh, the last-ditch effort.
Ends it with the last-ditch effort.
GG! Charles Dunn. Unbelievable. Again, this is what the deck is built to do, but many players don't get to this stage of the game as Dory. Like, you don't know, okay, do I keep the popper? How long? How much damage am I allowed to take? How many counters do I need to get before I go face? And the moment you get greedy, the moment you lose your patience, you can lose the entire game on the spot. But this is why Charles is confident in this matchup, because there is a degree of inevitability for the Dory here. And all you do... So, let me get this deck list. Let me copy this. All you need to do is Dawnblade in your sideboard, because you already have plenty of enough support for it that you can basically get a go again enabler every turn.
Yeah.
You do need that though to stop the pressure, but a ton of your go again enablers carry over from the Hatchets build, so you can use them there. That was, a long game. That for me was extremely interesting to see how he wins.
And really, I think the difference between this Dorinthea player and all the other ones that I've seen lose to Dromai's, patience. So patient. Mitch couldn't do it.
Not really. No. It's the kind of thing you definitely need a bit of experience. So we're going to go to a quick break, and when we return, we'll get some words from the victor here in the booth.
Welcome back, everyone. We have with us Charles Dunn, the victor of our last match. And Charles, when we first saw this lineup, I don't know that we were expecting Dorinthea. Mitch certainly was, but I hadn't gotten the intel that Dorinthea was heavily favored into Dromai. I thought at the very least it was going to be, it came down to the last cards in the deck, but certainly it didn't feel close. You had that in the bag at the end. Can you tell me a little bit about your game plan and what you were coming into that with?
Yeah, sure. So I think one of the big advantages of Dorinthea as a hero, as opposed to something like Kassai, is that your hero power lets you play Dawnblade really efficiently, and you can attack twice, and you can really efficiently clear out dragons. And if they're like just presenting a few dragons per turn, you can rack up those Dawnblade counters and then start turning it at them, right? You can attack them with a big Dawnblade. So there's this interesting tension from the Dromai's perspective that they need to, put on pressure on me, but then if they kind of time their things right or their hands don't line up, then suddenly I'm whacking them with the Dawnblade for 7 or 8 or 9 damage, right? So the Dromai player needs to play really, play around that really well in order to beat it. And if not, then I'm just going to, farm out all their dragons, not take too much damage. I'll take some chip damage here, but it's hard for them to actually do the full 40 points of damage over the course of the game if they're, can't be that aggressive.
I'm really curious, is there an exact number of counters that you're looking for before you go in?
No, there's not like a hard line. It depends a little bit on game state.
Yeah.
It depends on life totals, right? So at the end of the game where I had some options where he had like 2 or 3 Ashwings left, and I could have attacked like him for 10 or something, or the Ashwings, but then I'm like, well, we're already late in the game. Both players' decks are really low, and if I just attack him for 10, it's literally trading kind of 10 damage for 1 in a way.
Yeah.
And I didn't think I could lose if I just clear out all his dragons because I had enough life total. I wasn't about to give up 1 point of life here, even though I was in the teens still. Didn't feel like it was worth any kind of risk like that.
You knew the inevitability, and so you just went for the guaranteed play. That's really smart. I think obviously, we were sort of sitting here thinking that you were going to swing 4 or 5 turns before you did.
Sure.
Very, very patient gameplay. Is that something that you sort of had to practice to fine tune? How do you know when to go and when it's time to hold back?
Yeah, it a lot depends on life totals, right? He was still at 32 because he didn't take too much early game. So if I had gotten a few more hits in early game, let's say, I did some times where, maybe I attacked a dragon and then attacked him for 6 or 7, and then he took it. Maybe he's in the 20-ish range. Well, now suddenly, attack for 10, that's half your life total. But when it's a third or less than your life total, it's like, this is a little bit too slow of a clock. So it's a little bit of feel, a lot of practice there.
Yeah.
You just have to feel it right and know how the game's going to play out.
Yeah, there was one turn in the middle there where you had, I think, 2 poppers in hand, and he was coming in with, I think it was a Yendarai and something else, and you actually just took the damage. Can you explain what the decision was behind that?
Yeah, the main way Dromai needs to play in order to beat my setup, especially from that point, was they need to get a really big turn with, like, say, Chromai into Miragai into Rake the Embers, and then, kind of overload my poppers. And so I could have used a popper to maybe save 3 life, but I felt the only way I lose the game is by getting overwhelmed on one big turn, and then he chains it into another big turn, and maybe I run out of poppers, or they don't matter because he had Chromai and Miragai. So I value just preserving the number of Phantasm Poppers I still had in my hand / in my deck, especially down and dirty in Arsenal, because that's really a safety net, right? I just feel very safe if that's down in Arsenal, except for, of course, when I get Command and Conquered. It was a little bit unfortunate.
We saw that, a little bit of a punish on that, but hey, it's pretty cool that you can still block with it. At the end of the day, that still shuts down Command and Conquer. So very cool that kind of works in both directions for that. I also noticed that when you used your one Remembrance, it was just 3 poppers straight back into the deck. Big popper density for the end there, and you were also pitching poppers as well.
Yeah, once again, because the only way you lose is getting overwhelmed on a big turn. So if you have a higher density of poppers, even if they try to go big and you have 2 poppers, you're fine, right? So that's the idea, is just prevent them from overwhelming me.
Sure. It was really interesting to see, because I think of Dorinthea as more of like an aggressive value type of list rather than a fatigue list, but the way you played it, it felt like a fatigue soul was breathing in that Dorinthea Dawnblade list.
No.
I
have a fatigue soul in my deck.
It was really cool to see. It was differently than I've ever seen a Dorinthea get piloted.
Sure.
I'm a little bit curious. I know that last Arcane Games you were on the Great Axe list, and so now you're on Hatchets. How do you feel about the difference between those 2 options?
I think they're both really strong decks.
Okay.
That's definitely true. Great Axe is a little bit weaker into some of the brutes that are out in the meta, because it can't really punish their big setup turns, and if the brutes don't want to block you, then your Great Axe isn't all that great.
Sure.
And so I think Hatchets provides a lot more value into decks like Kayo, which I thought would be pretty popular because it was very popular with Pro Tour. There's still a good number of Levia here today, which is a similar idea. So I felt like Hatchets is better into that kind of meta.
Okay. Are you still fatiguing people when you've got the Hatchets out, or are you just grinding them down?
Well, it depends, because I played round 2 against Chris Iaali, and I did fatigue him. He was on Victor.
Oh, okay.
It was close. We got down to just a few cards, as you do in fatigue matchups. But the fact was that basically every time I just started with Hatchet for 2, he had to block for 3 on it. And so I just kind of chipped in some points here and there. Sure. Every time I got to block with Dynamo, it gave me value. So even though his attacks were bigger, I was able to just slowly chip him down over the course of the game.
Yeah. And I'm also curious, so you said that there's sort of some matches that the Great Axe is good into, some matches that you prefer Hatchets. What would you, if you sat down with Hatchets, what would be the deck that you would just say, I wish I was on the Great Axe right now?
I think some of the Guardians, like Victor or Bravo, those matchups can be close. I feel a lot more comfortable on Great Axe because Great Axe is a little bit better into those decks that want to block you with a card or 2. Hatchets,
because you lose a lot of value, right? If they block both Hatchets, you don't get the Dorinthea hero power.
Yeah, and Chris was playing that very well. He was blocking it out very well. So I would have preferred to be on Great Axe, but you can still win on Hatchets. It's a much closer game, though.
All right. Well, thank you so much for sharing that insight. Very awesome gameplay. I hope we see you again in the top 8.
Hope so.
And we're going to head over to a break here in just a moment, and we will see you all when the next round starts.
Round 4, just around a corner here at your Arcane Games and Events Open Series for April. We're heading now to the 2-1 bracket. Why? Because I wanted to. Do you know why? Because there's Warriors playing. That's why. Got a problem? Take it up with that guy. No? He's clocked off for the day. Well, I guess you're in trouble. Welcome back to the booth. I'm Mitch Leslie here, joined by Michael Murray. We just saw Charles Dunn here pilot the Hatchets Dorinthea with the sideboard Dawnblade against Dromai and come out on top with a fantastic showing. That was obviously very interesting. And I've decided, because, I don't run this ship, but I also, like to give a lot of flack to the person that does run this ship, and he has relented and allowed me to run the ship for a time. So I'm the captain now. We are going to be heading down in just a moment to see a Kassai versus Dorinthea matchup. Two players that are pretty well known around here, Michael. I would say Colin, a newer player, but a bit of a wonderkind. Reminds me of Brody Spurlock. He has picked up the game. First of all, he's extremely tall, so there's that. But picked up the game extremely quickly. A big Kassai aficionado. And Aria, of course, she's been around the SoCal scene as a Dorinthea player for quite some time now.
Yeah, I've seen Aria for a long time. Colin, I think, has been playing for less than a year, but recently showed up at the shop less than 6 months ago, but absolutely making a splash. I know that I've played against him quite a few times, and he's beat me quite a few times.
Yeah, he flattened me when I played against him in draft, to be honest. So really, really picked up the game. What I bet you they're discussing right now is Colin's trying to figure out what weapon Aria is playing. There are a few purists out there who play Dorinthea who refuse to buckle under the pressure to switch off of the Dawnblade to the Hatchets and won't even do anything in the sideboard. That is where Aria is at. We're going to see them flipped in a moment, but she is playing Dawnblade, Dorinthea. No Great Axe, no Hatchets, no nothing.
Well, I will say, if you like to sit in the tank, Dawnblade is what you want to be on, because the Hatchets, your lines play themselves, but the Dawnblade, you always have to think, do they have the D-React, do they not? Is this going to hit? If it doesn't, if it does, what do I do? If it doesn't, what do I do? You've got to have 4 lines planned for every single turn, whereas the Hatchets, probably just one.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. I mean, usually your turn is dictated by what your opponent does. So there are like branching possibilities based on normally whether or not they're going to block.
Right.
And when they sort of do that.
And whether or not you get your reprise. There's so many places on the combat chain that change the way that Dorinthea needs to play when she's playing that Dawnblade.
And in this Kassai matchup, the game can become a little grindy. Dorinthea really wants to deny the Kassai on hits. You have the capacity often to do so, providing you have a sufficient density of defense reactions. I was, sort of looking, I always look very closely at these story lists to see just how many of them they're willing to bring in. What I know about Aria is that she builds very aggressively. She's the kind of player that really likes Iron Song Determination. A couple of, these very aggressive warrior reds that don't see nearly as much play. There's usually some D-reacts in there, but in general, it's in your face, this list. And she always has her own spin on it. She top-8'd the PTI event recently in Dallas. Actually, she's travelled out there more than once. I think she top-8'd a battle-hardened out there, or at least a top 16 in Fort Worth. So really accomplished player. And again, someone who is very much stuck to this plan. I love this. Iron Song versus for our Dromai player here. Now, this is a less used card, but it's pretty important in matchups you feel are grindy, because quite often Kassai is going to block heavily. Giving one of your weapons an on-hit on like a single blue turn is really important. Even on a single yellow turn, right? Which is more often. You've got a lot of yellows in this deck. Because giving yourself a courage token can take those sabers to break points, make it harder to block. And when you're expecting to play off small hands, Iron Song versus is the better arm piece than the Brave Forge braces.
There's a lot of benefits to gaining that, including shift the tide of battle. If you have the +1, now you get the agility token.
That is, that's a fun one. We don't see as much of it in the Dorinthea lists. I've seen it in some of these Kassai lists, but definitely in the Hatchet Dory lists. 9 block here on turn 0, which is very standard, and Colin is like, I'd be filtering my hand. I've got a lot of cards that I don't fancy. Run through and 2 precision presses. It does look like, Colin now is remembering to get his goal, and we'll allow that. Because maybe, he might take it easy on me next time we play it. I'm easily bought.
Yeah,
I'll be honest with you. I mean, Justin knows he just brings Portos here, and I will turn up.
That's true.
So.
You should be a Victor main.
I know. I just like people from Solana. Here, so, I mean, Aria, again, probably wants to sculpt her hand to some degree. She draws off the glint here. She
oh, wow.
Oh, this is so classic. Okay, so we have
that is
8 points of attack react here. This is an attack for 11. This is what I mean about Aria being unbelievably aggressive. But what I like about this is that she's guaranteed a counter. Because she attacks again. The Blade Flurry bonus gives her the breakpoint. Colin
Yeah,
cannot
coming
block
in
this
for
without equipment.
5. Well, maybe he chooses to say, you know what, I would rather block with equipment. We'll see. We'll see.
I think he
And
should.
there it is.
Yeah.
He does it.
Because Aria's put herself off Arsenal doing this.
Yeah. So getting that equipment block early in a 2 life, that's a really strong turn 0 from Aria.
I like it a lot. You
Yep.
don't have a counter. I do think you need to play off your Arsenal in this matchup.
Yeah.
Because you want to give us, you need to block these Kassai on hits.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a taste of what's to come. This Aria list is aggressive.
I mean, it's the player is also really aggressive. Don't be fooled. Yeah, Aria might have a cat on her sleeves, but she is absolutely taking 0 prisoners.
Well, I can tell you for a fact that cats are aggressive.
Oh, and yeah, I see a scratch on that arm, sir. Yep, you've run afoul of one of those.
Yeah.
Outland Skirmish here, +3 to the next attack. Colin, that is a proxy Heart of Fiendel, which means, hey, we get ourselves a bit of life back after the absolute carnage that occurred on turn 1. And again, threatening a copper generation here.
Yeah, a copper generation and a bit of a blasphemic card sitting in the pitch zone. I don't know what game that's from.
Some other
It's
game.
not Flesh and Blood.
I think I talked about Magic earlier on. I think we're not particularly threatened by Magic. It's all Gucci.
No.
Is that? Did you
Signed?
get that? Did you get that signed? Okay.
It says Heart of Fiendal. Colin, I don't know.
That's
what the
very
last bit
base.
is.
That's extremely base to get that signed.
Maybe
Big
he
shout out.
what if you got the artist of the Heart of Fiendal? to
I
sign?
mean, would you dare? Would you dare have them sign a card like this? Yeah.
we know it. Yeah.
It's definitely a proxy. Yeah. Shout out DM Armada in the chat. What's going on, Stephen? Good to see you, mate. So yeah, hot streak here. Now, worth pointing out, Kassai struggles a little bit in this matchup because she'll rarely get go again from hot streak, rarely get the +1 from Centauri Saber. Aria has very few attack actions in her deck.
Yeah, those weapons would really prefer to see some attack actions, and probably 0 are presented. Maybe a couple Command and Conquers. Looking at the deck list right now, I don't see them.
Colin not representing his, damage numbers. I think the Warrior Council needs to send him an official summons for a disciplinary hearing about that. But it is 5 with potential go again. Dusk Path Pilgrimage. I haven't seen that card since. I mean, only Pepperidge Farm remembers that card. So then that gives +3 and says if you hit, you get to attack again, which is pretty good. It's definitely good. Giving you these triple hit turns outside of having to do things like play Twinning Blade, but it's really only good in those like race matchups. It's unbelievable in a race matchup. Like it's just goated. Like you have to block that, but in sort of the grindier matchups, it's really just a front pump for 3.
Yeah. I mean, you know what? I think Aria is expecting to be able to pump more than anyone is going to block for. I think the whole point here is she's got some attack reacts that you haven't seen since...
I mean, she's pumping more than Nord Stream in this deck. We saw that on turn 0.
Yeah.
But yeah, also a decent blocking card, for sure. I think like against the KOs, like there are definitely... KO can mid-range you a little bit, but I do like that. Against Kano, it's filthy. That's what I was looking for.
Well said.
It's absolutely filthy. So, yeah, any opponent that doesn't respect you. I do feel like we're in a bit more of a mid-range meta right now, though, which is why I've gone away from some of these cards. But, Aria actually won't reveal them yet. She has a number of those cards that really sort of want to race in this deck. But we'll offer the 2 to block here. And again, you're off Arsenal. So this turn is not necessarily as exciting. I think it's Naked Dawnblade It's Naked Dawnblade and Arsenal. That's it.
Yeah, so definitely a weaker turn here following up that turn 0.
When you see an opponent pitch a singing and swing a Naked Dawnblade, it's a bit sus.
Right.
That can sometimes imply redundant singings in the hand. Or obviously like, a sort of go again source, right? Because a singing here means like singing, glint, so your 4 go again, you draw a card, you can power another attack.
Seeing Colin block with 1 card. Interesting choice here. I think you have to be very careful not to overblock and give too much value to the Dorinthea.
Well, Colin's thinking it's probably not another singing. At worst, with 1 floating, it's like a 3 pump.
Right.
It could be a singing. That's like worst case, but you just have to make him have it. So it's like, okay, maybe I'll take some damage, but I need to put some pressure down on my own. Here comes a Command and Conquer. Oh, he's representing the pummel. Oh, God. All right. Now, Warrior lists have included that singular blue pummel in the past. I used to play it in my Dawnblade deck, but since Fatal Engagement was printed, by the way, Fatal Engagement being pitched here, you're never getting the pump off Fatal Engagement in this matchup. But yeah, in the past, a singular blue pummel we've included in our warrior lists because unexpectedly it can be good on a CNC. And while I'm ranting, you can also tutor it with a singing steel blade off a prior chain link. So there are ways to make it happen, but it's like a 1%, 0.5% scenario.
Yeah. I think it's really interesting that he went ahead and over-pitched here. I don't know if the point was to sort of pretend that he has a pommel in hand and just say, hey, there's 2 floating, are you going to block? I know that he wants to get that Blade Flurry out of hand and put it on the bottom, setting up for second cycle, but it's kind of funny the way that you said it.
It's a good point. The overpitch kind of gives the game away that he doesn't have the pummel, right?
Exactly. If he had it, he would probably want to hide that information and just hold 2 cards in hand.
I think that's a really good point. So he doesn't have it. Aria says, righto, you can come in with that. Notice no Crown of Providence here. Aria has registered one. Emboldened Blade. She got the D-React,
Sniffed
baby!
it out.
Jeez, man, I love it. That card works. So your opponent flips her ass. If it's a D-React, destroy it. Your next attack this turn gets +1. If you are good enough at Dory, a strong enough pilot, you will be able to see when your opponent has done this. And now you have a breakpoint on this Warrior's Valor. 7 on hit, go again. That is a massive blowout. Huge tempo swing.
Yeah, no cards in hand, so at least he can use the Dynamos for a clean block with 2 cards, but...
Great point.
Yeah, I mean, losing the value on that D-React is still massive.
Yeah, that absolutely hurts. And again, you playing into Kassai, you usually expect they probably have 8 to 9 D-Reacts plus take it on the chin. So generally, like, your odds of finding them are pretty good. Aria, despite having like a very aggressive core to this deck, she also has some more sort of grindy matchup cards. I just think it's a really interesting deck, honestly.
Yeah.
You have to innovate to find success with Dawnblade in a meta like this right now. Also, Emboldened Blade, it's like $15 right now. People buying that up. It's crazy. Here's an Agile Wind-Up, discarded by Colin.
Probably just went up 5 more after that.
That's I'm pumping my bags, baby. I'm rich. Sorry, I've got 70 of them. If anyone's interested, just a mild markup for the logistics tax and me having to lug them around with me everywhere. People wondering why I'm wearing like a lockbox around my neck that seems to weigh me down, walking like Quasimodo. Well, it's the price you pay to be a baller.
Now, does it increase the value if you sign it or decrease it?
Oh, actually, it depends who you ask. Depends who you ask. Depends also, like, my signature card looks like ass. So
okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it really gives much value. Yeah.
Yeah, the artist signatures look amazing.
Right? Yeah.
They're artists. You'd hope so.
Yeah, I'm not even coming close to that.
You're scribbling on a card, calling it art.
Okay. So we have a Steel Blade Supremacy, lead with speed. So this is a +5 to the first attack, +2 to the next one. Not too shabby here. We don't see any go again though. So this might even be a Bolter's turn. We have 1 card in hand. So that, with none floating, well, you hope it's a Glint, but you don't have a pump here. So, you have an agility token. Pardon me, but that's for next turn.
Right. Yeah. Looks like just a setup turn here.
I love the Runaways agility token. That is, by the way, very cute.
Is Aria on the Runaways or just
I don't think she's
in close enough proximity?
I think she is.
Get those? Okay.
We're all running from something, right?
Yeah, fair enough.
Sorry, I didn't get enough sleep last night. All right. So yeah, it's a threatening turn designed to take tempo. Aria probably never expecting to live the in-game fantasy, but the thing about lead with speed, Michael, is that it feels like it really gives you kind of 2 good turns in a row. One turn you get the +3.
Well, getting those agility tokens, and in fact, now that I'm talking about it, the agility token, the thing that unlocked the Hatchets build, the thing that unlocked the 3 attacks, I'm wondering if maybe that's what the thought process behind Duskblade Pilgrimage is. That like, hey, we've got the agility and a go again. This is how we get value out of that.
Yeah, it might be a good point. Yeah, it's one like you don't have to bring 2 forms of go again into a turn or use your bolters. Yeah. That's something that I've barely even had a chance to look into here. Oh, is that okay, Stroke of Foresight. This is Colin's graveyard being perused by Aria. I think Aria is a previous AGE champion, I want to say. Yeah. Last year, she won one on Dawnblade Dorinthea, which was at a time where, like, Dory was not necessarily, purring on all cylinders, so to speak, but she knows how to make it sing. I remember because I had to leave for like the top 8, I think, and missed out. All right, so that was a go again hot streak.
Just taking the hit.
Yeah, just again, if your Kassai opponent isn't activating Kassai or playing Spores of War, Just ignore him.
Yeah. We've got a 5-card hand now. This is the scary part of
And an
sitting
agility
across the
token.
table from a Dorinthea. Agility token, 5-card hand. This is potentially dangerous.
Yeah, perhaps Colin sat on a... Oh, it's a Burdens in the Past in Aria's hand. Burdens from the past, rather. Whatever. Of the, from it, doesn't matter. That gets pitched. We're not going to see that till later on, but it basically prevents you from playing defense reactions with the same name as any in your graveyard.
And here's the power of the agility, too. You don't even need to put any cards on the table to get that go again. You just pitch a blue, go again, Dawnblade.
Yeah, you show very little, right? That's, I think, the most powerful part about it. Even better with the Vigor token. So Puncture here going to give us the ability to go over the top unless there's a defense reaction. So 6 with Go again. Non-conditional, but again, if this gets stuffed... Oh,
there's the victor.
Okay,
that's all you got.
That's a 5 block right now, because Colin opted not to... This is a block where, like...
No, he's blocking 6 here. That all you got is the 3-block yellow.
Oh, sorry,
right.
Yes, it only... Yeah. Right, it only gets a card if it's 2 or less, but pardon me, it is a 3 block. Right, and now what? You have a Glistening Steelblade in hand. And I don't know what else is sat in Arsenal here. So the fact that Aria is sitting on this is, I think she realizes...
Yeah, she's doesn't seem too happy.
I mean, that's what defense reactions tend to do to us.
Yeah.
I mean, clever from Colin here. If you think you're going to stuff the first attack, sometimes you stick the Dynamo in there anyway to get value from it. And if he had done that, this puncture would be taking it to 7.
Yeah.
So still blockable, but yeah, you have to be very careful when you to sort of play around that card. So Aria tapping Dorinthea as if she's going to be activated, but her ability, I don't think so. It might be a route in the hand.
Is that what that is? I wonder what the thought... Because if that's a route, you just send it, right?
You might be wondering, you're deliberating like whether or not you want to send a card back to hand. Are you expecting another defense reaction? In some cases, you want to keep those cards on the chain. You're just happy with the +3. But getting +3 for 2 obviously is not the rate you're necessarily looking for, and it can shrink the rest of your turn. You might send the... Okay, so it is a route. So you might send the run-through back here. 1 floating still. I think Aria was really hoping to follow up this attack with a Glistening swing. 9, and we will send back the run through here. So this does mean that if there's another, D-react in Colin's hand, it won't be enough to cover this. Colin thinking. Yeah, Aria may have opted not to. I think she did tap that run through, so. Colin obviously has a window to react before this resolves.
Yeah.
Gonna fate anyway.
7 blocking 9 right now.
Yeah, once this run through goes. Oh, she didn't send it back.
Oh.
Okay, so yeah.
It was what you were saying. Maybe saying, I'd rather you not play that on offense. I'm still over the top, not expecting the D-react.
Yeah, it's a tough decision to make because you sort of see a card that's extremely functional for your opponent and can virtually power their turn. And sometimes you're like, oh, no, I want that out of your hand entirely. Yep. So on this occasion, though, it doesn't end up being the correct call. So we're back to Colin now. And again, off a small hand, off a yellow, giving an on-hit to your Centauri Saber might be incentivizing more of a block from your opponent.
Yep.
Oh, Nourishing ain't going to be doing much here, that's for sure.
I know that Aria really wants these 5-card hands. Every card you block with, you lose so much potential from the reactions that you could be playing off of that one card.
Yeah, it really sinks your turn. And what Dory tends to suffer from is keeping a full hand to have a big turn of multiple hits and then getting stuffed by a defense react on the turn on the first hit. So you took damage and then you got IP'd.
Yep.
That's basically the situation you're trying to avoid at all costs. But you can't take tempo necessarily unless you go for those turns. There's always a right answer for your opponent. That's the thing. We are giving... Okay, we're blocking that Saber. There's no +1 on the attack, so it's just 2 with the on-hit. We already have a blue in hand here, but and a card in Arsenal, which we don't quite know yet. Oh, well, fair enough.
Bit of a setup turn.
Block with 1, play the other. Not a great blocking hand for Aria, but fortunately Colin not in a position to do too much. Nourishing, may as well get rid of it here.
That might pull the rest of the equipment from Colin.
Yeah, giving Dorinthea +1 intellect is a pretty dangerous proposition. And Aria does not have attack actions in her graveyard, so...
Take it on the chin. Perfectly timed.
Love to see that. Again, we covered there nicely. Yeah, I mean, it pairs so well with the Valiant Dynamo, right? Giving you that it's basically a 3-block in this deck, right? With that upside. So you send it. Also being instant gives it a ton of other applications into Kano and
so
such.
flexible.
So Aria's pulled another Emboldened here. Colin might be thinking twice about the way he deploys defense reactions into his arsenal.
He's activating Kassai here.
Yep.
Pulling out the attack actions from his deck because he wants to enable the Nourishing Emptiness if he finds that later on.
Yeah, 3 ops, of course, in many of these lists. Again, probably just sending that 6 Dominate against an opponent with a lot of equipment doesn't feel great, but you already have an agility token here off the take it on the chin. So here comes the Sintari Saber. 2 on hit, create a gold with Go Again. So there's a hit and run in hand. I think there was a lead with speed for Aria as well. Yes, it was. And one of those, maybe Ironsong determinations. Very powerful, but really need more to work with it. It's amazing on supremacy turns when you have a form of Go Again. Many lists run just 1 to try and close out games. I've seen Aria in the past run all 3, and she will use it to just have big blowout turns midway through the game. She's not pitching for second cycle. She slams it when it lines up with the rest of her power cards.
Yeah, speaking of second cycle, we've got 39 to 36 here, and we're at 33 minutes on the clock. I know it's still early to call it, but looks like this game is running a little bit slow to be thinking about fatigue.
Yes, definitely. And obviously the onus is on the Dorinthea to avoid that scenario. Like the Kassai has some late game inevitability in the form of Raise an Army if those on hits can be sort of generated. And like Dorinthea eventually is going to run out of those attack reactions, run out of ways to create great pressure. But both of these decks are weapon oriented. So, to a pretty great degree, we're going to see like a fair bit of, just like efficient weapon plays. We saw Emboldened Blade and Burdens of the Past, the 2 cards, are really designed to like try and avoid that scenario, right? Make it hard for your opponent to be able to block you efficiently. All right, it's fine. Balance here. You have to be expecting an attack reaction, though, with the amount of cards that Colin has left over here. But you're right. I mean, this is a game that could well go to time. We're still in Swiss, so there's no guarantee we get a winner.
Yeah, just sends the hot streak. Double equipment block.
She's
really wants
so aggressive. She's so aggressive with his
swing.
blocking.
Yeah.
All right, I'll give it to you. +3, create a gold.
So Aria's going to try again to send this Dawn Blade over the top, get some counters, get some damage in.
And look, with a Vigor and Agility token, she's done the setup, right?
Yeah.
So this needs to be the turn, like that you make use of those. You can't just have a small hand and have a crappy turn off an Agility and Vigor.
Naked Dawnblade with Go Again with 5 cards in hand. This is exactly the setup you want.
I mean, it's probably going to be a determination first if she really wants to guarantee a counter. Let's see. There's got to be a power card in that arsenal. Doesn't look like a lot of defense reactions in this list of Arias. Yep. So again, not only dominate, but gives +1 that determination. So provides the break point. Hey, we're going to have an agility token next turn as well.
Yeah, good luck blocking this one out, Colin.
7, Go Again, dominate. Now, the Emboldened Blade gets pitched here. So if Colin has a defense reaction in an arsenal, then we're on. He says, nah, I think I'm shipping this. Okay.
Maybe just saying I'd rather prevent the counter, take the damage up front.
Okay.
Assuming he has a D-React in Arsenal. I'm not sure what's there, but also the front pump makes it harder to block anyway.
Exactly. Also, if there's a 20 in Arsenal, we're online for a triple hit turn.
Yeah, that's scary for Colin if that happens.
Yeah, I mean, triple hit with Dominate is very powerful. Again, there's only 5. Here it is. Triple hit turn coming in. Not a darn thing you can do about it. So we're going to get the counter first. Now, again, we were in reactions, but we're at 5 here. Uncomfortable to cover up with 1 card. And I don't think Colin's sitting on a D-React in Arsenal. Otherwise, we probably would have seen it on that, on that first attack. And this is why Aria runs normally a large number of these determinations. less about closing the game, more about opening up a life gap midway through and guaranteeing that counter. The game changes drastically. Now, Dawnblade is, potentially on or above rate. Another 5 dominate. This is that third swing. Colin now thinking, can I preserve life adequately here? Because I did give up a decent amount on that first swing because I wanted to keep my hand, but my opponent has now punished me for being reluctant to part with these cards.
Well, the counter's already on the Dawnblade, so this is really just vanilla damage. I think maybe Colin wants to try to put the accelerator in on his end and swing something meaningful back, because if you give that Dorinthea 5 cards over and over again, it's going to run away with the game.
Having an agility token in play for the Dory, though, feels like you have 5 cards.
Sure does.
Because obviously you need to commit a whole card to not even guarantee go again sometimes. Like Warrior's Valor doesn't guarantee it. It's conditional.
Look at that. So he sends the CNC with 2 cards in hand. No arsenal, but, I mean, holding a card back on that last one. Now, this has to be the pummel.
He's having too much fun with this one pummel in the deck, I think. I imagine, like, Aria very familiar with a lot of the variants of these sort of warrior decks in the past. But again, she's thinking, I don't really have the resource base to do everything with this hand. So not blocking here seems like a bad idea. But if I give a card on block and this attack gets through, then I'm discarding another one. All of a sudden, my turn goes from pretty darn nice to stuff all. Right. And then I have no way of maybe guaranteeing that I keep this counter.
Yeah, I think she's thinking more about keeping the counter here. Definitely considering, because, if you're not thinking about pummel, there's nothing to think about. You just take 6 and move on with your life. So I think Aria's kind of smelling it.
You got it.
And there it is.
I have lost games where I have fixated too much on the pummel play, but I think Colin is safe in making it here, especially because his opponent doesn't have Crown of Providence.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that was a real shutdown on that sort of play. It's allowed Colin to even up the life total and now force Aria to discard a card.
Yeah.
I think Aria still made the correct choice. She will resolve pummel at some point.
Yeah, she should be discarding a card here.
Yep. We are in the wrong hemisphere for misinterpreting pummel.
Hold on. There it is. Okay.
So when I see it turn sideways,
yeah.
So again,
yeah, exactly.
I think this is correct. You can offer a card to block that CNC.
Right.
But you're going to lose another one.
Yeah, so going down to 3 cards is much better than going down to 2.
And you had a life buffer anyway, right? You can also represent like a tall turn here, force an overblock. And that's a good use of your counter. Forcing an overblock 1 turn, that's fine.
Yeah.
Especially after you just got CNC pummeled. If you can find a way to rest tempo back very quickly after that, you're in good shape.
Yeah, this is where we're going to be testing Colin's knowledge of how Dorinthea attack reactions work, what possibilities there are, whether he wants to commit a big hand or continue to try to race in this spot. It's always risky.
I've talked with him about it, discussed like the Warriors at the moment, and he definitely knows, like, he follows a lot of like the more visionary warrior players. So
well, this guy has some really deep knowledge. He was coming out with some crazy what's the mechanic? Galvanize using copper tokens. High roller galvanize -IO deck, like right after she came out. He knows his card pool, and he thinks in spicy ways.
So this is an interesting block here because it plays around route. Not that Aria can deploy that card anyway because she only has another red in hand. So I mean she can, right? She'd have to pitch it, but she can't guarantee a hit here. This is a very heads-up block from Colin.
Yeah. Really smart. So he passed the test, right? What's the one card that could get through here? Route. Let's play as if that was route.
Yep.
Let's stuff the turn. Let's get rid of the counter.
I think that he does get blown out by twinning.
True.
But yeah,
that's always the tricky thing, right? Is it twinning or is it route?
Aria got the overblock. She holds onto a route and a blade flurry.
Yeah.
So still a decent turn on the horizon here. Shift the tide of battle. Singing.
Ooh.
I think she
that
got
could be a really strong turn.
This is a very powerful hand. Maybe not quite enough I mean, the shift the tide can be used for the route pretty easily. It also means that you don't have to singing out a glint necessarily. You already kind of have that go again. Or you just use your shift as fodder for route.
Makes sense. Yeah, and Colin only swinging 2 here with the Centauri Saber. pretty much the best he can do with a Remembrance in hand and something in the arsenal. I'm not sure. Did you see what was in there?
No.
Okay.
But this makes sense. You can't be activating Kassai on turns where you can't sort of like to some degree.
Well, it's really
guarantee.
interesting. I mean, you can't if you want the gold, but maybe if you'd prefer to pull the card, you could just say, "Hey, I'll trade you a card for no gold."
Yeah.
So I thought about it, but looks like he just opted to put the 1 on hit there. Got the courage.
Well, this is screaming. Yeah. So this is screaming basically glint or bolters. In many cases, you probably don't want to block this. We're blocking this from hand, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really think
he probably has the D-react in arsenal then if he blocks here.
Yeah, that is true. I think the problem for Colin though is going to be that with the density of the defensive density of defense.
How do you feel about the rapid fire? Because I know that you can wait to play your attack reaction.
You can't. You can hold priority. The problem is if you pass priority,
right? Then you can't.
And they pass priority, you can't react.
Okay.
You have to do them one after another. You can't play one and then fish for a reaction.
I see.
Because that could be like fishing for a prize off a D-react. So basically, if you go any reactions, they say no. That's it.
Okay.
That's the end of reaction step. So you have to play them one after
another. So you
another.
hold it, play everything you can that you want to make sure you get out, and then you pass.
Exactly.
Understood.
So we're at 5 on 5 here. I think Aria is thinking about this singing, but she's asking, okay, singing into Iron Song response or something like that, that's only 4. It gets blown out by a D-react. Do I just route here? I think this is correct. Send back the Blade Runner. Now, like a singular D-react is not going to get the job done. This is an example of why you do want to send a card back, especially if it's not a great card anyway. We're at 8. Fingers crossed here that we don't see another Take It on the Chin and a 4 D-react or 2 of those. But yeah, I think Aria gets what she came for here, and she creates an agility token, which is big. Because obviously, Shift the Tide of Battle says if this hits, for each attack that hits this turn, create an agility token. Quite powerful. Not necessarily. It's pretty hotly debated, I think, in Dory lists whether it's where you want to be because, it pitches for less than glint and requires you to hit to get that value. But the way Aria builds her lists, she's going to hit.
Yeah. Now here's an interesting choice. Do you arsenal this or do you swing again, and potentially also pitch into the
bracers? Swing again and
bracers.
Yeah, I mean it's a yellow, right?
Over the grains.
That's honestly a good question. I've sort of. Yeah, she favors the grains, which is fair.
Yeah, I can see the bracers for the breakpoint to try to force another card out of his hand.
I want 2 cards because...
Oh, it's already for 5. There's no reason to bracers here. Okay, but if it was for 3, then maybe the bracers is better.
Yeah, because of the Blade Flurry, excuse me. That bracer makes no point. You're not creating a breakpoint of that at all. Yeah, sometimes I like it for the extra card because he's also off a Dynamo counter.
Makes sense.
But yeah, no, makes no sense there. Okay, what we got? Pretty damn good hand, but do we have a blue to power it with?
The Gorg Tome.
Okay, draw a card.
This could actually be a pretty efficient turn.
I love Gorg Tome.
Yeah.
I mean, you used to play it back in the Briar days. It was a bit scary when you have a Briar Mirror.
Yeah.
And you were wondering who would Gorg Tome first. But yeah, really cool here. Obviously, it really powers what Kassai wants to do. Gives you that card draw, subsidizing your sabers, and no one else is really playing it right now. It's a great option. Activating
the Kassai hero ability. That makes me feel like one of these cards might be an attack reaction.
This is a pivotal part of the game. Yeah, because he wants to, try and guarantee hit. So Aria has a decent hand. The Vigor token turns the twinning in her hand into a blue virtually. So she can power a lot of what she wants to do. I think there was a Valor and a Supremacy there. So and also a Blade Flurry. So she can take tempo back pretty quickly, no matter what. But giving a Kassai 3 gold? That's very scary. Raising an army against Dory is, I don't know how you should feel about it because they get eaten up pretty quickly and give her counters.
Right. We just saw the Dromai. How many armies did that Dromai have? It didn't really matter against the Dorinthea.
No, I mean not against Charles Dunn.
Yeah.
I talked to Chris after. He was like shrugged at me, and I'm like, I think you just can't win that. Like, I mean, you can, but you have to have the perfect sort of line of cards.
Maybe if you're on Team Runaways, you can win it as a Dromai, but you
need to test into that list.
Exactly.
Yep. Back to this game, though. 20 minutes and 45 in the round.
Yep.
Colin has activated Kassai, and with the Courage token is sending a 3-power Centauri Saber. Threatens to go up to 4 if there's an attack action. Spoilers, there won't be on the block. But definitely telegraphing a defense reaction that pumps the power of this attack. And here it is.
Yeah, there's the Blade Flurry.
you said efficient. This is disgustingly efficient. Colin has paid 0 for this.
This is a 1 card.
1 card
or 2.
9?
This is 1 card, right? Because he had the agility.
Oh, he played the Gorgtom, I guess.
Yeah, but
right.
he gets that back.
Yeah.
That's the point.
It's a 1 card 9.
We like those.
That's very...
Take 1 card 9s and we can have them.
Plus gold generation value.
Oh, did you count the Dynamos?
1 card 10.
There we go. I have to pay 3 cards for that.
Yeah, exactly. That's a red Thunderquake. Yikes, that is a sick turn from Colin off of so little.
Yeah, plus the gold token, just adding even more value. We'll see if that comes into play. But
man, we are swinging for the fences here.
Yeah.
This is, I mean, well, it was grindy at times, but this one is, whew, okay.
Yeah, I was worried for no reason earlier.
So, Warriors Valor pitched. Okay, that was a blue anyway. Right. 5, go again. Only hit, draw a card.
I can imagine Colin doesn't want that draw to go off.
Twinning's in the hand for Aria.
Okay.
So,
good luck, Colin.
She wants the overblock. She's going to see this and go, bloody hell, I'd love to see that. Because not only do you have the twinning, you have your bolters available still. I would call this a mild overblock from Colin. And remember, Aria's drawing cards off hits here. So she is definitely going to be able to, okay. Yeah, so Colin basically did not remove the counter from his dynamos. So that obviously gets a hand for the judge. Yeah, Colin obviously.
I mean, I think we know how this resolves, right? If you forget to do that at the end of the turn, you've missed the window there.
Well, I mean, both these players are at 2 and 1 right now. Colin forgets to take the counter off his dynamos, and Aria just sort of saying, "Hey, that's it's got to happen on the turn."
Yeah.
All good. Off we go. So now it's 5 once more.
1 card in hand, 1 floating. That's a tough spot to be holding only 2 in your hand against. Do you think he gives everything here and tries to stop it?
Yep, you have to. I think, it's like, what are the odds of another twinning coming up?
Right. But, I mean, the odds of it going over the top are also... Oh.
Blocking 6. Got to be a Blade Flurry?
He touched his arsenal. Does he have the take it on the chin?
Oh, that's all you got.
Look at that.
And see, this is what happens. You see how much damage Aria took last turn?
Yep.
To try and have a blowout turn, they got stuffed.
Yep. I think Colin has a really good sense of what can potentially come out of the Dorinthea, playing it really well.
Yeah, like a big fan of how he handled that turn. Now Aria, yes. So this is the consolation. Okay, I as Dorinthea now have tempo, but I need to hope that this random 4 rip off the top allows me to keep that going.
Right.
Otherwise, I took that damage, didn't have the big turn, now have to create something off 4 cards as opposed to, an agility token and an arsenal. So
yeah, I think luckily Aria's list is built for exactly that, as we see the Dust Path pilgrimage coming down saying, who needs Twinning Blade? I've got this.
It's scary. I mean, this is a genuinely a pretty obscure card. If you look at a lot of like the sort of standard Dorinthea lists going around here, there are always hoops to jump through. Aria needs a go again source for this. She has the bolters, so but eventually needs to find one if she wants a triple hit turn. She needs to find a organic one.
Yeah.
This
got the singing in hand too.
I mean, this underblock here indicates multiple defense reactions. Normally you perfect block here, so we got a 7 here. Colin wants to see it. Aria has it. She has that singing.
But now with the singing, she's going to have to find something that pumps even higher. The go again isn't really going to help her in this position.
She's got 3 Iron Song response, but yeah, like
that's actually brilliant, right? Blocking 7 into the 6, like he's
playing and singing.
He's smart with the way he's blocking here.
Yeah, so you're exactly right. Like, so what Aria can do here, and what Colin is maybe trying to force, is for Aria to break her bolters. Take an Iron Song response out of the deck, or maybe like a Puncture or something, and basically force her to use the bolters here. You really want them on Supremacy turns. Like, you need to turn those bolters into, like, that extra 5 value, as opposed to just, I might get a counter off this. It's like much like the Scowling Fleshbag. Like, you need to find windows to get, like, the maximum value from that card. So, Singing should find a response here.
Yep.
I mean, I guess...
You imagine if he has another D-React. Oh, the double Singing. Looking for the break point. Oh,
That's very
Look
cute.
at that.
I love that. It is obviously not the most card efficient play here, but it gives you +2 on that. I mean, this is a very. I didn't actually see that line personally.
Yeah, that's actually really smart because, like you said, she wants to use the refraction bolters for the supremacy turns, and so this is a way. She loses the singing from the deck now. She's not going to draw that later, but I think you'd rather see that go than your bolters.
It's just a very good line. That's a very niche line there. That was a supremacy drawn up, so you don't necessarily want to see a red, but it's a decent arsenal target for later. So this is hitting. It has go again, and Aria can attack 2 more times this turn. Well, an additional time, excuse me.
Well, an additional 2 if she can find go again for the next
That's
swing.
right.
But that's probably not going to happen.
It's on her bolters.
Yeah.
But obviously she needs to hit.
Sure.
So you could actually play this supremacy now and swing. Or you could just go for a natural swing here and think about bolters. But again, you just want to counter off this kind of turn here. So yep, braces and swing.
Yep.
Makes
There's
perfect sense.
that break point that you so much value.
Colin was not able to refresh that dynamo counter, so this is a difficult block to make here. You lose both. Well, you lose either your Iron Song versus or your Grains if you want to only block with a single card.
I don't mind losing the Iron Song versus. It's a good card, but it's not like pivotal to the game plan. Or you just give the counter, which is a choice. I think he needs the 3 cards to have pressure.
Yeah, I think so as well. Colin is pretty close in life here. He's only given 1 counter over, which is acceptable. I mean, you can kill that with like a single D react from Arsenal here.
Yeah.
So it's not an issue. Once you start to get to 2, yeah, that's a bit scarier, but you also have the Dynamo that gives you that extra point of block here and a bit more comfort when trying to find the right math to stop those breakpoints. Again, we're picking our spot here. And I would say with Aria, with a Supremacy and Arsenal, and a full grip cards, including 2 pumps and an Emboldened Blade, she is not blocking.
Yep. That would be my bet too.
Just how threatening is this Kassai turn, though?
I'll tell you what. If you're right, you can pick my deck for the next AGE.
Oh, you're playing Dawn Blade Dory, mate.
Dawn Blade Dory it is.
Absolutely. Absolutely. No hatchets. No.
That's too bad.
Yeah, you're going to school. Again. There are definitely spots where it's good. Like, I mean, Charles, what's in his sideboard? Aria doesn't know the meaning of hatchets.
No.
But yeah, I genuinely think this, both these decks, but definitely the Dorinthea deck really rewards someone who really understands all the possible lines. I just think you have to be a very good player to win consistently with Dory. You just you start at a deficit. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of games. Josh said, I think after he took multiple hundreds of games, Josh Lau, rather. Mm-hmm. Oh, we're cool like that. Use his first name, huh? He had to play, multiple hundreds of games to feel like he was really starting to get it.
Sure.
Because it's just so easy to do the get greedy, take damage, get stuffed, and then be down on life and struggle to find tempo next turn. But yeah. Not all Duelists can play like this either. This hyper-aggression, it's very heavy on attack reactions. The front pumps are, obviously some odd ones like that Dusk Path Pilgrimage is here. This is some Dories are considering cutting Spoils of War. Some are considering cutting Twinning Blade. Many only run 1 Iron Song Determination. Not everyone runs Burdens of the Past. All right, yeah, we're taking it. That's a lot of gold.
Yeah.
Holy.
Now, that was a spoils, right? So there's the copper as well, which is...
Not insignificant.
No, not at all. Kassai really likes to make copper, so...
Yeah, block here. You just no more copper. I mean, you can make a Blood in Her Hands turn work with a 2 copper. It's just not that scary. 4. All right, you start.
4 is very scary.
6, you've won the game.
Yeah.
All right, we held our cards here. There appears to be... is that a blue? This might be a yellow overpower here. So plenty of resources to work with. Start with Supremacy. Here we go. Aria took damage, needs to guarantee hits, doesn't have a determination here, so really needs to go hard on this turn. And hey, this is a turn where those bolters might come out to play.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what you were saying, right? You want to save them for this exact moment. Aria playing very well, smart with that line, keeping her bolters up for this moment.
Colin again, staring down a power card, a threat that has to be answered. Aria has a round hand.
And he just gives it all.
Gives it all.
Is there a
now.
twinning?
I mean, he's navigated this pretty well. Route, though, Okay, keep the dynamite. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, you got there.
It's all right. The judge saw it.
So, this is the 13 block. So you can't yellow overpower and play another reaction here. Route is good for virtually +6 and then an Iron Song response. So you can pitch 2, play the route. Yep. Send back a card that sucks. Get the response. You can resolve this, but you need to maintain priority. If you pass back, then you're cooked. So, yeah, different dice for that one, Aria. I know it doesn't not often we can go there, but yeah. Just like we drew it up, boys. 12 on the die.
10 is less than 12. 2's going through, and a card will be drawn here.
Did Aria...
What about the bolters? Are we? I guess we're still waiting for that.
Yeah, you can stack these triggers to make sure
right.
the card you have makes sense. Here goes the bolters. Did Aria rearrange Colin's graveyard? I'm not sure. Obviously, I hope not. But not all players have done a level O judge test and have come across that particular ruling. You cannot rearrange the order of cards in a graveyard. It's not something enforced too heavily out here, but you are right. It's something we try and avoid. All right, let's get a break point. Because now it's a 7 power Dawnblade, I think, to follow up. Pretty good.
Can't block that one with 3. So, huge turn from Aria.
But see what Aria's so good at doing? She picks her spots, but she guarantees she's going to hit.
Yeah.
He gave his whole hand. Still couldn't do anything about it.
Yep.
Like to see that. Now we have tempo, we have a counter, we have an arsenal option as well.
Yeah.
And we'll see what we end up
the
getting.
card draw.
That's a Valor.
Yep. Warriors Valor. I think. Did you see if it was red or blue? I think I saw blue. But it was very quick.
Blue's fine. I mean, not always the card you want in Arsenal, but you really want to give yourself access to as much as possible. And blue feels good on a naked Dawnblade.
Sure.
Red feels good on one
two
counter.
vigor counters here is pretty awesome too.
Yeah, that is sick.
The tempo is. Really
and also,
great.
we're going to be live for the Shift the Tide battle here.
Yeah.
What? Duskpath Pilgrimage. I mean, getting 2 Vigor tokens, and 2 counters.
Yep.
Kassai is in deep trouble.
Yeah, very deep trouble. I don't know what's in the Kassai's arsenal, but it certainly doesn't seem like a D-react if it wasn't used last turn. So
we're looking for them now.
Yeah.
The problem is, what I find a little bit annoying about, you also have to check the Kassai's banish. Like a clever Kassai will... I mean, it's not angle shooting, but they will banish their reacts as well.
Sure.
So you kind of have to check both players.
Yeah.
It's just like, come on.
Every inch matters.
Yeah,
in
no, I
Flesh
get
and
it.
Blood.
I get it. I'm fine with it. It's just like I start counting and I just forget 5 cards in how many I've counted. I'm like, I suck at this because you can't rearrange graveyards, right?
Yeah.
Burden's here. She's deliberating burdens. So she's trying to. Colin is. God, he's so smart. He's taking those D-reacts out of his graveyard so we can still block with them because Burden says you can't block with a reaction the same name as one in your graveyard.
That's a very heads-up
I'm
play
giving him that
Colin.
credit. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt because he saw it pitched. So he does know that Aria is on it.
Wow.
That
His
is
eyes bugging out there for a moment.
I mean, this is a brain bender of a game.
Uh-huh.
We're getting pretty close to time here. So
Yeah.
both competitors, trying to speed up the game while also making sure that everything is taken care of. And is that another supremacy in Aria's hand?
If it is, this is very dangerous.
Colin, again, is denying Aria the card draw off Burden, so it won't replace itself. Aria not feeling like it's time yet. I really do feel like it's a second, third cycle card. It's just not good against Kassai because, she never keeps that many D-reacts in there. Okay, Warriors Valor, Duskpath Pilgrimage, so that's +6 on hit go again. She's playing the Burdens. She's playing it. She's playing it out. Oh, okay. No pumps. No sort of reaction speed pumps here. So
okay.
Aria's really hoping that 11 is going to be enough.
Yeah.
Because you can obviously telegraph 14 here.
Right. So she's hoping that Colin maybe just says I can't block anyway, or tries to rip the hand.
So we're representing,
and he gives it again.
So 3, 6. Oh yeah. Why is it 9?
And so he's look at the relief on Colin's face. He was so happy to see no reactions on that. And he's just going to pass it back. Dawnblade counters are gone. Let's see you do it again, right? These decks are thinning out. We're getting into second cycle. I'm not sure if we've hit it yet, but certainly if these are all blue cards in Aria's hand, the pressure has gone way down for Colin.
Akabari, no, I don't think my Kassai opponents are trying to angle shoot me. I did have one tell me they were trying to make my life harder by splitting their D reaction into 2 piles. So you may not do that, but some people like to mess with me. It's okay. It's all in good fun.
Sure.
It's fine. I will look through 2 piles of cards. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's my job to understand what the game state is.
You ever have someone switch their banish in their graveyard just because they like to?
No.
Ah.
No, I mean, I
Just do. I think they like the graveyard unbound.
Yes, that's what I... Also, when someone pummels me, I put my hand under 1 cup and nothing under the other and get a 3rd cup and then move them around.
There you go.
They only get a card out of my hand if they pick the right cup.
Yeah, that's smart.
They're all in good fun, right?
Yeah.
We're still friends.
Uh-huh. Look out the window. Oh.
Oh, dear. All right, so... Okay, I respect this. A full block here.
Is he... Huh.
Dice to twinning.
Sure. Yeah.
So there's singing into twinning here. So, I don't... Look, glistening is very threatening, and when your opponent holds on to 3 cards, I get it. It's very good. And I think Aria says that's okay. I don't think it's worthwhile me using my last singing to pull a twinning out of it. She might not have any twinnings left either.
It could be.
Some of these stories are cutting down on them.
Yeah, I think there might be some. Maybe if she blocked with them and I wasn't.
I don't know. It feels like an Aria deck list has 3 twinnings in it, but that's... All right, so there will be a small time extension for both our competitors because they were summoned unceremoniously over to the feature match area, and they had to sit next to Kano. And I believe that the mental anguish that tends to inflict is worth at least a couple of minutes of your time back. And eventually you bank it up and go see a therapist.
Yeah.
Here's that determination. Game ender. Ari's using him in the middle of the game. Now she's going for it at the end. This presents a break point. 7, dominate, on hit, go again. This is scary.
Yeah.
Colin's made a lot of the right moves here, Michael. Like he's overblocked when he's had to. Now he sends the equipment.
Yeah. He's very quick to...
That is...
Is that...
I think that's not 7.
I think that's 6.
Yeah.
Right, he had a counter on
if
both
I
of
can't
those.
block this, I need to preserve life.
Yeah.
Now, this is very telegraphed. So when a Dory player checks their own graveyard, they're going to play singing.
Okay.
Because they need to, before they elect to go looking,
sure they
need to make sure the card's there.
Right.
Otherwise, it's like you don't have much time left in the round, and also if you I guess you can fail to find. But yeah, it doesn't. I would be saving the singing for the next hit anyway, but there could be like a take it on the chin that gets in here or something like that.
Yeah, I think that's what Colin was hoping for with the sync blow. He was very quick to put the card on the bottom, maybe trying to pull a...
We got a hit here.
Yeah.
So Vigor now created off the grains. Glistening, pitched. This is still dominate, but it doesn't have that +3 from the Red Warrior's Valor. Still a bit scary though. 4, dominate. Dynamo counter not available for Colin. This is what happens when Kassai gets backed into a corner. She can't refresh those counters. She doesn't have the cards to keep going.
He just took it. 4-card hand coming back.
Well, again, he's playing around response, I think. There's none floating for Aria. It could be a Blade Flurry, but using it on the last attack, it makes no sense. So pretty heads-up move again. Like, he made that choice real quick.
Yeah.
Putting himself in a position to get lucky.
And we're definitely at second cycle here. We see the Heart of Fandal being pitched once again, gaining a life if he remembers to do that. He usually does.
So the world in which Kassai can present 11 damage reliably here.
With 4 cards? I think you can present it.
I mean, a lot of it would come from pre-pumps and maybe less so. I guess if you had the Blade Flurry and the Inner Swing, you're getting there?
Yeah. He's moving quick.
I mean,
he's excited about something.
You have to show Aria that you have it.
Yeah. So hot streak first. And I'm not sure if he just forgot to indicate on the counter there that he went from 3 to 4 with the Heart of Fandal when he pitched it. But
so Colin is dead if he doesn't sort of win this turn, I think. There's a determination in the hand for Aria and like a large number of...
Oh, he's pulling blocks already on the first swing. So that's kind of interesting. Not what I was expecting.
Yeah, often like you don't respect that first swing too much because inner swing doesn't work on it.
And he goes for the army. That's huge. Massive 4.
That is...
Or was it only 3? Only 3, but
3.
still.
Still a big deal.
No, there it is. There's the 4th. Why did... Oh, because he's swinging with one. I see how he's doing it.
Yeah, so you need to swing the Centauri Saber because you have to swing the Centauri Saber, right?
Yeah, you have to swing a weapon first. and then you can follow up with the sellswords.
That's right. Yeah.
And that's how they get go again with a weapon attack.
Yeah, this is scary, but
Or rather, that's how they're allowed to attack.
yeah, still costs 1 per, right? And that's like a lot of.
Correct.
There's a hard to find.
Yeah, so he's got an all red hand, well, all yellow and red, but so he only gets 1 extra sellsword. But look at that, Aria's down to 2.
Yeah, but you look, you have a block on your braces, you have a block on your grains. You can. I mean, the problem is the Blade Runner, right, is in effect. So this is a 4. So Aria needs to give a card here.
Mm-hmm.
I still think the determination with Colin having no arsenal is pretty backbreaking.
Yeah. And seeing a block with the...
I think that's like a great... again, Colin just put himself in a position to win the game if Aria stumbles here. Like, I respect it a lot. 2 Vigor tokens, though, plus... I mean, you're representing so much here. There's a glint in hand as well, so go again will be guaranteed. It's just 4... It's 5 dominate, excuse me. So Colin can put a card in front of this and some equipment. Block 4, taking 1. Glint here, draw off of it. We have that go again. Aria needs a pump.
Yeah, I think Colin forgot to heal last turn.
No, through the braces. Oh, you're from the heart?
From the heart.
That's possible. That is generally possible. So, 5 dominate here. Colin going to be taking 1, at least. He can't be blocking with any other cards from his hand. The Saber was coming in for 4, Sergio. 2, plus the +2 from the Blade Runner played on the hot streak attack. Chris, obviously, with some decent points in the chat there, talking about the graveyard manipulation and how that sort of changed. Oh, that's overpower. There's an overpower in the hand. I think it's probably just the... Did we pitch the yellow? We pitched the yellow in the end, so that might be coming back around. That's a that's good for plus... I want to say +5. Nice little break point. Can mess with the math sometimes, just having one of that. Here's the singing. Aria held on to that one. Colin knows he is in deep trouble here. Just a response.
Sure.
An overpower. We found the yellow overpower. That wasn't in hand, so it's a blue overpower in hand, which means this is getting powered.
Yeah, and that's going to
That should do it. Colin Eriksen now cannot block with any more cards from hand.
Yeah.
Sends the fist, and Aria Howe extends her record to 3-1. Great showing here on a Dawnblade Dorinthea. An incredibly aggressive deck. You know, it makes you kind of wonder, how polarized is the matchup spread for a deck like this? Like, this is all... Honestly, I love the deck building. It's all the powerful, scary stuff that Dorinthea can make happen. But you saw Aria had to play really clean to actually get to have those turns.
Yeah, I think both of these players played very clean. I think the Aria deck list being this aggressive is what allowed her to get over the top of this very defensive list on the Kassai side. Usually when you see this many D-reacts as the Dorinthea, you are not happy. So very well played from Aria to navigate that difficult kind of matchup and just have enough gas in the tank to get over the top of all those D-reacts.
The truth is, like, you know you're going to be playing into those as Dorinthea, so you need to have ways around them. Yellow overpower is one of them, right? Yeah. That's a +5. It answers, obviously, those D-reacts. Also, you know, puncture is a +4 that can be really relevant in some cases, right? It cancels out the dynamo when you're able to use it. Singing into, you know, obviously using Twinning Blade really effectively. But this deck is, ask Aria if you can get your hands on it. If you want to live live life in the fast lane as Dorinthea and go hard, this is where you want to be. Great.
You got to know your lines, though. I think that double singing play was
super sick. Yeah, actually.
Just kiss.
Really good. I did not think, because she was, you know, that was well played around by Colin. Really clever block, but getting that extra +1, still being able to get it. It feels greedy, right? A lot of what Aria does on board feels greedy, but it's powerful. That's where Dorinthea shines. That's where she's supposed to make things happen. We're going to go to a break, folks. When we come back, more from your AGE Open for April as we head, of course, into round number 5. Welcome back to the booth, everybody, here at AGE Open for April. Round 5 is upon us. We have 6 rounds before we cut to top 8, so now we're getting to the pointy end of things. Speaking of the pointy end, we just, of course, saw Aria take Colin Eriksen on Kassai to task there. A great matchup showcasing a very aggressive Dawnblade build, and I love that we're seeing a bit of Goat Dory in USA conversation. But y'all sleeping on my boy Shin Inoue. That's right. My boy Nixie out there, he deserves a bit of credit as well. That guy is absolutely cracked. The Warrior Council, full of many incredible players. I simply have the opportunity to wash their feet every now and then and try and steal their deck lists. But let's move on. I've gotten it out of my system now, Michael.
Oh, good.
But let's
it only took 2.
That's right. Let's enter the Mind Palace for a moment.
Oh, yeah.
Our next matchup features Kano and Dromai here. High level. This might be a quick game.
Yeah, I think the Kano's looking to close it out as soon as possible, especially if the Dromai is running Sand Cover and Oasis Respite. You're basically saying, I need to kill them before they get to that card. Unless you think you can second cycle them, which also is not going to happen.
Yeah, not really a risk you're trying to take. So we'll be jumping into that one in just a moment. Very quickly, let's update you guys on our meta game breakdown. Dromai coming in here at 6 representations. Again, many people trying to take flight before she is ascended to living legend status. 5 Dorintheas, one of them which has a Dawnblade in the main board. Charles Dunn, of course, showing us that runaways list that, I think seeing Tyler Horspool at table 1 means Charles did not win that game. So that's pretty surprising. Tyler obviously
Kayo might be, in the top 8 here.
Tyler obviously incredible in his own right, and a champion of large flesh and blood events as well. Playing in SoCal is pretty rough. We have some brutally strong opponents out here to sort of face down. So we're going to jump into this next matchup in just a moment here. Let's head down to our feature match area. Ryan Brown on Kano versus Patrick Rubalcava on Dromai.
Yeah, both of these players 3-1, hoping to secure their spot in the top 8 here. And from what I've heard, this is a 50-50 match if the Kano player is very good.
Okay, that's asking for a lot.
Yeah. So Ryan's going to need to find a lethal and find it quickly here before the Dromai has a chance to find the Oasis or the Sand Cover. Now, one thing that's really important to note about the Dromai is that deck is made of all reds. So, when you don't have those cards available, your ability to block is very poor.
Yeah, you might have Arcane Barrier baked onto every Ashwing that you control, but actually being able to pay into it to block an amount of damage without tearing your hand to shreds is a whole different story. Yeah. Maybe the odd random blue that comes up, but, there are plenty of Dromai decks that don't run any blues whatsoever.
Yeah, we've got the Kano with the Emperor sleeves and the Dromai with the suited up Patrick sleeves. I'm not actually sure who was on
who
those.
Is that? I mean, I wasn't sure. I'm not going to speculate on who that was actually because I'm not certain. But anyway, so Wave of Reality here, of course, the ward and the Spectral Shield can definitely have value here in mitigating some of that early damage. Kano, of course, starts at 30 life here, so we'll get them to change that in just a moment. But let's open up with a tome here. Let's get some reds into the pitch to start to put the pressure on. Build some ash. Right here, of course. Again, there's no reason not to just Kano off the top on turn 0, right? See if you can't find something.
See what you can hit. Maybe you can get lethal.
yeah, that's the thing.
It's you got to get very lucky, but it is possible.
I've had snapback hit me turn. I've been on AB1, have snapback hit me, and then another non-attack. That was very rude. You can definitely do more than one spell sometimes if you find the right card off the top here. But Patrick is straightening up his play area here, already in disarray.
One thing I wanted to point out, too, was this Threadbare Tunic. This actually started out as kind of a meme card for Kanos until they realized that it actually is potentially better than the Spellfire Cloak because it allows you to get that resource on your own turn as well as your opponent's turn. And you're dumping your hand anyway when you're comboing off. So really interesting tech to see come around this wave of the meta.
Oh, okay. E-Port off the top for Ryan.
Love to see that with the Kano.
Great, right?
And of course, this was the PTLA promo card. These cards are worth their weight in gold.
Yeah, very, very good looking card here.
Yep.
Isn't that great if Ryan feels rushed here to have access to those extra couple of resources to try and go over the top? But Patrick is going to be doing that anyway. A dominated, nourishing emptiness here. Presenting 6 damage and saying you get extra intellect if you hit with this. Now, a Blazing Aether off the top.
Ryan's really incentivized to continue to go, but if he has reds in hand, that card is basically useless. Sometimes when you see that, you just choose to leave it on top if you can't play anything else. But
blocking with the Lesson in Lava. That Blazing Aether is, don't worry, we're not going to see that here.
Yeah.
Obviously deals an amount of arcane damage equal to the amount of arcane damage dealt to an opponent on that.
Oh, is he playing the lesson? No.
I-
He's
that was
jokingly
from
sending
hand,
it for
yeah.
0, I
Yeah.
think. Okay.
I mean,
All right.
Yeah, that'll sort of
Yeah.
banish it forever. So makes perfect sense, right? I guess you could remembrance it back, right? To your deck.
Yeah, I think there's no reason to do that other than for the memes.
Yeah.
Which, with the Threadbare Tunic, it seems like he's got that kind of locked right now.
Yeah. All right, take 3 damage, and Patrick draws up to 5 on his turn, which is...
Yep. And it looks like Ryan chose not to Arsenal as... I'm sorry, it wasn't...
It wasn't his turn, yeah.
His
It was
turn.
Patrick's
So-
turn here.
He's drawing up because this is turn 1, or turn 0, rather. And,
I mean, your Dromai opponent got 3 Ash and an extra intellect point plus an Arsenal on that turn.
yep,
And 3 damage.
not what you want to see. Getting the potion is a little bit of a, silver lining there.
Yeah, let's get that life total sorted. Thank you, mates.
Ugh. Glad Kano doesn't start at 40. So,
Is that Aether Dart off the
yep,
top?
Aether Dart off the top. Just blue, one arcane damage. Not very threatening.
And again, remember, Ryan still has an action point to spend, so this doesn't have to be the only spell this turn. Crucible of Aether Weave will be activated now, giving that +1 to this. Hey, that's a good card. Aether Flare.
Okay, now the Aether Dart can be a lot more threatening. And this is exactly what Dromai actually struggles into. The Aether Flares are something that you don't really want to spend your reactions on, because if you spend them on this, they're not available for the Wildfire, but you don't really have the blues to cover this type of thing up.
It's threatening, right? I
Yeah.
mean, again, this is another card that says the next card you play this turn...
It looks like he uses the sand cover right here.
Okay, all right,
So
Patrick.
That's
parting.
exactly what this is fantastic for Ryan in the sense that now that sand cover isn't in hand for the Wildfire if he's able to get it. So they're going to be playing this dance of like, can I bait out these blocking cards in order to get the full combo?
Like we talked in the previous Dromai game, I think there was only 2 sand covers in that list, so not always the full 3 being run here. I mean, Aether Flare is scary. I mean, yeah, adding that extra damage onto each consecutive sort of attack. This does mean Patrick's able to build so much Ash that, he goes Ash negative on this particular play. He's not pitching for it, but I think he's really happy to cover up this Aether Flare damage, which turns this Aether Dart into just a 1. Pretty good.
Yeah, I'm also seeing there might not be Oasis Respite in this list either. So that's potentially one of 2 sand covers. This Dromai might actually be in a little bit of trouble spending this so early.
Patrick didn't deploy or develop any dragons on his turn 0, so not a whole lot of pressure to board yet. But again, has 5 cards in hand with that Arsenal, which was the sand cover, so ton to play with. And the Ash, of course, to set up the booth. Big shout out Nathan Crawford in the chat, Mr. Regular Degular. Good to see you, man. Great to meet you, obviously, at the Pro Tour. You missed out on a really compelling Victor mirror earlier, my friend. I know that's
Hey there,
just-
Nathan.
You played against him, right?
Yeah. I mentioned him earlier in the cast. Nathan, if you missed the earlier part, you came up. So
You did.
go check that out.
Everyone gets a shout out here at AGE. Okay, Yenderai emerges from the brambly maze wall to bar Ryan's way. Oh, God. That's an abomination.
Ravenous Abomination.
Oh, my goodness. All right, 4 damage here. Jeez, that is just, oh, my God. Can we get a Magic the Gathering Plains as a proxy for that? Just cover it over. It's fantastic art. Let me be clear about that. It's just the whiteboard is brutal. All right. This is that pressure, though. This is what Patrick needs to do. Ryan, obviously, misconception. Kanos don't just want to Kano on their opponent's turn all the time. Just throw damage. They want to do it on their turn to force their opponent to part with some cards to make it harder for them to kill you.
Yeah, that's a really good point. I think one of the strengths of Kano is stripping cards from the opponent or basically comboing off on their own turn. You saw it last turn with the Aether Flare, but it's so important when you do multiplicative arcane damage to have as many cards as possible. It's kind of like Dorinthea would rather have 5 cards than 4 than 3. When your cards build off of themselves, it's really important to kind of keep them together.
So we went Ravenous into Yenderai Swing into Snatch. Ryan's life total now down to about half of what it was. This is what happens when your opponent gets to resolve a Nourishing Emptiness with upside.
And he's taking the hit on the snatch. Is that what he just said?
It appears so.
So he must have something really big to throw back here.
I mean, Patrick has so many cards here. Maybe doesn't feel like he needs to use the snaps just yet. Pitch, I think, that CNC into the furnace instead of sort of trying to find a way to play it.
Right.
All right, this is Ryan's turn. Check the top. Kano active. We are not sure.
Contemplative look on his face, the mustache thinking.
Is this the kind of turn, though, where you need to find something to really chip down your opponent?
Yeah, you absolutely want to try to get the Dromai player into lethal range right now, if you can do it, because you're looking to pop off soon.
Okay. So we may not have liked what we saw on the top, so we leave it there, and then we Tomo Aetherwind, in theory, to draw 2.
Yeah. If it was a blue, he's happy to see it. If it was a red, maybe he just kind of bites the bullet and draws the red anyway.
So that's 1 Kano activation down. Let's go for a second Scalding Rain to fuel this. Prognosticate.
Blue prognosticate. Not what you want to see exactly, but
Gaze the Ages in pitch now.
I think that might.
Is that a wildfire?
Yeah. No, it's a
Blazing
blazing
Aether.
Sorry.
Okay, well, this isn't particularly exciting, I must say. Still in action. No, Tome of Aetherwind was used here, so here we go.
Just sending the prognosticate for 2.
It has a surge effect, right?
Right. So if this hits for more than 1, he gets to opt 1 card.
Okay. Patrick, not really phased by this amount of damage. Are they wearing these hats on purpose? They're great hats. What's
Have
wrong
you ever worn a hat on accident?
I just fell into it. You know, I went to do a handstand, and all of a sudden, my head is covered.
Hate it
Dad-
when that happens.
Are we hating on dad hats now?
So-
In the year of our Lord, 2024? They're great. My goodness. No accounting for taste these days. I don't wear hats, personally.
Only sending 4 on a 5-card hand is not at all what Ryan wanted to see here. He really needed to send... lethal for a Kano, if they don't block anything, is 38. 36...
It looks like we're having to access the Mind Palace via the latrine.
Yeah.
Because there's not a whole lot going on. And there's a lot of excrement to part with for Ryan here. Not compelling. 2 damage dealt to this Dromai, which will be covered up and some
And
by
now
this
the sigil
sigil.
pushes him back out of lethal range.
I just accidentally wore this hat. Just, oh, good. Okay, Flamecool Awakening here. So this tells me this is... I mean, I can see the list here. I won't give it the deets, but this is... I mean, this telegraphs a red line deck, which is probably kind of scary for the Kano, right? That's a lot of pressure.
No, I think the red line deck is exactly what the Kano wants to see. It's really more about... Because when you can't block the Kano's damage, you don't really care what they're sending at you. Chances are you're going to kill them. I'm still... I would put my money on Kano in this position still. It still very much matters how his hands align, but knowing that Patrick isn't running Oasis Respite, knowing he already spent 1 of his 2 sand covers, he has 1 out to the combo.
Did he use his action point? Yes, Tome of Aetherwind, I think, uses up. Is it not?
Yeah, he used his action point on the Tome of Aetherwind, so he couldn't play an additional spell from hand. He would have loved to be able to do that.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, the Tome uses that action
That's why
point.
the gaze just got pitched.
Yeah.
All right, here's Themai. Okay, this is very problematic for a Kano to deal with now.
Yes, Kano has to get rid of this dragon if he wants to be able to combo off.
Okay, if I ask you to sort of give a percentage now on who you think is going to win the game at this
that just shifted it by about 40%. There are
Christ
cards
on a
that
bike.
Ryan can play that can get rid of this, but not very many. I think... is he running any poppers? That's the really important thing here is he needs to run poppers or he needs to run...
I mean, dead bricks, though, off the top, no?
Yeah, no, it's not great. You don't want to have to run those.
There you go. Red, Aether
There it is. Okay, beautiful. So he had the Aether Dot. That's exactly the card he needed. So bit of an out there for Ryan.
Oof,
manages to survive, shaking his head.
Running
not
out of life,
super
man.
happy, but yeah, he's got maybe 1 or 2 turns before he needs to close
This
this.
one's a 41.
And the Tome is not what he wants to see here. This might mean that if Patrick can present more than 10 damage, then either Ryan kills him right now, which he can't do, because 41 is just too much.
That's just right. Like, you have to have the God Pitch stack for that. We
Yeah.
we are only a couple of hands deep.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, Ryan. Just, like, I mean, what he's brought off the top of his Kano deck just not has lined up. Like, he hasn't been able to generate any pressure
every
from that.
time he's Kano'd, he's hit a blue.
And he even had a Kano brick, had the Tome of Aether winded off the top, and then drew into again very little. The only card he's presented as remotely threatening was that Aether Flare. Here's Mirror Guy. Patrick. So much Ash. Ash for days.
Yeah. I'm expecting Ryan to either have to pop off here or be permanently on the back foot for the rest of the game.
All right. We've seen this happen before.
We see.
In fact, didn't Grant Strom win AGE without taking a point of damage in his semi or final?
Correct.
Yeah, so Dromai can have these games where she just doesn't take any damage.
Sure. And one of the heroes she can do that against is Kano.
Yeah, Kano, Dorinthea, Aracne, Azuri. Definitely. I mean, okay, if you're a bad Dory like me, maybe. It's...
well, no wonder...
Teklevossen.
The players are so excited to see her potentially ride off into the sunset.
I mean, obviously, she creates some very polarized matchups, right?
Yeah.
With a lot of, And I think that to some degree, the design team LSS probably are looking forward, not to her not being in the game, but yes, but because of what she opens up in the metagame.
I think the ability to create permanence on the battlefield is very powerful, but also very interesting. And so being able to balance that is like the holy grail of the summoner class right now. And I think with Enigma, they've had Dromai and Prism to practice. I'm very excited for this next set to see what they've done with the new Illusionist.
So we are in the Mind Palace right now. That's what Ryan's trying to do.
Yep. Yep, you're misusing that word, but I understand what you're trying to say.
Sorry. Yeah, so we had a conversation before the game, and I thought it was just like a turn of phrase to use thinking, but it's actually a legitimate technique used to strengthen your memory. Or
Correct.
To be able to
It's a technique that basically you place the card that you're pitching to the bottom in your house onto an object. So you'll place the card onto your dining room table, and then the next card on your cat's water bowl. The next card's in the sink, the next one's in the oven. And by placing them in a place that you're very familiar with, it actually makes it much easier to recall the exact order of the cards that you've pitched.
That's crazy.
So it's a very interesting memory technique for the Kanos that are trying to remember 20, 30 cards deep in their pitch stack.
That is a huge amount to sort of recall, and very important in some of those longer games where you can't just take the standard axes by chunking someone down and then performing the combo, right? Yeah, Ryan is probably just, instead of that, trying to think of a way out of this. He has to block Enderai first because there is an immense amount of damage on the... Oh,
Blaze Headlong is a really bad card to see in this.
Does he have to go?
No, the moment you block with a Kano, you've said, I can't go anymore.
Okay.
You need all 5 cards. So seeing the block actually really encourages Patrick to just send the rest of his hand.
Yep. Very interesting. Even with the E-Pot?
An E-Pot can sort of get you out of that, but it's even with an E-Pot. Usually the E-Pot's there to bail you out of pulling a red off the Ragamuffin's hat.
Makes sense. Okay, Ryan down to 3 here.
Yeah.
Patrick is just going about his day, apparently.
Yeah, this is Ryan's chance to win. This is very low now. He needs to see.
There is nothing that is going to ask for cards from Patrick, right?
Yeah, I mean, he could if he threw out, say, like an Aether Spindle Opt 5, that could maybe ask for cards, but.
I mean, Patrick doesn't even have the mechanism to block arcane damage on the board right now.
Yeah,
So.
He might just say, I mean, I guess you get to look at 5. Yeah. Go next.
That was an Aether Dart.
Yeah, Aether Dart for 3. Yep. Not what you want to see. This is really rough for Ryan here. He has to. Oh, and there's a Thamai. So he can still respond to this, and he has to. Basically, what he's saying is, kill me now, which is really scary. If he has, he still has 1 card in hand. So if he had no cards in hand, Ryan could kill him.
Scalding Rain off the top.
Not with that card.
He
really needed
ugly.
That's every single pitch. Every single Kano has been a blue.
That's devastating. That is not enough damage.
Yeah.
Not even close.
He needed an Aether Flare. If he saw an Aether Flare there, I might be flipping the table here.
Yeah.
But that's not it. And he's calculating, tapping the table, wondering what he can possibly do to get himself out of this situation. If he maybe does another Kano, it's...
Wildfire in pitch.
Wildfire.
Ragamuffins?
I don't know what he's doing here. He's fishing.
Okay. Off the top.
Yeah, see, that's exactly it. I was saying he needs to hit tome into tome into tome to get himself out of this situation.
First tome. Up to 3 cards in hand now. Still that Scalding Rain. Sitting in Banish to be played. Voltic Bolt.
Yep. Is this the next tome? That's pretty big.
Okay.
That's
Sonic
helpful. does he have a Wildfire in Arsenal? If he has a Wildfire in Arsenal and he can go 4 wide, he might be able to get there.
Sonic Boom is pretty huge in that you can play the top card of your deck.
Yep.
If its cost is equal to or less than the amount of damage you did with that. 2 cards in hand here.
Even if he does get the Sonic Boom and the card in Arsenal off is a Wildfire, I think he still needs to hit a Blazing Aether off the top to get there.
Oh, God.
He's in a really rough spot here. He's relying on Heart of the Cards. Lisan Al-Gaib, where are you?
Yeah, yeah, he came and went, apparently.
Yeah.
Back to France. Patrick in the position now, some might envy it. Simply just waiting to see if their fate is decided or not. Ryan obviously going 3-1 here, so being able to get Kano to hum in a couple of these matchups. This one is just a rough one. Or at least that's the way the cards have fallen here. See, if you need more resources, you've got the Threadbare Tunic, you've got the Energy Potion.
And he's floating 0 right now, is that? Yeah, because he pitched a blue, a yellow, a red, and a blue. So no floating, 3 Kano activations, 2 cards in hand.
I mean, I don't know. If Kano was able to win from here, I probably wouldn't feel that negatively about it, considering that he's had to spend the entire game getting just bent into a suspension.
Another
screen.
blue off the top.
8th Quickening?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
He's just...
if I saw Ryan win from here, I'd be like, yo, Credit, you basically got worn like a sock for 20 minutes, and then you managed to find a way to get out of that. Seems fair. Right. It is
currently the Dromai's turn.
It's Dromai's turn. They have presented... Themai is yet to resolve in play. So that is what we're responding to.
Oh, and he's paying for the Crucible there to buff up the Sonic Boom. Interesting choice.
Yes. Okay. So Sonic Boom for 4. Trying to make sure... No matter what comes off. I mean, Patrick is not... If there's a sound cover here...
There's no card
over.
that he could hit off the top that is lethal, unfortunately.
Oh, you're kidding! That is disgusting!
No.
Oh, Ryan can't do a thing about it. 4 damage prevention? Yeah. Oh, God.
That's it.
All right, we're popping the E-Pod here. 2 floating.
The rest of this turn is a formality. We're going to let the Kano play it out because, you know, that's the only time he gets to play Flesh and Blood is on this one turn. But it is over for him. He no longer has enough cards to block the damage on the board.
How can you feel offended by Kano when like half of the games go like this?
Yeah. And you know, I think the real thing that people don't like about the Kano isn't that he's too strong. I mean, certainly it can feel like he's too strong.
So that he kills you out of nowhere?
It's more about the ability to interact, right? And I think even this game sort of showcases, like, how many things did Patrick block? 2. He blocked twice, and it was his 2 sand covers. Like, and I understand that sentiment. Personally, I think that the more that a player plays against the Kano, the more they enjoy it.
Oh, man.
Yeah, rough time for Ryan there. Blew off the top every single time he used his Kano ability that game. I don't know. I'd have to do the math, but if it's a 50-50, he just lost like 7 coin flips in a row or something.
They're really tough.
Brutal.
Ending with that prognosticate is not what you want to see when you're really looking for something a bit extra, but the sand cover stopping that Sonic Boom.
I mean, the fact that he had that in hand the whole time just shuts down literally everything I said up until that point.
I mean, in a deck with no Oasis, and probably not 3 sand covers, probably just 2, finding them both there.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't argue with that.
Sure.
It was written in the stars.
Well, I'm sure the people that are sort of in camp Dromai over camp Kano, they're both very divisive heroes, but they might be kind of laughing in their chair at home watching this game and going, haha, yeah, that's why you don't bring Kano.
Yeah, I also think Peter Benensik has had his fair share of difficulty today. We'll take a quick break. Maybe not so quick, actually, as I'm a little hungry. We'll be back, of course, with round 6. That will be the decider. Freaking our producer out here by really breaking the fourth wall. I'm going to stuff some food in my cake hole. That's going to happen. And then, of course, we'll be heading towards some win and ins in that round 6 before we cut to top 8. So don't go too far. Much more to come here from your April AGE Open. Keep the copy pastas going in the chat. Make them happen. I'll see you guys later on. Well, the sun is starting to set here out in Redondo Beach in Los Angeles, but it's rising on the prospects of a few of our players now fighting for their spot in our top 8 of our April AGE Open. I'm Mitch Leslie here, joined by Michael Murray. I mean, we've seen some games. We've seen some games and some non-games. I feel like the last match that we caught on camera, that Dromai Kano match, I've never seen a worse side of the variance coin for Kano.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate for the Kano there for sure. I joked with him that you were looking for blues off the top, right? When I walked by the table, he laughed a little bit, but not too much. I think he was a little bitter about the way his deck turned out.
I mean, definitely didn't feel like a very comfortable game to have to play through. A lot of pressure coming in from the Dromai. We, of course, are about to jump into our next game. One of our players, of course, being one Evan Bridges. That's right, who runs the Armories up there at Odyssey, so know him quite well. And again, Evan, I think, has put in some great showings at ProQuest and played in some pretty big tournaments.
Yeah.
He definitely simps a bit for Zachary Wallach, who is obviously part of the AGE Pro team and is out there competing today, probably on Dromai. Again, Evan, normally a Kano player. I see a lot. Boy, he plays a lot of stuff. He played Lexi at her best, Kano a couple of times, and now today is going to be on Kayo, going up against Fuzzy Delp on Katsu, the Wanderer.
Yeah, looking forward to this matchup. What do you think about who's favored here? Is it 50-50? Do you know anything about this matchup?
I mean, honestly, like it's pretty aggressive from both sides here.
Right.
You know, like I always want to think about like, okay, how impactful is Dishonor in this matchup? Maybe early, like it seems to be. You know,
if you can get it off early, I mean that can be back-breaking for the KO. But I imagine that the KO is probably not blocking anything until it comes down, and then you have your cards to block. But
I do think that Scouting Fleshbag can be back-breaking here as well.
Yeah.
You know, Katsu really needs his combo lines to be smooth and to be sequential, and obviously throwing a wrench in those works. You know, like that. We're gonna try that again, boys. Love that. There we go. Fantastic forearms there, Evan. Must be a climber.
Yeah.
What? I mean, they are. They're nice and defined. I have an eye for these things. What can I say? All right, so equipment was hardened cross strap for our KO player. Fuzzy also with the same piece, and it looks like a mask of the Pouncing Lynx. Oh, yeah, this one might not be a long game at all.
Yeah, they're definitely looking to end it as quick as possible, pop that cross strap, get those 2 resources, and send everything they've got.
Chris Iaali, yeah, I'm hearing it 5-0, which is hilarious for so many reasons. Fuzzy, of course, one of the members of the Pitch It To Me podcast. Great bunch of people, great content. Make sure you go check that out on all your podcast platforms. He's got the Kadachis next to Katsu. That's, okay, all right. I just bigged you up, buddy. Okay, that's cool. I don't have an issue. Again, so, yeah, look, okay. Ancestral Harmony straight away, looking for a combo card off the top. Found it. We'll have to see that. Again, this is on turn 1 here, Evan just Arsenal passed.
Yeah, Ancestral Harmony is one of those new cards I think players haven't quite figured out if they like it yet or not. Kind of demands you hitting a combo card, otherwise it's a bit of a whiff.
It does mean that all of your attacks with combo get +1 this turn, though, so that's pretty nice.
Definitely a good hit here, especially because this card has natural go again, meaning he can just play it out and continue the chain.
Coming in for 3. So this is virtually a red Descendant Gust Wave. Again, doesn't have the bonus of the surging sort of coming in before it. Ancestral Empowerment being played on that to try and overcome the block, but a no fear. I don't know if we're going to banish any way. You might just be happy with the 2 damage prevention here. I don't see why not, right? Okay.
Banishes an extra card.
All right. Banishing the Wild Ride.
It can't block anyway, so why not, right?
Yeah, that is a good point. Turning the Wild Ride into a card that can virtually block. Was it a Winds of Eternity?
Yeah, so this is the combo ender for the 100 wins. So just coming in for 2, or for 3 because it's a combo card and it was buffed earlier.
That's right. It needs 100 wins. If so, it's going to be putting all of your 100 wins on the combat chain back into the deck. So,
and did Evan just go ahead and take that? Looks like it.
Yep. Start with the Wild Ride. Here we go. We did block last turn. So we are playing a bit more into the mid-range style. So this might be a Claw. Ooh. Oh, come on.
Good start for Evan.
Okay, this could be more than just a Claw. Okay, E-Strike being pulled into the hand here.
That's pretty great.
I don't hate following up this Wild Ride with a nice little E-Strike. We're going to get a Might token here.
He could also just choose to arsenal it. We'll see what he...
Is that another wild ride in here?
Yeah, so he would have to pitch one for the claw. I mean, he'll definitely pitch one of these. It's just a question of which one.
Yeah, thinking now on how we follow this. Fuzzy just took that, understandable.
Yeah.
Can see like a whelming gust wave in the Katsu's hand. Yeah, thinking now. Often playing off these small hands, if you are still trying to play that wild ride. Okay, no arsenal.
Just goes for the 7.
13 damage doesn't
Excuse me, goes for the 5 and draw. A little bit
Ah.
more efficient when you're happy with any card in your arsenal. Sometimes that can be a bit of a whiff if you get a blue. I didn't see what he pulled, but he's happy to arsenal it and does.
Makes sense. Find something good. Play off that in your arsenal. Feels like a pretty darn good turn. Sending 11 damage over. Katsu's way.
That's 100 wins coming in. 3 go again. Says if he plays another 100 wins after this, it'll get +1.
Seems to be a deck constructed to benefit from that combo line. Again, the next 100 wins also comes in at a break point, not to mention breaking scales still being available. But no crack of the heart and cross strap. That tends to be the signal here. Oh, hang about.
There it is.
Okay. Here's the cross strap. Surging strike followed up, so that makes it free.
I really like this because he pulled a card from Evan's hand, which sort of indicates that he's probably not going to want to continue to block much. You know, the more cards he pulls, and this is 4 with a break point. I like that play a lot.
Yeah, it also means that he's probably sort of showing there's not really any 100 wins to follow up. This might be just like a surging strike gust wave line. Having the extra 3 go again. And again, like after your Kayo opponent is parted with 1 card, he's probably not feeling like giving too many more. Swing big in hand there.
Any no blocks?
Doesn't look, there could be a wind up there though, so not a great blocking card.
Using the gauntlets here. Getting a mite.
Descendant coming in.
Ooh. How many cards is Evan going to give up here?
See, this is a 5 go again for free because we had a surging strike before it.
0 for 5 go again. Pretty good.
Very good. We are well above right here.
And the potential to tutor for a card if this hits using Katsu's hero ability.
What would be bonds?
That would be my guess. So Evan deciding to give 2 pieces of equipment and a card from hand.
Okay, we have the whelming line here, but it requires surging strike to be the previous attack. So this is just a 1.
Evan just takes it.
Not sure if this, not sure how well this gets the job done here. I mean, plenty of block though, drawn out of the Kayo.
Yeah, losing all
Scabskid
that
put in front.
equipment this early is a good help to Fuzzy.
All right, heart and cross strap coming out here. I feel like
Bare
Fuzzy may be
fangs.
hoping for more from the cross strap turn, but Evan here is going to get that big old bare fangs.
The classic 1 card 10.
Yep. Pretty good. Pretty darn good. And well worth a cross strap turn here. It means you can really keep pace with your opponent. Fuzzy, really experienced competitor
I
with.
think he's got an Art of War. He's maybe just looking to take the damage, and there it is.
Okay, put the Breeze Riders in front.
Yep.
I mean, again, this build of Katsu can be so explosive with that Mask of the Pouncing Lynx.
He has an Art of War in hand, too, so this is really scary here.
Oh, Be Like Water definitely going to hit if that's the case. I
Yep.
think I see it too.
Yep.
Again, there's something to be said for a Katsu player not opening with Kodachis, but because this is a Pouncing Lynx build, they're less important.
Yeah, this turn's going to be very big, and he overblocks it.
Like that a lot.
Very smart from Evan, playing around the pump.
Again, Be Like Water does not have combo, so you cannot use breaking scales on that. Here's Descendant. This is just a Descendant, so only 3. Pack Call. Given that one. That was a CNC off the top.
Evan playing very measured, mid-range game plan.
He really wanted that Be Like Water to be a surging strike. To pay for that Descendant pitching a whelming. Could have been a lot of ways this turn went, if not for the overblock from Mr. Bridge. It's very heads up.
Yeah.
And
That
here's
was-
the
that was
whelming.
a smart play there. Just for 3 on this one.
goodness, it could have been so much worse.
Yeah, I think Evan blocked very, very intelligently with those boots.
Okay, and that will be it by the looks of things. Fuzzy moves to Arsenal. A very middling turn there, shut down because Be Like Water could not be anything but the way it was printed. Here's a Might token pop and Assault and Battery from Arsenal.
Is that one red or blue? Can you tell?
Looks blue to me.
Okay. Should just be for 5. Oh, for 6 with the Might.
The Might token. No beat chest.
No beat chest, that's right. Just another vanilla 6.
Fuzzy's taking a lot of damage to try and make these turns happen here.
Nice efficiency playing the agility token on his own turn, getting the Might out of that as well.
Was that a Wolf of Wall Street reference? Oh, no, it wasn't. It's a beat chest one.
Right.
Great scene. Great scene. All right, here we go. Surging Strike. We like this.
And another threatening attack. This time, Evan doesn't. Oh, he still had. He could block with the rest of his equipment and 1 card to stop this on hit.
No combo on Surging Strike. Just go again.
No breaking seals, but we do know that he has an Art of War in Arsenal, so 5 block would not be enough to stop this if Fuzzy wants to push that through.
And Fuzzy obviously needs to hit in order to tutor these cards out of his deck with Katsu. Evan, very wary of that, has been sending back some incredibly above-rate mid-range turns, single attack actions that, while maybe not having huge threatening on hits, are just large.
And he just goes over block by 1. Really respecting... Oh. No, that's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, for a second, I thought that was the ancestral empowerment. Whelming is still threatening and potentially 1 card and an equipment. It's a very tempting block here, but...
Yeah, obviously if it hits, it will draw a card for Fuzzy.
Yeah. And he's got the agility and the Might that he doesn't want to waste, so giving the whole hand here would be a very difficult decision to make.
I mean, can he really make use of agility at this point? He
no.
doesn't have like a
with
tunic
2 cards in hand, I don't think he can, so wouldn't be that much of a waste.
Let's at least make the... Okay, we are out of warring here.
Yeah, so no blocks into an Art of War. This is getting scary for Evan. It's lucky that he has such a high life total right now because he's going to lose a lot of that this turn.
We banish the bonds to draw 2. And obviously we get +1. I guess a little efficiency loss as it's not happening on that first attack, but wouldn't have done you a whole lot of good there anyway. Tenacity, that's probably pitch fodder. This does not give Living Legend points, Silly Miller. Our Players' Championship and also our last monthly will be a PTR event. So yeah, there will be a gold call for and Living Legend points will be assigned. Yeah, I think the surging block was an interesting play. Like often you just kind of let that go through or just give it 1 card.
Sure. Well, seeing that he had the natural gust wave, it could have turned into a Bond's turn, which, you know, I think Evan is trying to stop this Katsu trigger as much as possible. Really afraid of the tutoring and on hits that can go so wide and so dangerous with Katsu, but he may have just gotten through anyway.
All right. Looking at the dishonor there. We are going to be getting a Bonds of Ancestry. Again, if a Gust Wave card came before this one, it costs 2 less to play. It only costs 2. It has Go Again. It says, when this attached, you may banish a card with combo from your graveyard and search your deck for a card with the same name. Banish it, and then you can play it this combat chain. So we are searching. Oh, sorry. We also popped the Mask of the Pouncing Lynx here, so we get to look for 2 cards.
It looks like he might be thinking about the double Bonds turn.
That means you need a Gust Wave in between the bonds, right?
Correct, and that's exactly what he pulled.
Yeah.
He was choosing between the Whelming and the Descendant Gust Waves there. Put the Whelming out. Sorry, put the Descendant out, pulled it back, and then went for the Whelming.
Whelming feels fine again.
Yeah.
That is a Breaking Scales target, one of the better ones.
Sure, and he'd rather try to draw that card than have the +1 damage.
Here comes the bonds. 0 for 4, go again. Banish a card from your graveyard, get a card of the same name to play. Definitely some thinking needs to happen here. Either way, this is shaping up to be a pretty punishing turn, with Evan already offering a 2-card block on the Surging Strike card that didn't have an on-hit. Definitely giving a window to the Katsu here to push through some of these frustrating on-hit effects.
One interesting choice about the Descendant was if he chose that, it would turn on the Dishonor, but without a Descendant Gust Wave on the chain, the Whelming Gust Wave does not activate the Dishonor, meaning if he chooses this, it will just be a vanilla 4 damage. Still a lot of damage to push at the end of a chain, but not that threatening on hit that can turn off the Kayo hero ability for the rest of the game.
And I guess like, how much is the rest of the game, right? How much are you really denying the Kayo if you Dishonor him here?
Well, I will say if he decides to go for some kind of, Wild Ride, go again, and then he hits a 5 off the top, that's no longer a 6. It can be very brutal.
Yep. All those 5s end up being bricks from there on out.
Yeah. But seems like he values the drawing more, so he went for the Whelming instead. It looks like he's also using his boots. These will, when he uses them, allow all of his combo cards to gain go again for the rest of the turn. So anything he plays on the chain.
It requires a ninja attack to hit, but looks like Bonds was no blocked. Here's another Surging. And we know what comes after that. Whelming Gust Wave. Again, this is 3. Threatens a card draw, though.
So maybe he didn't have another Bonds in the graveyard to pull, which is why he pulled the Dishonor. It's an interesting choice because that would only be for 2.
Yeah, it's got to follow a Bonds. Otherwise, it's just a vanilla 2.
Yeah.
But again, it's 2, but still has it on hit, right? Because you have a Surging Strike, a Descendant.
He doesn't have a Descendant. He only has a Whelming.
That's true. That's a Bonds there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Not that exciting then. Evan Bridges at 11 life, but Fuzzy's petering out here a little bit at the end of his combo. Have we resolved? Have we declared blockers on this? Has he drawn a card rather off this Whelming yet?
I think we're still waiting for blocks on this. Evan's deciding if he wants to give up the whole hand.
Because you're really hoping for a...
He says... Oh, okay, so maybe he did already draw then.
Okay. Here's the Dishonor. With
An
no...
Interesting choice to block like this. I wonder if he thinks that it's active.
I mean, based on all the contents of the combat...
He overblocked that. He blocked 4.
I see no Descendant. Either way, it's not Fuzzy's responsibility to convey that.
Yeah.
Maybe Evan just wanted to preserve a bit of life. But...
Agility 2 mites.
Bye-bye.
Means claw for 5.
Yeah, and no more to follow that up. No extra resource to turn this into a bit of a decent team.
I can imagine Fuzzy just laughs at that and goes on to another 5-card hand.
Okay, I mean, this is pretty big. Man, Evan really offered up so much on that last turn. I mean, we don't think that Dishonor was turned on necessarily.
Right.
And now he has a very middling turn, just the claw. Fuzzy can come back around and another Ancestral Harmony here. Oh, it's off the top. Combo card? Nope, it is not. Still, all of his cards with combo will get that +1 this turn.
Sure. Has the potential to be a blue for 4 if he plays 4 combo cards. That's not bad at all.
Yeah, big time. Okay, Whelming blue. Now the Kodachis make an appearance. Evan is really not priced into blocking those yet. Spinning Wheel Kick. For 5. Again, you need another Spinning Wheel Kick, ideally. All it does is get +1 and get put back on the bottom of its owner's deck if it follows a Twin Twisters or Spinning Wheel Kick. Right now, just 5. 1 for 5 go again is acceptable. Yeah, if that's a Hurricane technique in ours, that is fun. You need rising, I think you need... Oh, okay, it's not Hurricane technique, sorry. Is that Cyclone Roundhouse?
Yeah, I think that's it.
Yeah, Hurricane technique doesn't care about the Spinning Wheel Kick. So Cyclone Roundhouse says, if Spinning Wheel Kick was the last attack this combat chain, this has, at the beginning of the reaction step, banish a random defending card from each chain link. Now, no defending cards here, but still, it's a 6-power attack, threatening that lethal against Evan. Not that Evan's going to really put any equipment in front of this because he can't. So.
Oh, and we see the reckless swing here.
Okay.
Hitting, dealing 2 damage.
Not irrelevant here.
And going to 2. 2 to 8. 2 cards in hand.
All right.
And he's got the swing big, so that's threatening lethal. We'll definitely pull at least 1 card from Fuzzy.
Probably just that, though.
Probably just that.
I think we are Mega
Oh,
Kodachi locked.
excuse me, he didn't have a blue. That is
Oh,
what you want to see in this spot.
He is in trouble. This is a win and in for these players. Reckless was good there. Sure enough. Just a claw. Ancestral gets in front of that one. Oh, that's devastating.
He randomly discarded his only blue.
Oh, my goodness.
He really needed that.
Could have been. There's that little bit of variance. There's a Lord of Wind. Okay, all right. Kodachi it is.
Oh, no. And now he's Kodachi locked. Evan
Yep.
Bridges is locked out of this game if he doesn't die this turn. And there's his
Oh,
Blood
Blood
Rush Bellows.
Rushes.
I forgot he even ran that card. You didn't see any of this game.
Mugenshi Release. Okay. Evan has to play around any potential pump.
And there's his hand, and we do it again.
Run it back until Evan completely runs out of the capacity to block here.
Yeah, he's in the spin cycle now.
Yeah, there's no like way Katsu just stumbles here. Still put together. Yeah, okay. You have that card and Surging Strike. What about this one? Okay. What about another attack action?
Yeah, that's it.
There it is. There is the game. Fuzzy Delp gets there. Honestly, some interesting turn cycles. I wonder what world we live in if Evan opts just to let that Dishonor through instead of offering cards and giving up all that tempo. I don't know what you see in the chat. Pretty sure that wasn't turned on.
Yeah, I think that might have been a misplay on Evan's part. He must have assumed that it was turned on because otherwise, why do you block 3 damage in that spot?
Yeah.
So I'll have to ask him after this game.
Yes, if we have a chance to chat. It was a quicker one here, so no reason why we won't be able to pull Fuzzy in for just a moment and have a bit of a word with him. But for now, that looks like Fuzzy Delp has potentially secured his place in the top 8 here. I never say certainly on these things because Gem can, spit out different results to what you expect. But great to see potentially Katsu make it through. Sorry, Evan, but you're playing Kayo, mate. Like, I don't know what you want. One of the only 3 Kayo players here.
Yeah, and before this game, I was speaking with him, and he said he was worried about bubbling out in 9th place. We'll see what happens, but I know he has an infinite number of top 9s according to his player profile. So maybe he can continue that infinite number here or get luck into a top 8.
Yeah, well played by Fuzzy. I mean, Fuzzy, I think, has only been playing the game for maybe a year.
Wow, really?
A little bit. Yeah, no, definitely I wouldn't call him a newcomer anymore, but definitely not seasoned veteran like the opponent sat across from him. I think he was missing a Descendant Gustwave in order to turn on that.
Yeah, well, we saw him pull a Descendant Gustwave, think about it, and then switch it for a Whelming Gustwave. So I wonder if that's what threw Evan off.
Quite possibly, yeah.
So I don't know.
I'll have to ask Evan if he realized that. Anyway, we're going to go to a break. We'll come back. We'll pull Fuzzy in for a moment, have a quick chat with him. We'll see you in a soon. See you in a soon? See you in a sec.
Welcome back. With us, we've got Fuzzy Delp, who just took down a Kayo on Katsu. That was a quick game. There were a couple moments I want to touch on. But before I start asking those questions, I'm just curious, like, how you feel after winning that game.
Shaky.
Shaky.
I think I got somewhat lucky in that I was able to put on enough pressure that he couldn't cast any of his power cards. I never saw him cast Cast Bones or Blood Rush Bellows, and those are typically the cards that like I'm gonna lose to because they can overpower me. But I was getting some pretty good draws together. I've tried to build my deck to be like really consistent, and it's been working pretty well for me today. So
yeah, no, that felt consistent. I mean, the lines you were throwing out, 5-card hand after 5-card hand, and I didn't see any bricks there.
Even like down 15 life, right?
Yeah.
33 to 15.
Yeah.
I'm like, I can still pull this out when I have all my equipment. Each of these equipment are secretly like 5-6 damage each. So
yeah, actually, I think the turn that you evened up the life totals, you ended that with a Dishonor. And we just spoke with Evan, who thought that Dishonor was turned on. Gave me a little tear when we explained that it was actually 2 whelming Gust Waves, not a Descendant.
yeah, I think both Evan and I got a little lost in the sauce there. I definitely thought it was turned on too. I probably
okay.
announced it as such.
Uh-oh.
So
That's all right.
That's
It's
my bad
up to
too.
him to be able to read. So,
Yeah.
you know, it seems like both of you
And he did read it too. He looked at it.
yeah. Yeah, and I think what ended up, at least what I saw, was that you were thinking about pulling the Descendant, and then maybe somewhere in there you were like, you know, I'd rather draw the card, or maybe you just got confused or something about that.
Yeah.
But regardless, the Dishonor was not on, but he still blocked 4, and that seemed really helpful because it turned out he had, a Command and Conquer in Arsenal and needed the extra card to be able to play it, was not able to.
Dodged a bullet there. There's been a lot of, like a few times today where I'm recognizing like small misplays that my opponent made where it happened to work out in my favor to get me the win. So I feel a little lucky to be here right now. I also feel like it's like luck is the opportunity and then skill is taking it.
Absolutely.
Right? So I've gotten both today. Well, I've been playing pretty well.
Everyone knows that card games, you need skill and luck in order to get to the top. Which kind of brings me to my next question, which was, I think you actually asked if we could ask the chat a question.
Oh, yeah. So for context, I was really big on Mask of Momentum for the longest time. Like, it's a very fun card with Katsu because you get to draw extra cards for the course of the game, right? But I'm realizing Mask of Pouncing Links is much better to the point where I completely cut Mask of Momentum out of my list. Even against Dromai, I was running Mask of Pouncing Links today because it's the only one I have. And I was able to beat Dromai with it today. If you line it up with an Art of War turn, you just get a lot of value. But Mask of the Pouncing Links has, I think, a higher form of skill expression. Because
Yeah, it's a tutor. You have to think about every single card in your deck.
Right, at all times.
All times.
Any turn you have could maybe be like made stronger or perhaps just saved by the the Pouncing Links. So I guess my open question is like, I'm probably going to go back and watch my match because it's an awesome learning tool. And I'll be there like probably watching the live stream from before. So if you type in chat, if you know a line that I missed that I could have done better, I want to hear about it so I can like get better and find those lines next time. Because I know I'm missing stuff. There's so many options and I just have so much more to learn.
So open request for chat. Any Katsu mains out there that saw a line that maybe he didn't take, we'd love to hear kind of what you think about that.
Yeah,
and
I need the help.
Yeah, we're all here to learn. We're all here to get better at Flesh and Blood, the viewers and the players alike. Anything else about that game that you thought stood out?
Cyclone Roundhouse is...
that was an interesting one. I'm not used to seeing that.
I know that some other Katsus are running it. Like I was talking with Tyler Horspool last month, and he mentioned that he's on Spinning Wheel Kicks for sure, and that he was like kind of iffy about Cyclone Roundhouse. And I was looking at my list yesterday, and I actually cut Salt the Wound for it. Salt the Wound is a pretty classic like synergy with Mask of Pouncing Links. But I'm finding that like I really want to use Mask of Pouncing Links to grab my combo pieces, not just damage. So I cut Salt the Wound and added one more combo piece because I'm like one more combo card that could I potentially flip off the top with Ancestral Harmony, give me a little bit more edge against like hopefully pulling a combo card. And that was the first time I cast it today.
Yeah, is the text on that relevant? I think it says that you banish blocking cards from the chain.
Yeah, when you attack with it, when you go to the reaction step, you banish a blocking card from every chain link. So if there's equipment later early in the chain link, you can banish the equipment. If they blocked with something from hand before reactions, you can banish one of those cards on the Cyclone Roundhouse.
Oh, okay. So it actually enables it to hit or push more damage.
That's part of why Evan used Reckless Swing. Because he was at 6 life?
Okay.
What? Maybe? I think he was around 6. So if I'm coming at him for 6, if he blocks with 1 card, he's still taking 6 because I'm banishing that 1
So
card.
it's almost like a route. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah.
So you can actually banish a card that's already blocking and gain the damage off of that.
Yeah.
That's
But it will never banish a reaction card
Sure.
because the reaction comes in after the trigger.
That makes sense. Wow. I don't think I fully understood that. It's such a niche card that I haven't I never understood that line, but it makes sense why you choose to bring that one in.
Spinning Wheel Kick is a really interesting line for the same reason as like 100 Wins. It's a combo at every step of the chain. You can just run them as combo cards. So when all we care about is getting more combo cards in the list, those are really versatile for that reason.
Okay, that's awesome. Well, I think there's a couple other things. I see that you're wearing this shirt here. Can you tell us a little bit about Pitch It To Me podcast?
So we put a lot of work into our show, so I don't want to call it a casual podcast, but we really love the game from a design perspective. And we recognize there's a lot of people out there that really enjoy the game of Flesh and Blood without necessarily getting too involved in the competitive play. Lots of current Flesh and Blood podcasts right now are all about how can you become the best competitive player, what's the competitive scene looking like. And there's a reason for that. I listen to a lot of them. They're great shows, right? Because there's so much of
the meta, keeping up with the pros.
The way that it's always evolving, it's always great to
It sounds like you have a little bit of
it.
a different tilt, though. What's your angle?
We focus on design. We're looking at every time there's a set release, we're looking at design trends. We talk a lot about limited play, like what are the different patterns you see in limited, and sometimes we bring up custom card designs from our own to kind of imagine what the future could be.
So you're just brainstorming over there.
Yeah, we cover a lot of different topics on our show. It makes it a little hard to summarize, but if you ever feel like you're not the most competitive player, our podcast is literally for you. You're our target audience. We're making this show for you. Yeah. And we love for you to listen.
And you told me, is there a giveaway or something going on?
We're hosting a custom card design contest that we're running for most of March, and submissions for our contest close tomorrow, Sunday, April 7th.
If you've got ideas for a card, go ahead and submit them to Pitch It To Me podcast. That sounds like a very exciting contest you've got going on. Is there any kind of pricing or anything
yes.
like that?
There's 3 different categories, and first place for each category gets one of our t-shirts, a box of heavy hitters, and $40 from Metal Fab Tokens. And the contest is sponsored by Metal Fab Tokens and Fabric.gg.
Awesome.
And you can get to our contest by going to our website, pitchitomepodcast.com, or you can go to our show on youtube.com or Spotify or Apple Podcast, and you should be able to see a link to our show there.
That's awesome. Wow. Love seeing the content that our community creates. That's phenomenal.
Right. There's so many brilliant minds playing this game, and I'm so excited to see the kind of card designs that people come up with.
A complex game pulls in those brilliant minds.
If you were to design a card, what do you think it would be?
If I were to design a card, okay, putting me on the spot here. Let me think for a moment. I've been really interested, as a Kano player, I've been really interested in the space of how do we allow wizards to exist in an interactive way? I haven't quite figured it out, but I know that this 0 for 3 block or things that sort of are able to interact better with arcane damage. So I think I would probably create some kind of blocking card that can just block damage in some kind of flexible way to allow wizards space to breathe and exist in the game without relying so heavily on arcane barrier. The red line decks get kind of screwed by that.
Yeah.
So I'm interested in that type of design.
A little bit of interaction towards wizard would go a long way towards us seeing more diverse wizards down the line.
Yep, and that's because I love wizards. It's my favorite class to play in MMOs and playing it in Flesh and Blood, but I like playing Flesh and Blood a lot. I love the interaction. That's kind of why I'm on Guardian right now, because it's this mid-range deck. If there was a mid-range wizard, I know we sort of had Icelander, which really fit that, which was awesome. I kind of want more of that. And if we could get some cards that interacted with Kano, at least on that axis, that's what I'd want to see in this game.
100%.
Cool. Is there anything else that you want to talk about? Or are we...
I think That about covers it. Thank
All
you
right.
for having me on.
Yeah, thank you so much. Congratulations on your win. I think that makes you locked in for the top 8. So
I think I was technically locked already.
Okay.
But I'm certainly in a better seat
double
now,
locked.
so
We've got the double barrel shotgun heading into the next couple of rounds. So with that, we're going to wrap it up. We're going to go into our longer break while we set up for top 8. And we'll switch over to the top 8 stream. I think we're going to put the link in the chat. Okay, first we're going to announce it, and then we'll tell you how to get there.
Thank you, everyone.
Ooh. Welcome back, everybody. After our 6 rounds of Swiss? I want to say 6 rounds of Swiss. It's been a whole day of Flesh and Blood action here, live from Collected Legion down in Lawndale, Los Angeles. We are about to head into our top 8. We're going to announce our obviously our top 8 players, and what we do is been asked about in the chat. We switch streams, so we have our Swiss stream here. Then we'll be switching over towards our top 8 stream after that. So thanks for sticking with us through the break. There will be a brief interlude here as one of our top 8 players just had to go and get food. No, we give them a break, of course. There's the optional one. 7 players didn't want to take it because they're machines. One, of course, has got to watch his nutrition, which I thoroughly respect. Let's talk. Let's talk about top 8. Let's just jump into it. Here it is. So Alan Huang, the Luba himself, as a number 1 seed going up against Evan Bridges, who managed to squeak through after, of course, falling to Fuzzy Delp in that Katsu matchup. And we've got Anthony Pham on Dash going against Chris Iaali, playing the deck that fate chose for him. Victor Goldman, high and mighty, had a pretty comfortable run through.
That is a serendipitous matchup.
Right?
The bet right there, facing off for the next round.
That is funny. Anthony is the one that, made the bet in the first place. God, the stories write themselves out here. Let's talk about the lower side of the bracket, though. We've got Fuzzy Delp, of course, who made it through with that win against Evan Bridges. That was his win in. Up against Angel Benitez on Levia.
Yeah, he's been a Levia main for a long time. Good friend of mine, plays at my store on Tuesdays. Both very good players, so that'll be an interesting matchup to watch. I believe Levia doesn't love facing against the Katsus, but Levia is also a very strong deck, so that'll be an interesting one.
Yeah, it's aggressive, right? But you get dishonored and you lose the game.
Yeah, that's not great. That's not great.
You don't want that at all. You don't have the ability to turn off Blood Debt anymore, which is a big problem. I just want to point out, by the way, no duplicate heroes in our top 8.
Nope.
Yeah.
This open meta keeps proving over and over that Flesh and Blood is a balanced game at the moment. Incredible work by LSS to give us so much variety in the hero selection.
We're just missing this guy. Sad violins, everybody. Anyway, again, this is exciting, obviously. Seeing Fuzzy as well make his way through. Not his first top 8, so really great to see him here. Angel, of course, has managed to get through. Alan's had top 8 for Evan, Anthony. Patrick, of course, we saw him on stream against that Dromai. So Patrick, I think, comes in at 5-1 here, pretty comfortable. Tyler having a great time. He beat a Dromai to get here and then gets to face off against one pretty much straight away. So
I absolutely love to see the Dash IO in the top 8. One of my favorite heroes. I know that she kind of exploded out the gate and then really kind of fell off hard. But what we're learning, once again, is that if you play a hero well, you can make it into the top brackets in a game of Flesh and Blood.
Tom Dowling definitely paved the way with that deck, but there's something very powerful about cranking those items you put in off the top of your deck. And of course, being able to use those backup protocols to return stuff to your hand to make sure you get boosts, especially if you want to go for those high octane turns. It's a really interesting play pattern deck, right? It looks on the outset like doesn't block very well, like it's a little, neither here nor there, like there's a lot of items you got to kind of play out. Show Victor/Dash is the request. All right, Vera, I'll think about it, mate. I thought about it. No, we'll check in and we'll see. I'd like to have those two on the feature match area. I think the story basically writes itself. So yeah, we'd love to do that. We're going to take a break though. When we come back, it'll be on a different stream. So live.age.events, that is the YouTube page. Look out for the top 8 stream that's going to go live there in just a few moments. Until then, thank you. Seriously, thank you so much for joining us. It's been great to have you guys in the chat today. Please don't hesitate to join us later on. We hang out a lot. We talk in the chat. It's a little bit more low-key. Sometimes we overblock dishonors that are turned off. That's the kind of vibe we got going on here in SoCal as Matt McInnes rubs his hands together like, yes, that's right. We'll see you guys. I'm losing it. We'll see you guys on the other side of the break.